Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Containment Failure by J. Robert Kennedy, narrated by Adam Barr. The idea of infection began to be taken far more seriously than it ever had before. Hospitals transformed themselves in response to the new plague, sometimes for the better, but often for the worse, as when, in fear, they cast their ulcerated patients out into the streets. Peter Lewis Allen, The Wages of Sin, Sex and Disease, Past and Present. There is a sufficiency in the world for man's need, but not for man's greed. Mahatma Gandhi. Preface. The Black Death was the most devastating plague in recorded history. At its peak, during 1348 to 1350, it reduced Europe's population by anywhere from 30 to 60%. Europe took 150 years to recover its loss, and centuries to recover from the religious, political, and social chaos that resulted. Imagine where America would be tomorrow if today 150 million of its citizens were to die, along with half the populations of its trading partners. The science described in what follows has been simplified for dramatic purposes. However, the concepts described are real and are cutting-edge techniques that will be available in the near future. What is described can happen. What motivates it has happened. The horror that unfolds might very well be a scenario that if not we, then our children, will soon face. To dismiss the possibility is to ignore history. Inside the quarantine zone, outbreak day number 11. Kyle Patrick motioned for everyone to get down as a troop transport rolled by, its rear filled with people just like him, desperate to escape the plague ravaging this once proud city. He looked back and gave his parents a slight smile. He could tell his mother was tired. They had been dodging patrols and overhead drones for hours as they made their way through the deserted streets from his parents' house to the border of the quarantine. He peered up, searching for a drone or helicopter. Seeing none, he moved from around the concrete barrier and inched forward, watching for any additional patrols. Clear, he darted across the road and into an alley, double-checking for any more troops, then beckoned the others forward. His father helped his mother across the road, followed by two more families they had found, both with little children, all equally scared. None of them were displaying symptoms, and none of them wanted that to change. They weren't infected, but they might eventually catch it if they stayed within the city limits. When the president had ordered the total containment of the city, they had been shocked. And as the footage continued to play out on television showing tens of thousands of troops surrounding the city, of the airport shutting down, and all outbound flights still in the air forced to return, train and boat traffic stopped, freeways blocked and people forced back inside the city limits at gunpoint by soldiers in hazmat suits, they knew they had to escape, and their time was running out. Within hours, the cordon would be complete, and there'd be no means of escape. It had been a family conference like no other. His mother had wanted to stay put and take their chances. Kyle knew she was as scared as they were, but he figured she didn't feel she could make the journey. Fortunately, they lived on the outskirts, so the edge of the quarantine zone wasn't that far, and he and his dad had convinced her she could make it. She had proven a trooper, but the exhausted look as his parents cleared the street had him concerned. "You guys rest. I'm going to scout ahead." He pulled out his cell phone and brought up a map of their GPS location. "According to this, in less than a quarter mile, we'll hit farmland. We just need to get there, and we're out of the quarantine zone." He put a hand on his mother's shoulder and gave it a squeeze. "I'll be back in half an hour. You guys keep out of sight and rest." Kyle turned and sprinted down the alleyway, coming to a halt at the end and quickly scanning the area. Clear. He darted across the street, past several more houses, over a fence, through a ditch. Then, as he crested the top of the depression and pushed through some tall grass along its edge, he emerged into pristine farmland and nearly cried in happiness. Carefully surveying the area, he saw no one, civilian or military. Overhead, a drone circled, and he scurried back to the ditch, rolling down the side and into the cold mud and water at the bottom. He flipped over on his back, staring up to see if he could spot the drone, but it was out of sight. He pushed to his knees, then a crouch, and spotted it leaving to the west. Climbing up the other side of the ditch, he pulled a pair of cutters from his backpack and cut a hole in the fence so it wouldn't slow them up when making their escape. He took a swig of water from a bottle, then, making sure the coast was clear, quickly returned to where he had left the others. And they weren't there. "Mom, Dad," he called in a hoarse whisper. Nothing. The gnashing of gears and roar of an accelerating engine had him diving for cover. There was a mandatory stay-at-home order for all non-essential personnel, and he and his parents were definitely non-essential. He didn't know about the others. He didn't care. He just needed to get his folks to the other side of the quarantine zone, then to their family in Lafitte, who would hide them. A call had already been placed, and his uncle would be waiting for them not 5 miles from here. Another transport went by, the rear loaded with more people, though from his vantage point, he couldn't tell if any of them were his parents. He was getting worried. He scanned the ground for any evidence of a scuffle, but could see nothing. If you had to, where would you hide? He spotted a side door to the building he was hugging and approached. He tapped 3 times, gingerly. Nothing. "It's me, Kyle," he said, only as loud as he thought he needed to be heard through the door. The knob turned, and the door opened an inch, then pushed open all the way as he was hauled inside. At first he was shocked, though as soon as the door closed, a light flicked on, and he was surrounded by his parents and the other 2 families. They were all eating food from what appeared to be a storeroom, filling up on water, and taking advantage of a toilet in the back, the wife of one of the men just emerging, flinching slightly at the sight of him. He checked himself, realizing he must look a mess from the ditch. "Oh, thank God!" His mother rushed forward and hugged him. "We were so worried. What is this place?" His father held up a bottle of water. "Mom and Pop's store. I tried the door and it was unlocked. We called, but there doesn't seem to be anybody home." "They probably buggered out of here when the trouble first hit, since they're so close to the edge of the zone," said one of the men, named Dan, his wife Sophie, the one who had just left the bathroom. "I found a way through. It's pretty easy and seems clear. We should go now before that changes." Kyle gripped the doorknob. "Is everybody ready?" Nods from everyone, and a weak smile from his mother. "I'm going to check to make sure it's clear, then I'll give you the signal. Go to the left to the end of the alley. Hold up there so we can make sure the coast is clear." He pushed the door open an inch and listened. Nothing. He exited quickly, closing the door behind him, then darted to the alley to make sure their rear was covered. Then, confirming it was clear, returned to the door and knocked. The door opened and they all filed out as he sprinted ahead to the other end of the alley. Finding it clear, he raced to the other side of the road, took cover, then, holding his breath, listened. He couldn't hear anything over the hammering of his own heart. He struggled to calm himself as he checked again. It appeared clear. He held up 2 fingers, then motioned for them to join him. This was the signal for his parents. They rushed across. "Go to the end of this street. You'll see a fence. Just stay out of sight until we join you." He looked at his mom. "Take your time. I have to wait for the others, so there's no rush." His parents continued on at a less hurried pace, and he checked to see if everything was still clear. As he poked his head out, he saw someone in the window of a house across the street, pointing to the right. Kyle checked, but didn't see anything, then leaned out a little farther and gasped. There was a Humvee 2 blocks down, parked at an intersection, 4 soldiers in hazmat suits focused on something. He gave the thumbs up to the person in the house, who quickly disappeared behind their curtain. He peeked back at the Humvee and the team. They still weren't looking this way. He indicated for both families to come, rapidly beckoning for them to hurry. Dan and Sophie, carrying their kids, emerged from the alleyway and rushed across the road as the second family, Frank and Krista, followed suit with their one child in Frank's arms. Kyle kept urging them on as he watched the soldiers. One turned, his arm extending behind him, indicating Kyle's direction. As all 4 soldiers turned, Frank cleared the road and Kyle ducked out of sight. "Keep going, all the way to the fence," he ordered. And without checking to see if they had been spotted, he raced after them, quickly overtaking them. He reached the last house and joined his parents, who appeared to have just arrived. A quick glance showed everything still clear, with no signs of pursuit. He darted across the final road, pushed through the opening he had cut in the fence, and then waved for the others to join him. His parents came first. His dad pushed through the fence. Then they both helped his mother. Kyle pointed ahead. "Down into the ditch, then up the other side. Through some grass, and there's a farmer's field. We'll join you there." His dad gripped his shoulder. "I'm proud of you, son." Kyle choked up, but managed to smile. "Go." His dad squeezed his shoulder again, then helped his mother toward the ditch. Kyle checked if everything was clear, then waved for the other families to come. In less than a minute, they were all through the fence and heading for the ditch. Kyle dove into the mud and saw his parents just clearing the other side. He helped the others down, then scrambled up the edge. He took the baby Dan was carrying and placed him on the grass. He reached down and pulled Dan up, who then took care of Sophie and their second child. Kyle helped Frank and Krista with theirs, and when they were all successfully out of the ditch, they pushed through the grass to the field and freedom. He pointed to the other side of the field. "We just need to get there, across one road. Then we can make our way through the fields, keeping out of sight until the next road. We can call my Uncle Charlie to pick us up there." A noise above them caused Kyle's head to pivot up. Shit! It was a drone, approaching from the south. Kyle searched for cover and saw a hedgerow just ahead. "Hide in the hedge." He grabbed the other arm of his mother and helped his dad nearly carry her the 50 feet to the tall, thick hedge that likely functioned as a windbreak for the farm. They reached it, and he pressed his body into the thick cedar, his arms and legs getting scratched up badly. The hedge shook as the others did the same. Then they all remained quiet as the drone passed overhead. As its engine slowly faded, he breathed a sigh of relief when a thumping sound in the distance rapidly got louder. Dan pointed. "It's a helicopter." "Stay hidden. Maybe they can't see us," yelled Frank. A military chopper roared overhead, then banked to face the hedge. It was obvious it knew exactly where they were. Kyle stepped back slightly and glanced at his father. It was clear the situation was helpless. "They won't shoot us, will they?" His father shook his head. "I don't know." "We're Americans. They're Americans. They wouldn't, would they?" His father appeared uncertain. "I would hope not." "There's an opening here," said his mother matter-of-factly. Kyle and his father joined her, noting the 2-foot gap. "There's one down here, too," called Dan. "There's no way they'll shoot us. We're citizens. Let's just—" He was cut off by a loudspeaker on the helicopter. "This is Colonel Jackson of the Louisiana National Guard. You are in violation of a federally mandated quarantine. You are ordered to turn around and return to your homes. If you do not turn around, we will be forced to open fire. Lethal force has been authorized." "Lethal force?" repeated Frank. "They're going to kill us." The most terrifying noise Kyle had ever heard erupted from the front of the helicopter, fire breathing from the guns mounted on it. They all ducked, and it took a few moments for Kyle to realize what was happening. He tentatively looked and saw the ground tearing apart. "It's just a warning shot. They're not shooting at us." "The hell with this!" Frank grabbed his wife and bolted back toward the ditch with his child clutched in his arms. "I got kids. I can't risk it." Dan pushed through the opening, one arm raised in the air, the other clutching his baby, his wife doing the same. The voice roared through the speaker again. "Return to your homes and you won't be harmed." There was a pause, then the voice rose. "Now!" Dan darted from the hole in the hedge, his wife following, and they raced after Frank and Krista, leaving only Kyle and his parents. "Let's go under the chopper, then to that farmhouse on the right. We might get lucky. There's no way they'll shoot us." Kyle's dad agreed, and they pushed through the opening, rushing under the chopper, his mother having found her wings, adrenaline allowing amazing things. They turned toward the farmhouse, pushing themselves as hard as they could toward the safety of the old but well-maintained building. The chopper banked behind them in pursuit. "They're coming!" "Halt immediately. You're in violation of a mandatory quarantine. We are authorized to use deadly force. I say again, halt immediately or we will open fire." They continued forward, then the terrifying roar of the guns belching behind them. Kyle ducked but didn't stop running, instead helping his mother along as the ground in front of them was shredded. His father slowed, turning back to look at them. "Keep going," he urged. "They won't shoot us." The guns erupted again, this time ripping apart the field even closer to their position. Kyle wondered how close they might get before there was a risk of getting hit. The chopper was so close now that the wind from the blades thumping at the air was tossing the crops about, his hair whipping into his eyes, stinging his face. "You have 5 seconds to comply, otherwise lethal force is authorized." The voice lowered, finally sounding human. "Please stop. I have no choice but to fire. Don't make me do it." Kyle's dad slowed, turning back to them, shaking his head. The farmhouse was tantalizingly close. If they could just make it there, there's no way they'd be fired at. The chopper wouldn't risk there being other innocent people inside. And it was that thought that caused Kyle to almost stop in his tracks. "What are we doing?" A wave of nausea swept over him at their selfishness. What if one of us is infected? They could infect those in the farmhouse who had done nothing wrong. If they made it to his uncle's, they could infect them all. This is wrong. "Dad, stop!" he yelled, just as what sounded like a whisper came from the speaker hovering behind them. "I'm sorry." Kyle heard the chopper repositioning as he called again for his father to stop, but either he couldn't hear him or he wasn't listening. From the corner of his eye, Kyle saw 2 army vehicles racing down the road. He breathed a sigh of relief knowing they were about to be captured. The first pulled into the lane leading to the farmhouse, then rounded the property, coming to a halt less than 50 feet from his father. Soldiers hopping from the rear, surrounding them, their hazmat suits rendering them anonymous. Terrifying. Kyle's dad fell to his knees, his hands clasped on top of his head as his mother dropped beside him, exhausted. Kyle saw one of the troops wave off the chopper. Then it banked away, the thumping of the blades rapidly fading into the distance. Kyle dropped to his knees as 2 soldiers approached him. Conflicting emotions filled his heart. Part of him disappointed they had been caught, the other relieved they had been. A growing part of his mind realizing what they were doing was wrong. He just couldn't believe this was happening in New Orleans. Saints vs. Raiders, Mercedes-Benz Superdome, New Orleans, Louisiana. Outbreak day number 1, 0 hour. "Hey, what the hell are you doing back here?" The voice, raised, echoed through the narrow utility room housing feeds into the cooling system for this portion of the massive Superdome. Mike Milner didn't flinch, but his heart did skip a beat as he continued rotating the wrench. He was so close to completing his task, so close to his payday, there was no way he would allow some rent-a-cop to ruin it. "Look at my binder over there." He jerked his head toward a scuffed black binder sitting atop an electrical cabinet. Feet shuffled toward the binder as he twisted one last time, the connection sealed, his job almost done. "What's this shit?" "Apparently my paperwork isn't in order." "You need to come with me, buddy, till we get this sorted out." "No problem, officer." Milner reached into his pocket, gripping the small Walther PPKE he had hidden there. As he turned, a smile plastered on his face to set the poor bastard at ease. His hand came up in his pocket, and he squeezed the trigger. The report was loud in the confined space, but as fortune would have it, something had the gathered 73,000 on their feet, screaming at the night air. It went unnoticed to all. All except the poor son of a bitch who had walked in on him. As he gripped his chest, surprise scrawled across his face as he slowly sank to his knees. "I'm really sorry about this," said Milner, "but you shouldn't have been so good at your job." He turned around and spun the valve on the canister he had just hooked into the cooling system, opening it wide. Within minutes, the gas would be spread throughout the complex, and his job done. He had no clue what he had attached to the cooling system. That was above his pay grade. He'd been hired to do a job, and that's what he was doing. In his trade, you didn't ask questions, because answers got you killed. So did curiosity. He stuffed the body of the unfortunate guard behind the cooling unit and out of sight, leaving a small pool of blood on the floor. Removing a plastic bottle from his kit, he poured the contents out onto the bloodstain, turning the crimson puddle black, thickening it within moments. Now the blood could be mistaken for an oil stain, something that wouldn't be unexpected in a utility closet. Approaching the door, he fished his cell phone from his pocket and dialed a number to activate his diversion. Pressing send, he counted to 10, then smiled as the commotion outside grew in intensity as his remote trigger fried a relay device at the Entergy New Orleans vault just outside the stadium, recreating the Super Bowl blackout. I guess they never did fix the problem. He smiled to himself as he turned the knob, stepping out into the darkness, the only light now from the emergency system as the Superdome lost partial power. By the sounds of things, the game was delayed, and he could imagine the panic that must be setting in among some of the tens of thousands of fans in attendance. And if he knew the media, they'd be making a field day out of the situation, spreading the panic to the audience watching on television at homes and bars across the city. But he didn't really care. He was here for a payday, a big payday. This little job was netting him 6 figures. Half was already sitting in his Cayman account, less a significant cash withdrawal, now hidden in his apartment. His contact would deposit the other half tonight after a meet. Then he'd be out of New Orleans and off to the Dominican until the money ran out. Then, back for another gig. It was a great life. He strolled past the staff rushing by, wondering if they'd get the power restored in time so the game could resume. He hoped so. After all, he had put a fin down on the Raiders to win. He strolled by the guards, acknowledging them with a nod as he passed, his toolkit swinging as he whistled a tune inspired by the concerns surrounding him. It's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine. New Orleans, Louisiana, Outbreak Day number 10. Tammy frowned at the face staring back at her in the mirror. Gray, ashen, pale. Shit. And she felt like shit, too. In fact, she felt worse than she could ever remember. The whites of her eyes were red from fatigue. the deep black circles under them aging her terribly, her sweat-covered brow highlighting her misery. And she was due at work in 40 minutes. She splashed some water on her face, the effort exhausting, but willed her way through it. Missing work wasn't an option. Her boss was looking for an excuse to fire her after she had spurned the creep's advances. And in today's economy, a job was a job, whether it was good or not. And with a 6-year-old son and a deadbeat father, she needed every penny she could scrape together just to keep them fed with a roof over their head, even if it meant working at a coffee shop full-time and the Superdome whenever there was an event. Maybe I'll take Mom up on her offer and move in with her. Her mother could use the help. She had just finished a successful battle with breast cancer and had a double mastectomy to prevent any further threat. Tammy thought it was giving up on life, as her mother was still fairly young and attractive. Tammy's dad had died in Afghanistan 10 years ago, and her mom had mourned long and hard. It had been especially tough battling the cancer without him at her side. It had almost killed her, like it had Grandma, but modern medicine and a will to see her grandson grow up had helped her through it, and now she was cancer-free. Yet in the mirror, she reminded herself of how her mother looked on the bad days. "It's not cancer, you idiot. Stop worrying." She stumbled into the hallway, her son Jeffrey waiting at the door, and stuffed her feet in her shoes. Heading out, they hurried to the bus stop. The roar of the diesel engine behind her prompted her to raise her hand weakly, but not to turn and look, too exhausted to put the necessary effort into the muscles. Thankfully, her neighbor Grace held the bus, urging her on with one foot through the doors, the other on the ground. It took every ounce of her strength to cover the distance, Jeffrey pulling her most of the way, but she finally did, dragging herself up the steps and onto the bus. As she reached for her bus pass, the world spun, then went black as she collapsed onto the floor, Jeffrey crying by her side. Isolation Ward, Interim Louisiana State University LSU Public Hospital, New Orleans, Louisiana. It was a thick, terrifying fog. Tammy could see nothing but gray, hear nothing but the void surrounding her, and she couldn't move. Her heart slammed, the roar of her pulse filling her ears, drilling through the void, pushing her towards some new destination, a destination she didn't know, a destination she feared as much as she did her current situation. Murmurs and beeping sounds. She focused, cut through the fog, calmed the pounding of her heart, and with a jolt, the world flooded back, filling the void with the reality it had been protecting her from. She sat up with a gasp, something choking her. Her instinct was to cough, to rid herself of whatever was in her throat, and as she did so, she noticed something attached to her face. She grabbed at it, yanking it away, but hands seized her, pushing her back down and repositioning whatever she had pulled from her mouth. "It's okay. You're safe," said a soothing voice, a woman's voice, a voice that reminded her of her grandmother when she was younger. "You're in a hospital. What you're feeling are breathing tubes. Just breathe normally and you'll get used to it very quickly. Okay?" Tammy opened her eyes, not realizing they had been squeezed shut. Her vision was blurred, and she blinked several times to focus. She could see a form hovering over her, though the image didn't clear. "I can't," she began, but stopped, unable to talk with the tubes in her mouth. "Don't try to speak. I'll get the doctor, and he'll explain the situation to you, okay?" She nodded, the nurse slowly coming into focus, and as the woman stepped away, the room she was in snapped into clarity, and she gasped, causing another bout of coughing. Recovered, she checked her surroundings. She was in a large ward, dozens of beds separated by at least 5 feet, filled with women of varying ages, all looking like hell, all looking exactly as she felt. What's going on here? Her heart hammered as panic set in. A shadow leaned across her, blocking the overhead lighting, and she yelped as her eyes shifted from the misery surrounding her to the mask-covered face of a doctor, not much older than her, if the lack of lines around his eyes were any indication. This kid is going to take care of me? She stifled her complaint, not that she could have vocalized it, and instead turned it inward to add to her misery. Maybe if you had done something with your life, you too could have been a doctor. My name is Dr. Corkery. Don't try to talk. You collapsed on the bus and were brought here earlier this morning. It looks like you have some sort of virus. Nothing to worry about. We're treating you with antivirals. He motioned to the rest of the room. As you can see, there's a bug going around. As a precaution, we're isolating everybody so it doesn't spread. Suddenly she remembered what had happened. Leaving the house, getting on the bus, then blacking out. Jeffrey! Her eyes shot open and she tried to talk, but the doctor held up his hand. Your son is all right. Your mother is here with him. I'll try to arrange for you to talk to them in a little while, okay? She sighed in relief as Corkery was handed something that took his attention away from her. His eyes narrowed as he stared at a tablet computer. She desperately wanted to know what had him so concerned, but with these damned tubes down her throat, she couldn't say a word. Is this correct? He asked the nurse quietly. Tammy couldn't see her, though apparently whatever he was reading was confirmed. Okay, I'm calling it. Tell Dr. Garnier to issue a Code 7. We need all hands on deck, and we'll need to notify the CDC. We might need some help on this one. Yes, Doctor. Corkery turned back to Tammy, his eyes smiling. Looks like we have quite the flu outbreak going on. But don't you worry. These things usually run their course within a week. A week? The concern in her eyes wasn't lost on the doctor. Don't worry, it will fly by before you know it. He patted her shoulder and moved on to the next bed, leaving her fears unaddressed. What about my job? I can't afford to miss a week. Dr. William Garnier's office, Acting Administrator, Interim LSU Public Hospital, New Orleans, Louisiana. Are you sure? Dr. William Garnier screwed up his face, unconvinced. Corkery was young, and the young were prone to panic. It's a flu outbreak, for crying out loud. Every year it was the same thing. A bug would make its rounds. People would get sick, and the beds would fill with the elderly and asthmatics and others with pre-existing conditions. Nurse Ogawa shrugged. That's what he said. Garnier frowned. You don't call in the CDC for a flu outbreak, he sighed, but you do report the numbers. He peered at the screen and his budget, which wasn't looking so good. If the Code 7 state lasted more than a few days, that budget would be blown, and he'd be going cap in hand to the board for more. He chewed on his cheek for a moment, then turned back to his head nurse. Fine. There's no arguing with the volume. Code 7 it is. Have the calls go out. Anyone in town and sober is to report to work. Set up the rotating schedule as per the plan. And the CDC? Send them their data as per protocol each morning. Yes, Doctor. Ogawa left his office, leaving Garnier to stare at his file, the smile gone. He positioned his cursor and updated the spreadsheet for a 1-week outbreak of the flu. Isolation Ward, Interim LSU Public Hospital, New Orleans, Louisiana. Tammy's bed had been pushed near the isolation ward's window, her breathing tubes removed now that she was conscious and rehydrated. On the other side of the glass stood her mother, her son Jeffrey standing on a chair so he could see inside. Tammy had a smile etched on her face, determined to appear strong for her little man, though each time she made eye contact with her mother, she knew she wasn't fooling her.
If this is the flu, it's the worst flu I've ever had, or even heard about.
A flurry of nurses and the doctor she had seen earlier rushed by outside as she heard a commotion behind her. She pushed up to see what was happening, but was too weak and collapsed. Instead, all she could do was listen, and it terrified her. In among the cacophony of beeping machines, she could hear one with a steady tone, a tone she had heard enough on TV to know it meant someone's heart had stopped. She could hear shouts, but make no sense of them. The visiting area, as she had come to think of this place, isolated from the rest of the ward, preventing her from seeing anything back in the ward. A tear escaped her mother's left eye, racing down her cheek toward her neck.
If this is just the flu, why are you crying? Why don't you say goodbye to Mommy, then go get yourself a candy bar and eat it over there, okay?
Said her mom to Jeffrey, whose bored expression spread into a smile.
Bye, Mommy.
He hastily kissed the glass, then disappeared as he hopped off the chair.
Bye, dear,
said Tammy, knowing her precious son was out of earshot already. She stared at her mother.
What's wrong? What aren't you telling me?
Her mother shook her head, closing her eyes.
Tell me.
Her mother's eyes filled with tears, sending Tammy's heart racing in fear. Her mother was a strong woman, the toughest she knew. She had been through the death of a husband and breast cancer. She was a survivor, and Tammy couldn't recall the woman crying in all her years. But today, she couldn't hide it.
What's wrong?
Demanded Tammy, the fear in her voice palpable, enough that she was glad Jeffrey was being spoiled with his favorite treat. She heard a heavy breath through the speaker as her mother wiped her eyes with a tissue.
I heard on the radio on the way here that there's some sort of virus hitting the city. Yeah, the flu. I'll be fine in a few days. Is that what they told you?
Tammy's eyebrows shot up at the question. Then she had to admit she couldn't remember. She rewound the events of the past few hours, though couldn't be sure.
I think so.
Her mother turned away again, but spoke.
On the radio, they said people are dying.
Her voice cracked on the last word, and her shoulders heaved as a huge weight landed on Tammy's chest. The gravity of the situation hitting her as she noticed the panic in the ward had ceased behind her. And so had the steady tone from the heart monitor.
Did they save her? Or did they turn it off because she died?
As her question echoed in her head, her heart palpitated as she replayed her journey to the visiting area. She turned to her mother.
Mom?
Her mother turned to face her, eyes red, cheeks flushed.
Yes, dear. Did they say whether it was only affecting women?
World Health Organization Conference on H5N1, Marseille, France. And the results were remarkable. Our testing has shown no sign of the virus in 83% of our test subjects not receiving the placebo, and a massive reduction in the remaining subjects' viral count. We have extended the study on these remaining subjects to see if we can further reduce their blood counts, and the results are promising. In fact, if I may be so bold at a conference such as this, the results are stunning. Dr. Herman Kapp paused to take a sip of water as the delegates he addressed absorbed the bombshell he had just dropped on them. An antiviral that actually worked quickly, and worked on nearly 100% of the patients. It was still a decade away from production and would need to go through extensive testing, but their approach was unique and impossible only a few years ago, the technology and know-how simply non-existent. The patents had been applied for, though not yet awarded. Therefore, the details on how they had accomplished their miraculous feat wouldn't be revealed today, but the generalities should be enough to have the medical community abuzz for years. And our competitors hell-bent on stealing the secret. He returned the glass to the podium and noticed his smartphone sitting on the dais vibrate with a message. He chose to ignore it. How we were able to accomplish this I cannot get into, obviously. However, I can say this. We have developed a process that allows us to target specific gene sequences and annihilate the cells displaying said sequences. So when we have a viral outbreak, we simply, and it is by no means simple, chuckles filled the room, we simply need to decode the virus, program our antiviral to target the specific gene sequence, then begin mass production and distribution. We estimate our turnaround time would be less than 1 week from identification to start of production. His phone vibrated again, and he took a sip of water as he swiped his finger across the display, then brought up the message. To all, another outbreak has occurred. This one much more serious. Must discuss immediately. Cap's heart leaped, though he kept his cool as he finished his drink, placing the cup down and returning his attention to the audience. Perhaps years from now, when historians examine the footage of this moment, they might see the slight surprise registered on his face, the change in pallor, the quickening of his breathing, though that assumed the secret got out, and also assumed that they had been unable to stop it. Then again, if they were unable to stop this madness, there might very well be nobody left to care about this moment in history. Conference Room C, Interim LSU Public Hospital, New Orleans, Louisiana. Dr. Douglas Corkery massaged his temples, his elbows resting on the arms of his chair as he listened to the hospital administrator, Dr. William Garnier, drone on about the budget and how he risked going over it should the infection continue. I hate bureaucrats. He let out a loud sigh, pushing up straight as the room turned to the source of the exasperation. Did you have something to add, Doug? Corkery took a long breath, struggling to control his frustration. Yes, I do. He pointed at the display showing budget projections. Why are we in here wasting time hearing about budgets when we have patients down the hall dying? Forgive my language, but who gives a damn about budget numbers? Deal with those after the fact. We are doctors. It is our job to take care of these people, whatever the cost. He pushed a stack of folders toward the center of the table. I've got 38 patients in isolation already, with more coming in every hour, and a second one just died, with over 24 looking like they won't last the day. We have an outbreak of something we haven't seen before, and we need help. He looked around the table in earnest. The doctors assembled, bobbing their heads in agreement, the bean counters avoiding his stare. His head whipped back to Garnier. When can we expect the CDC to arrive? Garnier cleared his throat, his uncomfortable expression raising alarm bells. Please tell me you contacted the CDC. All eyes were now on Garnier. They'll get our daily stats sent to them in the morning as per protocol. What? Exclaimed Corkery. We have people dying. Of what? We don't know, and you haven't elevated our status? Protocol clearly dictates you contact the CDC of any outbreak. What the hell were you thinking? You used to be a doctor once. Remember your damned oath. Corkery burned with rage, a rage he couldn't recall feeling before. This was insanity, bureaucratic insanity that would cost lives. There was an uncomfortable pause after his outburst, finally ended by Garnier standing and leaning forward on his knuckles.
"I don't need to defend myself to you," he growled. "I've been a doctor for over 30 years, and you haven't even seen your first decade. Contacting the CDC is my call, and I'll do it when I feel it's necessary."
Corkery's mind reeled.
Why won't he contact the CDC? Is it ego? Is it that he can't admit a mistake?
That had to be it. He had known Garnier to dig in his heels from time to time, even if it were obvious he was wrong, but never on a medical matter so serious. For a doctor to put ego ahead of the well-being of his patients was inexcusable, career-ending, if word got out. And if this outbreak were as bad as he feared, Garnier would be answerable to authorities far higher than anyone in this room. And with this virus appearing to target only women, unheard of in his experience, they could be dealing with something far worse, which would have Garnier answerable to the ultimate authority should not calling in the CDC cause this to spread even farther. He'd be answerable to God himself. Corkery's pager buzzed on his hip, as did every other one on the hip of a doctor in the room. He grabbed his. Code Blue, ICU 2. He jumped from the table and headed out the door, followed by all of the on-duty doctors, leaving Garnier and his bean counters to stare after them. Sofitel Marseille, Vieux Port Hotel, Marseille, France. Dr. Herman Kapp closed the door, locking it securely, then did a quick survey of the room to make certain he was alone. Satisfied, he closed the drapes, turned on the lights, then powered on his laptop, facing the screen away from the window, its casing designed to block anything from reading the screen through the cover and generating enough interference to prevent any other type of electronic eavesdropping. It was the latest Dell laptop, state-of-the-art, secure, rugged, impervious to tampering and monitoring if used properly, with a layer of customization not available to the general public. And the amount of training he had received on its security features had seemed ridiculous at first. But with what had been happening over the past year, they had kept the secret from getting out, despite operatives spread around the planet searching for the culprit. Unfortunately, he must be using similar equipment, as they had no trace of him, and he seemed able to operate with impunity. Eventually, he would slip up. Kapp and his associates just prayed it wouldn't be too late. The man's demands and demonstrations more outlandish and more severe each time. Kapp expertly operated the laptop, and soon had a grid of faces, several still blank and logging in as he had just done. Nothing was said until the final board member had connected to the secure server. The chairman spoke first, his image expanding to fill a quarter of the screen as his microphone activated. Hans Schreiber, chairman, displayed under the image, the Biodyne Pharma logo prominently displayed behind him. Kapp had known Chairman Schreiber for over a decade, before he had been elected chairman, and before Kapp had even been on the board. It was Kapp's work on the genetically targeted antiviral serum that had earned him his position. It had made him a rich man, the stock options and bonuses staggering. This was big pharma, mega-billion-dollar deals, mega-billion-dollar drug sales, and this particular drug would revolutionize the world, making them all ridiculously rich. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll keep this brief, as information is just beginning to come in. It appears as if Dr. Urban has released another variation of the antiviral, this one on a scale far higher than we expected. Murmuring filled Kapp's headset, his own mouth remaining clamped shut as his heart raced with the implications. What genetic sequence has he targeted this time? Dr. Victor Urban had been a brilliant scientist, was still a brilliant scientist. It was his idea they had been working on for the past decade. It was he who had figured out how to design the drug to target specific genetic sequences, then destroy the cells with that sequence. It was brilliant outside-of-the-box research that would change the world. And like most out-of-the-box thinking, it was devised by a man who was borderline insane. At least, it was a running joke in the lab that he was mad, until that fateful day when he didn't show up for work 18 months ago. It was 6 months later that the first terrifying message had arrived, revealing it wasn't just madness that consumed Dr. Urban, but greed as well. "What kind of scale are we talking?" asked Cap, the first to recover from the shock, but like the rest, equally terrified to hear the answer. "We don't know yet. However, he's promised a target of 0.5%.
0.5%?
Exclaimed one of the others.
Where?
Asked Cap. We haven't got that information yet, but based upon previous releases, I think we have to take him at his word. Nods filled the screen as Cap leaned back, massaging his temples with one hand, his eyes closed. There had been 2 previous attacks, or releases, of the antiviral. The first had been in a theater in Los Angeles, which was when they had discovered he had not only aerosolized it, an incredible achievement in itself, but also taken it beyond its original intent. It was designed to target the specific genetic sequences of unwanted viruses. He had taken it a step further and turned it into something that could target any genetic sequence, including those contained within normal human DNA. The man is a genius. The entire theater had been exposed to this new variation of the antiviral, which immediately went to work seeking out the genetic sequence it had been programmed for when inhaled. In the first case, he had targeted natural redheads, which was only about 2% of the California population, and with the antiviral designed to break down within an hour when exposed to the air, and non-transmissible once inside the body, it hadn't spread beyond those watching the 7 p.m. showing of Red Tails. Fortunately, only 3 had been exposed, and all died within 10 days in separate hospitals with symptoms suggesting pneumonia. No one noticed the pattern except the board, and only because Urban had notified them of what to watch for after they had fulfilled his first demand for payment in exchange for information. It was only $1 million, paid to a bank in the Cayman Islands, and came with the promise he would do nothing for 6 months. Then 6 months had passed, and another message. LaGuardia Airport in New York City. This time he targeted Marfan syndrome, a rare disorder of the connective tissues that affects about 1 in 5,000 people. A few had died, spread across the world, with no one except Biodyne Pharma noticing. But it had been the largest-scale attack yet. And there had been a mutation. The antiviral had been transmitted beyond the initial carriers. This wasn't supposed to happen, and Biodyne scientists theorized, since they didn't have a sample, it was due to the alterations made in aerosolizing the compound. It had mutated and found a way to transmit beyond the host, which was terrifying. The antiviral was designed to not be transmittable. After all, a cure that could spread would reduce their profits. And this was what was driving the panic now. The authorities hadn't been called in, but the company was spending millions to track Urban down, all in the name of profits. If it were revealed a madman was loose with a Biodyne drug capable of killing anyone with a specific gene sequence, their stock would plummet, and the company would never survive. And it had to, for it was the only hope to stop Urban, especially after this apparent mutation. The next 6 months of peace were bought with $10 million of blood money, and that 6 months ended 10 days ago.
"Has there been any word from the CDC?"
asked Harris, one of the board's oldest members. Nothing, which is odd if Dr. Urban is telling us the truth.
Unless it's mutated again and is taking longer than usual.
Let's hope that hasn't happened. Schreiber sighed, taking off his glasses and pinching the bridge of his nose. I don't know what to do, people. This time, he wants 100 million. We can afford it, of course. But next time, can we expect 1 billion? And where does paying him get us? It buys us 6 more months to do what? We've had no success in finding him. We're no closer today than we were a year ago when this started. Hyatt, their most senior researcher, cleared his throat and his image expanded on the screen. He scratched his nose, then leaned into the camera, the effect disconcerting, his geek visage, pimply and unkempt, taking on a fishbowl appearance that belied his genius. He had been Urban's protégé, and would probably equal or surpass him someday. When Hyatt spoke, people listened. I wouldn't say quite that. Isolation Ward, Interim LSU Public Hospital, New Orleans, Louisiana. Dr. Corkery drew the sheet up over yet another woman, dead in her prime, as several of his colleagues did the same with their patients. They were at 7 dead now, with no signs of recovery in anyone. This was getting ridiculous. Scratch that. It is ridiculous. People were dying. More were arriving every hour, and the idiot in charge was too pig-headed to ask for help, more concerned about being right and being in line with his budget expectations. He fished his cell phone out of his pocket and dialed a colleague at Tulane Hospital. It rang 3 times before his squash buddy and med school pal Jack Kilbourne answered. Hey, Doug, pretty busy right now. No problem, Jack. It'll only take a minute. Have you guys got a major viral outbreak over there? There was a pause. Well, I wouldn't call it major, only a few people. Kilbourne's eyes narrowed. Hey, how'd you know about that? We've got a major outbreak here. Over 50 people. 7 dead already. Kilbourne cursed. Please tell me you've sent this into the CDC. No, it's only a few people. It will go in with tomorrow's numbers. Why? Surely you guys already have. Our moron acting administrator, Dr. William Garnier, won't contact them. That guy's a stubborn asshole. No shit. Corkery lowered his voice. Can you hear me? Yes. Can you get your guys to send in the numbers and make a mention that you've heard LSU is far worse? I'll see what I can do. I'll call you back in a few. Corkery returned the phone to his pocket and continued his rounds, praying the CDC would be notified shortly. If they weren't, he vowed to call them himself within an hour, even if it meant ending his career at LSU. Office of Public Health Preparedness and Response, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, Atlanta, Georgia. Dr. Catherine Best took a too large bite of her 6-inch Subway ham sandwich, not toasted. She didn't understand the appeal. Subway should be a nice, cool, refreshing sandwich. Lots of lettuce, tomatoes, cucumbers, and olives, with light mayo. And American cheese if she were feeling indulgent, the firmer texture more to her liking than the other choices. To die for. Healthy, tasty, filling, and cool. Born and raised in Fargo, North Dakota, this time of year was supposed to be cold. When she had left, she never thought she would miss it, but the past 5 years in Atlanta had cured her of that, and now she found every day at least warm, which meant a lot of cooler meals, especially lunches, salads, and cold subs. And nothing was worse than greasy fingers with ketchup and mustard surging outside the bun while eating a hamburger when you were checking your email at your desk. One caught her attention, and she opened it, her rapid chewing of her latest bite slowing until it stopped, her mouth still full. She grabbed the phone and dialed a rarely used extension before she remembered her full mouth. Quickly chewing, she managed to swallow just in time. Rapid Response Team. This is Dr. Best. We have a possible outbreak in New Orleans. Unknown viral agent, at least 7 dead in less than 24 hours. 7 in 24 hours. Why haven't we heard of it? She could understand the shock at the other end of the line. It matched her own, but the email was from a med school friend who she trusted. These weren't official channels, though according to the email, those channels wouldn't be informed until tomorrow morning, when it could very well be too late. Sofitel Marseille Viewport Hotel, Marseille, France. Dr. Kapp reached forward to kill the feed from the now adjourned virtual meeting when Chairman Schreiber spoke. Wait a minute. Kapp's finger remained suspended in midair. Then he slowly eased back in his chair as Schreiber read a piece of paper he had just been handed. He shook his head, removing his glasses, and stared at the camera. The CDC has been made aware of an outbreak in New Orleans. Viral, at least 7 dead, dozens infected. This could be our outbreak. Kapp frowned. When are we supposed to hear from him? Schreiber checked his watch. Not for another 21 hours. What do we do? Nobody has ever known about the outbreaks before. There's no hiding it now that the CDC is involved. Kapp's eyes flicked over to the icon with their brilliant researcher. Dr. Hyatt, is it possible for them to trace this back to us?
Yes. We've applied for patents on our methods. If they really wanted to, they could put 2 and 2 together.
How likely do you think that is?
Very. These are smart people, and if there are over 50 people infected already, and previous experience suggests they will all die, there is no way the CDC will let this go.
Everyone fell silent as this sank in. I think we need to get ahead of it, said Kapp. Go to the CDC, come clean, and maybe with their resources we can find him. We've got 6 months before the next attack, and we shouldn't waste a minute of it. There were a few nods, but most heads remained still. Schreiber finally sighed. Hermann, I want you to run with this. Kapp's heart leaped into his throat. Me? Yes. You're our best speaker and PR guy. I want you to be the face of the company if and when this hits the news. Use whoever you need, but try to minimize the damage to the company. We'll cooperate fully. I don't want the next outbreak on my conscience. I already can't sleep at night, and this is only getting worse. Kapp's chest tightened, his lips sweating as the moisture oozed from his palms, for he knew what this meant. As the company's public face on this matter, if things went awry, he'd be the first to go down, and the first to go to prison. Cafeteria, Interim LSU Public Hospital, New Orleans, Louisiana. Corkery sat in the cafeteria, his head on the table, his coffee and lunch forgotten. He was exhausted and was overdue to leave, but couldn't bring himself to do it. He had patients, scared patients, sick patients, dying patients. And so far, he had been powerless to stop anything. 15 dead already. He had just ordered all female nurses and doctors out of the isolation ward, since it appeared to only target women, and had ordered triage to deal with women first, isolating any with cold or flu symptoms. The only good news was that the arrivals were slowing, with only 1 in the last hour. Whatever they were dealing with seemed to have hit everyone at nearly the same time, with most of the patients arriving within the past 12 hours. He had called colleagues at several other hospitals in the area, and they all had cases, but those were few. It seemed the epicenter was here, and it had him wondering, what was unique about this part of the city? The Superdome. His eyes shot open, and he sat up as his mind raced, his hand shoveling food into his mouth, the fries and club sandwich going unnoticed, their purpose merely fuel for the fire he would need if he were to last the night. As he swallowed each bite, his theory continued to expand. There were events at the Superdome all the time. Football games, concerts, celebrations. Could they have all been exposed at the Superdome? But if something this serious had been going around at the Superdome, there should be hundreds, if not thousands, of victims. And why only women? And some of the women didn't strike him as football fans, but it could have been a concert. He'd check what events had occurred, then question the patients. Shoving the last wedge of sandwich into his mouth, he wiped his mouth and headed back to the isolation ward to try and find that missing link between them all. Outside the interim LSU Public Hospital, New Orleans, Louisiana. Dr. Catherine Best barely waited for the skids to hit the ground before she jumped out of the chopper that had brought her from the airport. The scene presented to her was one of near panic. Police were everywhere, and as per protocol, all patients not exhibiting symptoms of the outbreak were redirected to other hospitals in the city, and those already at other facilities transported here if they were healthy enough. Most weren't. All new patients in the city would arrive here, which would help contain the research and treatment, the numbers of new patients dwindling rapidly as the day went by. It makes no sense. For the numbers to occur like they did, it implied a near-simultaneous infection. It was as if there were no patient zero, which to her meant several terrifying things. One, there was a patient zero out there who had infected the rest somehow and was likely now dead, their death chalked up to pneumonia, their secrets locked in a grave or urn, never to be discovered. If that were the case, it indicated an incredibly virulent virus to infect so many so quickly, which was terrifying. Could this be just the first wave? Patient zero infects them at a movie theater or some other public venue. Then after an incubation period, those infected exhibit symptoms and begin arriving at the hospital today? And how long was that period? And worse, how many others did they infect while going about their daily lives in the city? The first wave was around 100 people. The second wave could be massive, easily in the thousands or tens of thousands. Then there was the other possibility that had occurred to her. Terrorism. A virus that acted like no other, nearly 100% fatal, with a sudden mass infection. She prayed that wasn't the case. If it were, they had no chance of preventing it from being used all over the country. She saw the CDC vehicles parked to the left, near a side entrance, an isolation tube already set up leading from a large temporary sealed tent, where the doctors would suit up and decontaminate themselves when leaving. If her instructions had been followed, which she was certain they had been, that isolation tube would lead all the way to the isolation unit of the hospital and join another temporary working area that would isolate the entire ward from the rest of the building. Those inside would not leave until they had been screened and cleared, and as of yet, they didn't even know what to look for. One of her colleagues based in New Orleans waved and ran toward her. As was her habit, she made certain her right hand was occupied to prevent the natural instinct of shaking hands, and her colleague, equally well briefed on protocols, smiled as he approached, his own right hand occupied by a tablet computer. "Good to see you again, Doctor. Pleasant flight?" Bess nodded at Dr. Barry Johnston, an experienced infectious diseases specialist who had been with the CDC when she was just a teenager, his own upward mobility halted by his desire to remain on the front lines and not push paper. "Good to see you too, Doctor." She glanced over her shoulder at the departing chopper. "I guess you get used to it," she replied as she walked toward the decontamination area, Johnston at her side. "Sit rep?" 104 are now in isolation. 38 are dead and isolated in a special area we've set up in the morgue. Toxicology has already begun. We should have the first results coming back within the hour.
Any idea of what they all have in common besides being women?
As a matter of fact, yes. Oh, and it's no longer just women. Best's heart almost stopped as quickly as her feet brought her to a halt. She faced Johnston, certain her fear was written all over her face.
"What?"
"We have one man brought in 30 minutes ago from another hospital. He has all the same symptoms, but at this point we don't know if it's the same strain, so we have him isolated from the others."
"Could it be a mutation?"
He shrugged. "We won't know until we can isolate the virus and begin analyzing it, but—" His voice trailed off, and she knew why. Neither of them wanted to state the obvious. If this virus can mutate this quickly, it might already be too late to prevent its spread.
"Any signs of improvement in the patients?" she asked instead.
"None. From what we can tell, from initial symptoms to death is anywhere from 24 to 48 hours.
That could be what saves us."
He nodded his understanding. "Assuming the incubation period is short."
"And we have no idea on that?"
"Actually, we might. Let's get you suited up and inside so you can talk to the doctor himself, who might have figured it out."
She stepped inside the plastic bubble meant to protect them all from the spread of the disease. On autopilot, she suited up as her mind raced. If the disease killed its victims within 48 hours and the incubation period was short enough, it could flame out before it spread too far. There might just be hope to stop this, but it would be nasty, and time was of the essence. Suited up, she stepped through into the decontamination area, received a blast of air to loosen any foreign substances that might be on the suit to prevent any new toxins from entering, then stepped into the long tube after checking that her independent oxygen supply was functioning. She followed Johnston, and within minutes was in the isolation ward being introduced to an exhausted young doctor named Corkery. "Dr. Catherine Best, pleased to meet you. I understand you may have figured out the common link?"
Corkery's eyes drooped, the black circles under them threatening to bore into his skull as he sat back down. Best and Johnston pulled chairs out to face him.
"We interviewed everyone we could, and after a couple of dozen, I realized that several worked at the Superdome. Then it all clicked." "What?" asked Best, her heart already racing at how large the exposure might be. "Almost every single person here was at the Saints game 10 days ago." "Oh no," she whispered, her head spinning toward Johnston. "That means it could be across the country already."
He shook his head, his frown deep. "Forget the country. NFL games are tourist destinations. They attract visitors from around the entire world. This thing could already be global."
Isolation Ward, Interim LSU Public Hospital, New Orleans, Louisiana. Tammy could barely feel the hand holding hers. Her body so weak she had no idea how long she had been here, and could hardly remember where she was. Like the others around her, she had taken to muttering, with occasional bouts of lucidity that could last mere seconds or minutes, but never long. "I have to get to work tomorrow, otherwise I'll be fired." She could see the doctor's eyes smiling down at her as his face mask crinkled from the grin underneath. "Don't you worry about that. I'll personally talk to your boss." She forced a smile that collapsed back into a frown. "I'm not going to make it, am I?" The doctor squeezed her hand a little tighter. "The CDC is here now. We've got the best doctors in the world looking into this. They'll have a cure before you know it." "You're lying. We're all dying. Fast. I figured I'd die young from breast cancer like my grandmother's. My mother beat it, but she's stronger than I am." The doctor's eyes narrowed slightly. "You have a lot of breast cancer in the family?" "Mother, grandmothers on both sides, a few aunts. It's like both sides of our family are cursed." The doctor nodded slowly. Then a stabbing pain in her chest had her gasping and her back arching. She collapsed onto the bed,
unable to see or say anything, her world rapidly dimming, her mind presenting her with one last image, that of her son, sitting beside her happily as they watched Monsters, Inc. 3D at the theater just a few weeks before, sharing popcorn and a large Diet Coke. Her last thoughts brought a smile as she heard faint shouts from the other side of the darkness. Then, a steady tone as her body finally gave up, leaving a 6-year-old son alone, with no parents to love and care for him. Isolation Ward, Interim LSU Public Hospital, New Orleans, Louisiana. Corkery watched as the mother and son of his latest patient to succumb to the virus were escorted out. They would remain in isolation until they knew how to test for the virus, but his mind was already elsewhere. Breast cancer. These were all women save one, and men could get breast cancer, though it wasn't as common. His patient's dying words had struck him because he had noted that several of those sick had been former breast cancer patients, and one had mentioned she had just received her biopsy results, positive for cancer, just 2 days before. That was just too big a coincidence. He turned to find Best, made difficult with everyone in green hazmat suits. The hospital staff working in the ward were allowed to continue using their basic procedures, the thinking that they were already exposed, so there was no point in taking any further precautions other than having them isolated within the ward and the expanded zone set up by the CDC. "Dr. Best?" He called out to the room, and a figure turned and waved. He smiled and approached. "Dr. Corkery, when's the last time you had some sleep? I want you to get a minimum 3 hours. Just go and don't set an alarm. You'll be far more valuable to us if you're well rested than you are now." She was right, and he would follow her orders after he had delivered his message, a message already becoming foggy with the mere mention of sleep. He yawned, and his chin dropped as sleep took over. His head popped up, a slight surge of adrenaline giving him just enough. "I think these women all have or have had breast cancer." "What?" "You heard me. Screen them. Check their histories. I think they all have breast cancer." And finally, he could stand no longer, dropping into Best's arms as she called for help. He could feel hands on him, holding him up, and he had little flashes of being carried to a ward with beds. Then, nothing. Sleep taking over. Isolation Ward, Interim LSU Public Hospital, New Orleans, Louisiana. Outbreak Day number 11. The idea was crazy. Breast cancer. How could a virus target only patients who had experienced breast cancer? But this Dr. Corkery was smart, very smart, and she decided it was best not to ignore him. The canvassing had gone quickly. Patients asked directly, families consulted, medical records reviewed. And in the end, the results had proven shocking. Over 1/3 of the women had fought breast cancer at some point in their life, and over 90% had a history of breast cancer in the family. The chance of that being a coincidence was statistically impossible. But how was the virus targeting them? It had already been confirmed the virus was new, something they'd never seen before, and the most advanced machines available anywhere were now mapping it. Yet there wasn't much they could do to save these people before that was complete. They were dying so quickly now, she feared there'd be none left by tomorrow. She checked a nearby wall clock. My God, it's tomorrow already. With the quarantine in place, and there nothing beyond their existing protocols to follow, she proceeded toward the exit. The decontamination completed, she stepped out into the fresh air for the first time in hours, sucking in the chilly night. "Dr. Best." She turned and saw Dr. Johnston sitting on a nearby bench, waving her over. The bench was inviting. She joined him, plunking down beside him and leaning back, her head dangling over the rear of the bench, her hair hanging freely as it strained for the grass below. She sighed. "What do you think?" he asked. "I think we might get lucky." "How's that?" "It's killing people so quickly they don't have a lot of time to infect others, assuming that's even possible. We still don't know how it spreads or how these people were infected. For all we know, they ate infected nachos at the game." "It's the cheese sauce that'll kill you." She smiled, managing a chuckle. "Can you call that stuff cheese?" "No idea. But you and I both know it's not contaminated nachos, tacos, or buttered popcorn, unless only women were eating them, and very few at that." She drew in a long breath through her nose, then pushed it out quickly. "I know." She paused as she attempted to put everything together, but her mind was a fog, desperate for sleep. She sat up and leaned forward, her elbows on her knees, and yawned. "I need some rack time." Johnston jerked his head, indicating the road behind them. "They've got us booked at the Holiday Inn. There are special shuttles for us, or you can walk it in about 15 minutes. The front desk has your name, and your luggage has already been put in your room." "Thanks." Best rose and stretched, the prospect of the walk to the hotel suddenly seeming long. She looked for the shuttle and spotted it on the main road. She turned to Johnston. "You get some rest as well. Otherwise we'll both be useless tomorrow." He smiled. "I'll be along shortly." She wished him good night and began the quick march toward the shuttle, her mind already creating a checklist of things she'd need to do first thing in the morning, should she be fortunate enough to get a full night's sleep. But if history had taught her anything, she'd be lucky to get a couple of hours. The chances of her phone ringing with some urgent news nearly 100%. She set to pushing the sights and sounds of today's events from her mind, slowly preparing for bed. Her ritual was to be zoned out by the time her keycard hit the door. As she stepped inside, she'd peel out of her clothes and accoutrements, tossing them strategically into two piles, one for laundry like undergarments, the other for use the next morning like shoes and ID. And by the time she'd be naked, she'd have the nightgown pulled from her go bag and tossed over her shoulders and covering her body as she dropped into the bed. If all went according to plan, she'd be asleep within moments. As she crossed the security lines, she was bombarded with camera bulbs flashing, the bright lights of television cameras shining in her eyes and microphones filling her face. She continued her practiced march, merely repeating no comment to any and all questions, dealing with the press, not her job. Her job was identification, classification, and containment of the virus. The press was only used to transmit information they needed the public to know, and for now, all that had been communicated, as per protocol, were what symptoms to watch for, and if you had them, to isolate yourself and call 911, and for those not infected, to practice proper hygiene. She continued past the throng and toward the shuttle, no one apparently willing to follow the anonymous woman at the risk of missing someone truly important. Little did they know she was the most important person on site. She was the one who would determine what course of action to take. She climbed into the shuttle, and without a word, the driver started the engine, having them at the hotel in minutes. When she arrived, a doorman opened the door for her and gave her a tip of the hat. "Good evening, miss." She smiled and stepped through, the miss not going unnoticed. The day it was ma'am, she'd re-examine her life if she weren't married with at least one child occupying her time. Though she was a career-oriented woman now, she didn't intend it to be her entire life. She was a firm believer that women could be both mother and professional, and besides, the type of work she did would protect her future children and millions of others. She walked up to the front desk, manned by an impossibly awake lone attendant. "Good evening. How may I help you?" "Dr. Catherine Best, CDC. I believe you have a reservation for me. Let me check." The man tapped away at a keyboard, then, programming a keycard, thankfully keeping the chit-chat to a minimum as she continued her unwinding. He handed her the card. "Your luggage is in your room. I've taken the liberty of already having our turn-down service visit, as I suspected most of you would be coming in very late. Did you want a wake-up call?" 6 a.m. He entered it into the computer. "Done. Dr. Best?" She turned to see a business suit approaching her, mid-40s, good-looking, very formal, and familiar. "Do I know you?" "Dr. Herman Kopp, Biodyne Pharma." "Ah, I thought I recognized you." She eyed the elevator so invitingly close. "Look, doctor, I'm exhausted. Can we do this in the morning?" she asked as she started for the elevators. "I think you'll want to hear what I have to say. Unless it's how you've got a new drug that crams 8 hours of sleep into 2, I'm not interested. In case you haven't noticed, we've got a major outbreak here. That's why I'm here." She halted her march to the elevators. "Do you know something?" "Doctor, I know everything." Oval Office, White House, Washington, D.C. Best's heart pounded. She had provided many reports in the past that made it up to the president's staff, but never before had she briefed any of his staff in person, let alone the man himself. It was exciting, thrilling, exhilarating, and she wanted to throw up. She and Cap were led through the curved door by the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. As she cleared the threshold, she sucked in a breath when she saw how many were gathered, most standing, the president perched on the edge of his desk. "Mr. President, may I present Dr. Catherine Best of the CDC and Dr. Herman Kapp from Biodyne Pharma." The president stepped forward, his trademark smile spreading as he extended a hand. Best accepted it, as did Kapp, before they were directed to chairs by the commander-in-chief. She rarely shook hands in her business, but you don't leave the President of the United States hanging. God, he looks old. She remembered the young, vibrant man she had watched in his first-term campaign, and to compare that to the graying, weathered man now, she wondered if the job were worth it. She made a mental note to Google before and after images of former presidents to see if they all aged as quickly. The president sat across from her, leaning forward, his elbows on his knees, hands clasped loosely together. "I've assembled everyone I could think of here this morning, so no time is wasted. What's the situation?" Bess took a breath, her eyes making the rounds of the rooms. Most of the faces she recognized from the news, secretaries of state, defense, and homeland security, along with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, among others she didn't recognize, and stared at her, awaiting her words. "Mr. President, we have a viral outbreak in New Orleans. Until several hours ago, we had no idea of its origins or its virology. Dr. Kapp here was able to provide us with a wealth of information, and it is, needless to say, terrifying." She turned to Kapp, motioning toward the president. "If you would, Doctor?" "Mr. President, it's good to see you again. We met once in Geneva about 6 years ago." "I remember, Doctor. It's unfortunate we meet again under such circumstances." Kapp bowed his head in agreement. "Sir, several years ago, a brilliant scientist working for our company made an astounding breakthrough that will ultimately revolutionize medicine as we know it. He invented an antiviral that was able to target specific genetic patterns. To put it in easier terms for all of us to understand, imagine a bullet able to be fired into a crowd of people, but it would only target the one person it was programmed for, and if it didn't find that person, it would self-destruct, leaving no one harmed. But if it did find that person, it would kill them, and only them." Bess noticed the eyebrows on the chairman of the Joint Chiefs shoot up, as he no doubt wished the military analog were available. "Now,
imagine we took that a step further. Imagine we could program that bullet to only target those with brown eyes and fire that bullet, or an entire magazine of bullets, into a crowd, and only those with brown eyes would be killed. Well, this is what Dr. Victor Urban did. He invented an antiviral that could be programmed to target a specific genetic sequence, then destroy it. This means if there were a virus outbreak, we could decode its genome, then program the antiviral to target only cells infected with the virus. You'd inject the patient, and it would target only the infected cells, destroying them and moving on. Imagine the applications: HIV, hepatitis, and more, all wiped out by a genetically targeted drug. Very impressive. Now, how is it connected to New Orleans? Cap shifted in his seat, exchanging a quick glance with Best, who gave him a reassuring smile, tilting her head slightly toward the president. His lips turned to mere lines as they pressed together tightly. Then he finally let out the breath he had been holding. Mr. President, Dr. Urban disappeared 18 months ago and hasn't been seen since. The entire room leaned toward the good doctor. But we have heard from him on 3 occasions. Best reached into her briefcase, removing a sheaf of file folders containing supporting data for what was about to be said. She handed the first to the president, who passed it to his chief of staff. She gave the rest to the person beside her to hand out. That happened to be the Secretary of Defense. The first time we heard from him was 12 months ago. He took credit for releasing the antiviral into a movie theater in Los Angeles. The president sat up and looked around the room. Why haven't I heard of this before? Because, sir, we didn't know about it until a few hours ago, replied Best. I've got our people looking into it right now, but it will take time. Why? The bodies will need to be exhumed, assuming they weren't cremated. How many? Asked the president, his voice subdued. In this first incident, he targeted those with red hair. Genetic redheads, obviously, not bottled. Since this is less than 5% of the American population and it was a small theater, only 3 died. Only 3. Cap tipped his head in acknowledgement. I understand, sir. 3 too many. And why did you keep this quiet? Asked the Secretary of Defense sitting beside her. Cap turned to face him. He demanded $1 million and promised he would do nothing for 6 months. But if we were to notify the authorities, he would unleash a massive, broad attack on a major city. The board felt we had to go along with his demands. Just a second, interrupted the Secretary of Defense. I thought you injected this antiviral. How did he infect an entire theater? That's what we asked, and the only way we can figure he could is that he has aerosolized it somehow. His threat certainly implied this. So he can spray this thing anywhere he wants. Cap nodded. You people are insane, exclaimed the chairman. Didn't you think of the harm this thing could do? Of course we did, sir, which is why we designed it as an injectable and gave it a very short half-life of less than a day. This way, it was non-transmittable except by blood, and if used in a controlled way, should be perfectly safe. And besides, it was genetically targeted, so it would only affect those who possessed the gene it was designed to destroy. The chairman was about to say something when Best interrupted. Let me just say one thing. At this juncture, time is of the essence. Dr. Cap has come forward at the behest of Biodyne Pharma to help us, and has assured me that their entire company is at our disposal to help stop this. After we have Dr. Urban in custody, I'm certain there will be plenty of time for the blame game. For now, I suggest we limit ourselves to the facts and what we're going to do about the current situation. The president saved the chairman from having to respond.
You said that was the first time. Tell us about the second. Cap returned his attention to the commander-in-chief. Sir, 6 months after the first incident, we were contacted by Dr. Urban. How? Asked a man standing in the back of the room. If the Oval Office had a dark corner, he had found it. Best recognized him from somewhere, but didn't know who he was. Sir? Asked Cap. How has he been communicating with you? Secure email. We've been trying to trace him, but we've never had much success. Anytime our people get there, he's long gone. You'll provide us with all of this data. It was a statement, but Cap dealt with it as a request. Of course. He turned back to the president. This time he wanted $10 million and informed us the outbreak was at LaGuardia Airport, and he had targeted a rare genetic disorder called Marfan syndrome. It affects about 1 in 10 to 20,000 births. We were able to find a handful of people around the world who had been at LaGuardia that day, who had the disorder and died. But there was something else. What? Asked the president, again leaning forward. One of those who died, who had the disorder, had never been in LaGuardia, but died with the same symptoms as did the others, within 10 days of the infection. And your theory? Our theory is that in aerosolizing the antiviral, Dr. Urban has unintentionally allowed it to mutate. It can now transmit beyond the initial host. At least, that's our theory. What do you need to prove your theory? A sample of the altered antiviral. We've never seen it. We've only seen its effects. Best leaned forward. Now that we know about this, we've got teams heading for LaGuardia and the theater now, but we're not hopeful. This latest outbreak, however, we've narrowed down to the Superdome. We're searching it now to see if we can find out how he infected those in attendance. This latest outbreak, what's different? The disorder he targeted is far more common than the second attack. In the first attack, we theorized the antiviral hadn't mutated. We're assuming he continued to work on it after this first outbreak, and the mutation took place in the LaGuardia attack with a genetic sequence that only targeted a very rare subset of people. Those carrying it would have to transmit it somehow within a day before it would be dormant. Right now, we don't know how it is retransmitted. We should hopefully know more in a couple of days. Cap cleared his throat. Our theory is that the mutation only occurs in those who have the targeted gene. This narrows down the transmission pool considerably, making the transmission in the second attack a near fluke. It turns out that one of the LaGuardia victims was a friend of someone else with the disorder, and she infected him. He died at nearly the same time because he picked her up at the airport. Once those with the virus and the gene it was targeting died, the virus flamed out. The other carriers who didn't have the gene merely rid their bodies of the antiviral, the bulk of it after a day. And in this latest case, Dr. Urban contacted us, wanted 100 million this time. Increasing tenfold each time, muttered the JCDS. And we've already paid it. And the same 6-month reprieve? Yes, along with the data on what the antiviral is targeting this time. The president leaned back, rubbing his chin. It sounds to me like we have 6 months to catch a madman before he unleashes something even worse than what we have now. Agreed, said Best. However, we have an immediate problem now. I realize that. However, you have it contained, do you not? Best shook her head. Not in any way, sir. Explain. Sir, almost 75,000 people were at the Saints game. That's ticket holders, press, staff, and athletes. According to Dr. Urban's communique, this particular antiviral is targeting women who carry the breast cancer gene. Like Angelina? Piped in the Secretary of Defense. Yes, exactly like her, replied Best. This affects less than 1% of all women. However, if it were to continue to spread unchecked, we are looking at potentially 1 in every 200 women on the planet dying over the next 6 months. And as long as the antiviral is out there, it has more chances to mutate into something worse. But you said this is only transmittable by someone who has the gene and the antiviral. Bess nodded. That's what Biodyne thought after the LaGuardia attack. But things may have changed. May? We have had 2 cases arrive with all the symptoms just a few hours ago, but who have had no known exposure to anyone involved. Couldn't they have been exposed on a bus or in a mall? Yes, sir. But these 2 people were on a fishing trip for a week in the middle of nowhere. They didn't return until the day of the game. They presented 24 hours after the first of our patients began arriving. This means they were exposed most likely within 1 day of the initial release of the antiviral. So there was time. Yes, sir, there was. The only problem is this. One of them swears he was dropped off at home by his buddy, who was also infected, and saw no one since except his friend for the next 3 days. How's that possible? He's some sort of internet worker, works from home and has minimal contact with the outside world. The only person that visited him was his buddy, who returned a few hours later to drop off something left in the trunk. Then nothing for 2 days. Then he picked it up later, said the Secretary of Defense. If it were later, he wouldn't be presenting now. He'd be presenting several days from now. She shook her head. No, this man was infected within hours of his friend. Their arrival in New Orleans was just before the game ended, and they claim they made no stops for the last few hours of travel. That means the most likely explanation is his friend, who visited a restaurant after the game was over, then visited him on the way home to drop off a bag, was exposed at the restaurant, then unintentionally infected him. And I'm assuming this first man does not have the gene? Best shook his head. Dr. Urban says it is targeting women with the gene, not men with the gene. We're confirming it now and should know shortly. And if it comes back negative? Then we have person-to-person transmission without blood and without the targeted gene. She looked around the room, then back at the president. It means we may have already lost control of this. She swore the president aged in front of her eyes. God help us all, he muttered. What do you recommend? The full quarantine of New Orleans to start. And if this continues to spread, a full shutdown of all air, land, and sea travel. That's madness, exclaimed the Secretary of State. You'll destroy the nation's economy. We're talking about a flu outbreak here that can target only 1 in 200 women. No, sir, we are not. We are talking about an antiviral that kills 100% of its victims, and we have 2 people who we presume do not have the targeted gene, sick, transmitted presumably through the air. This is a worst-case scenario we are looking at here. If this thing is mutated to target anything it comes in contact with, and it is airborne, and it maintains its mortality rate, we are looking at an extinction-level event here. The room fell silent, no one knowing what to say to her sobering words. Finally, the president rose, causing everyone else to follow suit. I hear a lot of ifs in your scenario. What we do know for now seems to merit a quarantine of New Orleans, I'll grant you that. As well, I want any and all assets of this country devoted to tracking down Dr. Urban. Our goals are twofold. 1, to prevent the spread of the current antiviral, and 2, to prevent the next one's release in 6 months. I will let you know my decision shortly. He turned to Best and Cap. Thank you both for coming in. He returned to his desk and the meeting broke, everyone shuffling out the door. As Best was about to leave, a hand on her shoulder gently held her back. She turned to look, and it was the man who had been lurking in the corner. Come with me, would you? The way it was said wasn't a request, and it sent a shiver down her spine. She glanced back at the president, pulling at his graying hair, his face another 10 years older. The White House, Washington, D.C. Leif Morrison examined the surroundings out of habit as Best climbed into his limousine. He joined her inside, and the chauffeur closed the door, moments later climbing in the front. Morrison pressed the button for the intercom. "Take us around the block, Jerry." "Yes, sir." The car got underway, and Morrison turned to his passenger. "Do you know who I am?" She shook her head. "You look familiar, but I'm sorry, I don't know." "I'm Leif Morrison, National Clandestine Service Chief, CIA." CIA? He smiled, trying to discourage the natural instinct she must be fighting to become incommunicado. "What do you want with me?" He chuckled. "Nothing with you, don't worry. I find that when outsiders give briefings to the president, they don't always say everything they want to say, because they're too afraid of what he may do, and if they're wrong, they'll wear it." Best remained silent, but at least looked him in the eye. "What I want to know from you is, how close are we to this doomsday scenario?" Her lips pursed, and she averted her eyes. "Nothing you say will go beyond this car. I just need to know what level of threat I'm dealing with." She met his eye again and sighed. "Sir, if the latest information concerning the two men I mentioned is accurate, and they don't have the gene, we could be looking at a worldwide pandemic that could kill billions. If not everyone. There's always a small segment of the population that is immune, so 1% might survive. The question is whether the antiviral continues to mutate. Even those who survived the initial wave could be taken by the second or third, if it does. Those that survive would have to isolate themselves completely until they could be assured the antiviral had run its course. And unfortunately, we don't know whether the mutated antiviral could be carried by animals or laid dormant in our soil." She shook her head. "Sir, that's the worst-case scenario. How close are we to that?" "Too close, as far as I'm concerned." Morrison frowned. "That was my assessment of what you and Dr. Cap presented." He shifted in his seat, presenting his front to her. "What is your impression of Cap?" "Seems genuine, straight shooter. He came to me, told me everything he knew, answered all my questions." "You assume he told you everything?" She dipped her head. "Granted." She turned to face him. "Why don't you ask him yourself?" He smiled. "Oh, we will." His phone vibrated in his pocket, and a moment later, so did his guest's. He pulled out his phone and read the message. New Orleans quarantine approved. Hotel Tambor, Tambor Bay, Costa Rica. CIA Special Agent Dylan Kane groaned with pleasure as he lay on the private beach, the breeze steady but gentle off the ocean, cooling his skin, the flapping cloth umbrella jammed into the pristine sand, providing protection from the oils being massaged into his skin. Massaged by two of the loveliest pairs of hands he had yet to encounter. Catalina and Jasmine might not have been masseuses by trade, but they were experts at providing pleasure, and right now he was in heaven, their tiny hands working opposite ends of his body as he relaxed on his beach towel, drifting in and out of sleep. His mind slipped, and memories of last night with Jasmine and the night before with Catalina brought a smile to his face. They were local girls, beautiful, looking for fun with a rich tourist and perhaps a bauble or two they could pawn to help their families after he had departed. There was no money exchanged here, just good times. Very good times. Dylan Jr. stirred. and the more he tried not to concentrate on it, the more it became a problem. I hope they don't ask me to turn over. His watch gave him a slight electrical shock, indicating he had an urgent message. The shock method was far more discreet than a visual, auditory, or vibrating signal. Only he knew when it happened. It was strong enough to get your attention, even when asleep, and no one would notice. And if the watch had been removed for some reason, the signal was only sent if it were on an arm, and the owner of that arm would have had to enter a coded sequence after fastening the clasp to activate the messaging system. So even if stolen or confiscated, no messages would come through. But now, one had. I'm on vacation. After finishing up in Syria, then Egypt, he had taken a break. His old archaeology professor, James Acton, actually seeing him at the airport in Cairo just before catching the first of several flights that would take him where he was now, Costa Rica. Professor Acton had almost blown it, jumping from his seat before realizing he couldn't be seen talking to his old student. Acton sat back down without compromising Kane's cover, and he hoped next time Acton would do better, if there ever was a next time. But here in Costa Rica, a place he loved for its near-perfect weather, amazing beaches, and stunning women, nobody knew him except the staff at the hotel and a few locals he'd befriended over the years. The worst part of being a spy, okay, perhaps not the worst, was running into someone from your past who has no idea what you do. A high school sweetheart, an old army buddy, a friend of your mother's. Hell, even your mother. The last thing you wanted was to be on an op and have someone call out, "Hey, Dylan, it's me, Jim," when you're tailing someone. That was why they trained you to ignore someone calling your name so you didn't react. And if you were pursued and confronted, you would answer them in a foreign language if you could, appear confused, then move on. But the best way was to just have a different hairstyle. In high school, he kept it short for football. Ditto for college. When he left college to join the Army and fight terrorism, he was nearly shaved bald. Now, he had a healthy mane that he had never sported in his previous life. His friends now were few, and his family didn't travel, so the risk of being spotted and recognized was slim. It was a lonely life, but a life he loved. When recruited out of the Delta Force and into the Special Operations Group of the CIA, it had been one of the most exciting and thrilling days of his life. Then he had gone through the training. If he had thought Delta was tough, he didn't after. CIA training was solo. You weren't trained to work with others. You were trained to work alone. Sure, some ops had him working with others. Hell, a few weeks ago he had worked with some of his old Delta buddies. But more often than not, he was holed up somewhere uncomfortable and lonely. Luckily for him, he was a loner, always had been. Though popular in high school, his best times were in his room, alone, playing his video games, watching movies, reading. He was rarely on the phone, rarely went out during the week, and used the excuse his folks were strict. His mother had always encouraged him to go out, so as a compromise, he had hooked up with Chris LaRue, a younger, geekier schoolmate far smarter than him. LaRue would tutor him for hours, and they had formed a bond that had lasted into adulthood, LaRue independently pursuing a similar career, CIA research analyst. "I gotta get up, ladies," he said, pushing to his feet. There were giggles as the bulge in his shorts was prominently revealed. He winked at them as he adjusted himself. "How about we take care of that in about 10 minutes? More giggles. And nods. He went to his cabin on the beach and entered the coded sequence into his watch, the message scrolling by, raising his eyebrows. "You've been activated. Stand by for orders." He logged into his laptop and connected to Langley via satellite, but no orders had arrived yet. There was a tap at the door, and he smiled as Catalina and Jasmine stepped inside, peeling off their bikinis. He was still covered head to toe in oil, and as the two willing partners smeared themselves against him, Dillon Jr. casting an eye on the situation, as its master hoped those impending orders would take their sweet time in arriving. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. National Clandestine Service Chief for the CIA, Leif Morrison, sat at his desk, scanning the highlights of the intel as it was gleaned from the material provided by CAP and Biodyne. The best analysts in the world at every agency at the U.S. government's disposal were poring over the data in a race to be the first to find the madman behind these attacks. Why would someone do this? What possible motivation? According to the medical files, Urban was healthy, by all accounts happily married with 2 kids, and rich from stock options. His IQ was through the roof, and he was considered eccentric to a point, suffering from a mild case of obsessive-compulsive disorder, but that meant he flicked a light switch a few too many times, not killed people for kicks. Morrison's gut was telling him something else was going on here, something more than a megalomaniac after money. But what, he didn't know. He had agents spread across the globe being notified to stand by for orders, though at this point he had none to give them. A dossier was being rapidly assembled with their preliminary information, and it would be transmitted throughout the world to their operators, who would then use their own contacts in the underworld to try and find the person who might just end mankind's reign on Earth. He stared at the picture of his wife Cheryl on the corner of his desk. She was smiling, laughing, actually, her arms spread out across the railing of a friend's yacht, by all appearances having the time of her life. But she was 3 months into chemo at that point. Good days mixed with bad. And that was a good day. She had pulled through, and the doctors said she was cancer-free after 5 years of follow-ups. For now. He remembered how she had been so embarrassed by her body after the double mastectomy, and how he had assured her it was okay, that he still found her attractive. When the implants had been done, she felt better about herself, and she had even upped the ante, so to speak, to his surprise. He picked up the phone, speed-dialing her number. It rang several times when she picked up, out of breath. "Hi, darling, sorry. I was in the shower." "Hi, hun. Sorry for interrupting, but I need you to do something for me." "What's that?" "Pack a bag and go to the cottage." "Why?" "Just pack for 2 weeks. When you get into town, buy as much food as you can fit in the trunk, gas it up, and then go to the cottage. Don't tell anyone where you're going. Just get there, then call me." "You're scaring me." "I'm sorry, hun, but I need you to do this for me." "Why?" "Once you're in the car, turn the radio on and you'll know why. Call the kids and get them to join you there." "But—" "Just do it, honey. I've got to go. I love you." He hung up before she could ask any further questions. What he had just done was wrong, against every principle he had been taught, but he didn't care. If this antiviral got out, he wanted his family safe. Everyone should have the same opportunity, but he knew damned well it wasn't practical. Not everyone had a cottage. Not everyone had some place to go. And if everyone were told the same thing, there'd be mass panic. The chaos about to happen in New Orleans would cause panic enough. Superdome, New Orleans, Louisiana. Sergeant Greg Michael stood facing 24 young officers, the massive Superdome behind him. To his left and right were hundreds of additional officers, all getting briefed. It reminded him of Hurricane Katrina, though this time the tension seemed even higher. They all knew there was a deadly virus outbreak, but as it stood right now, apparently only women needed to worry. Yet despite that, every female officer had reported for duty. "We're searching this building from top to bottom. We're not sure what we're looking for, except that it should be something that can spray a gas into the air. Our job will be to escort these HVAC guys." He jerked a thumb over his shoulder at a group of heating, ventilation, and air conditioning specialists. To wherever they need to go. 2 of us per team. If they find anything, secure the area and report back. He pointed into his group at the greenest rookie of them all, Jackie McLeod. McLeod, you're with me. He clapped his hands together. Let's go, people. The sooner we find what we're looking for, the sooner we can stop this outbreak. The group broke up into their traditional pairings and joined the dozen sets of specialists. Michael stepped up to one of the pairs. I'm Sergeant Michael. This, he shoved a thumb over his shoulder at his approaching partner, is Officer McLeod. You lead, we'll follow. The elder of the 2 men stepped forward, extending his hand. Good to meet you. I'm Neil. This is Lee, he said, tilting his head at his younger partner. Michael waved off the handshake. We've got a virus going around, so let's minimize physical contact, okay? He noted Lee's and McLeod's hands dart away from each other moments before connecting. He raised his voice to those still within earshot. That goes for everyone. Minimize physical contact. We don't know how this thing is spread, and those with a set of swingers don't get cocky. You may just bring it home and infect your wife, daughter, or mother. He made a show of removing a pair of latex gloves and snapping them on, prompting the rest to do the same. He extended a hand, indicating for Neil and Lee to lead the way. After you, gentlemen. Neil appeared slightly uncomfortable and eyed the gloves. Michael smiled and pulled another pair from his belt. Like a pair? Neil smiled, taking them and snapping them on as McLeod offered a pair to Lee. The 2 men took a few moments to get the gloves on, a practiced hand needed to do it efficiently. Finally gloved, they made their way into the massive structure, the men obviously having been here before as they navigated the maintenance tunnels with confidence. What the hell? It was the older specialist Neil who first came to a halt. Michael rounded the duo and his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Police tape crisscrossed the door, along with a seal across the lock, warning anyone who broke it that they might be subject to arrest. Michael held his mic to his mouth. This is 10 William 15. We've got a crime scene marked off at our location. Request permission to breach the seal, over. Copy that, 10 William 15. Hold for instructions, over. What do you think happened here, Sergeant? Michael shrugged at McLeod. Maybe it's related to the power failure during the game? I thought they traced that to be something outside, a transformer or something, like at the Super Bowl. And you know more than me. Could be the murder. Huh? Echoed Michael and McLeod. Lee eyed them. You mean you didn't hear about the murder? Michael shook his head. No. Spill. Yeah, they found a security guard shot to death a few days after the game. It was one of our guys who actually found him, stuffed behind an air exchanger. Michael eyed the door, the bright yellow tape a stark contrast to the black-painted door. Could be... His radio interrupted him. 10 William 15, your go for a breach. Homicide detective assigned to the case is en route to your position, over. Homicide? Then it must be the murder. Roger that, dispatch. Breaching now. Out. He clipped his mic to his vest and indicated for McLeod to cut the seal. She tore the tape down, sliced the seal along the doorframe, then ripped the portion covering the keyhole away. She stepped back, and Neil was about to step forward with the key when Michael held out his hand. Better let me. He took the key, pushed it into the lock, and turned. There was a click, and he twisted the knob, pushing the door open. The stench was overwhelming. My God, haven't they cleaned this crime scene yet? They all stepped back, the smell overwhelming as 3 days of human decay, followed by a week of confinement, oozed out the door and into the corridor. Neil and Lee donned face masks from their kits, offering a pair to Michael and McLeod, all continuing to wait for the air to clear a bit. Michael stepped inside, searching for something to prop the door open with. Finding nothing, he reached up and unscrewed the bolt to the pneumatic door closer. He swung the door all the way open, and it stayed. He and McLeod then advanced into the cramped utility room, making certain it was clear, then stepped back out. Michael's eyes were watering from the stench as he returned to the corridor, McLeod appearing a little gray. "All yours, gentlemen," said Michael through his mask, motioning them inside with an outstretched arm. Neil entered first, his younger partner hesitating, then finally following. Michael laughed as Lee gagged. Then the thought of the kid yakking caused his own stomach to flip, and he stepped farther from the door. A quick glance at McLeod, and he was surprised to see she seemed unaffected. "This doesn't bother you?" "4 baby brothers. I've been changing diapers for most of my life. Some of the stuff that came out of those little bastards would make grown men weep. Out here, it's not too bad." She gestured toward the 2 men inside the cramped room. "Those guys, I feel sorry for. That's like putting your head in the diaper." Michael chuckled, finding the conversation was distracting him from the thick air. "Found something," called Neil. Michael looked to see him beckoning them inside. Of course, it had to be us. He stepped inside, and Neil pointed at a canister sitting on the floor behind the exchanger, a long black hose attaching it to a series of others. It all meant nothing to him, but from the looks of the shiny new fitting on the hose, he would guess it was a recent addition. "What is it?" "Somebody's added something to the ventilation. This canister is cranked fully open." Neil pointed at the unmarked canister. "This hose feeds it directly into the system, so when it fires up, it pumps it into the air exchanger and throughout the building, or at least throughout the area that this unit services." "Which is?" "Pretty much half the complex." Lee reached forward with a wrench, quickly fitting it over the collar holding the hose in place when everyone shouted, "No!" The young man froze. "What?" "What the hell are you doing?" asked Michael. "Removing it so you can have your guys examine it." "Gently remove the wrench," said the more experienced Neil, reaching out to steady the now shaking hands of the young man. "We don't want to mess with their evidence now, do we?" Lee shook his head, removing the wrench and pocketing it. He stepped back, a little paler than when he arrived. Michael breathed a sigh of relief. He was pretty sure the canister was empty and no longer a danger, but there was no point in risking it. This was the CDC's job now. "Everybody out," ordered Michael. McLeod left first, followed by Neil and Lee. Michael closed the door tight, grabbing his mic. "Dispatch, this is 10 William 15. I think we found what you're looking for, over." He gripped the mask over his face a little tighter, wondering what the hell he had just gotten himself into, and if it were related to the homicide that had taken place here. LaRue Residence, Fairfax Towers, Falls Church, Virginia. Chris LaRue stretched, one leg extending out, the opposite arm reaching over his head, and with a groan he reversed the stretch, his head turning to the other side, a smile of contentment smeared across his face that quickly disappeared when he saw the empty bed beside him. He jerked awake, pushing up on his elbows. "Honey?" There was no answer, but the running shower put that question to rest. It shut off, and his girlfriend Sherry White's happy humming became audible. He frowned. "She's only that happy right after we've shivered the timbers, or when she's going out on an op." He swung his legs out of bed, knowing full well which one it was. He grabbed his phone, remembering what had woken him. "Report to office immediately." This was supposed to be a day off for both of them. A lazy day in bed, a nice afternoon playing tourist, a quiet romantic dinner, a movie on the couch with some ice cream and hot raspberry sauce, and a whole lot of lovin'. But instead, all they'd get now were a few extra hours of sleep. He stood, pulled down, then kicked off his boxers, and opened the door to the bathroom. Steam rolled out into the bedroom, and he smiled at the spectacular love of his life that stood in front of the fogged-up mirror, humming while drying her hair. He stepped up behind her and reached around, cupping her breasts. She yelped. then smiled, leaning into him and giving her bum a wiggle to get things stirring, but he was way ahead of her. He gently kissed her shoulder. "Going somewhere?" he asked. She moaned, turning around and embracing him, her naked body pressed against his as he pulled her in tight, the grinding sending little Chris into a frenzy. She pushed him away. "Sorry, dear, but I've got to report in for an op." He groaned, staring down at his wagging member, then at the object of his desire as she left the bathroom. He waddled out after her, wagging his pride back and forth like a dog's tail. "Aw, hon." She laughed at the sight. "Put that thing away. We've got to get to work." He frowned at the little guy, then stared at her with a pout. She eyed him, then let out a burst of false exasperation. "Fine. A quickie. And I do mean quick." She marched over to him and shoved him backward onto the bed. Straddling him, she dropped down, mashing her breasts against his bare chest, her mouth at his ear, whispering words that made his heart skip a beat. The shy man he was only months before, now full of confidence, thanks to a woman out of his league that had given him a chance. "You're lucky I find you so irresistible," she whispered, her breath hot against his neck. "I can never say no to you." He flipped her over, kissing her hard as she wrapped her legs around his waist, pulling him inside. She yanked his hair, separating their lips. "Remember, I said quick." He smiled and proceeded to follow his orders. I-10 northbound, New Orleans, Louisiana. Kyle Patrick rolled the window of his Ford F-150 down and leaned out the window, staring up while trying to keep one eye on the road. Dozens of helicopters, scratch that, hundreds, all military, flew by overhead, the sky full. A horn honked, and he looked ahead, then slammed on his brakes as the traffic had come to a halt. What the hell is going on? He turned the radio on, and his jaw dropped. Complete quarantine. I repeat, authorities have informed us that the president has ordered a complete quarantine of New Orleans due to the recent virus outbreak that began yesterday. All air traffic has been halted. No civilian air traffic will be permitted to enter or leave airspace surrounding the city, and shockingly, we have just discovered that the Air Force is operating under shoot-down orders. Any air traffic disobeying the quarantine will be shot down. My God! Kyle couldn't believe his ears. The shutdown extended to rail and shipping, and as traffic moved again, slowly, the reporter described the shutdown of all roads leading into and out of the city. As the traffic inched forward, several National Guard vehicles blocked the way, camouflaged men with automatic weapons directing the traffic down the off-ramp and back into the city. And they were all wearing hazmat suits. Shit, this is serious. His chest tightened as his heart pounded. His hand shook as he reached for the dial to turn up the volume, fear gripping him as he listened to the report, wondering what he should do next. For now, his movements dictated by the soldiers manning the blockade. CDC spokesperson Anthony Wade said the situation was serious, but there was no need to panic. The CDC advises all residents remain in their homes and not attempt to leave the city. Should anyone display flu-like symptoms, it is essential that you call 911. Do not leave your home. If someone has symptoms in your home, isolate them, call 911, and an ambulance will pick them up. At this time, it is not known how the disease is transmitted. However, good hygiene and isolation is the best way we know how to prevent the spread. Wash your hands, wash down all surfaces with a mild bleach solution, and minimize contact with your neighbors. The next update from the CDC. Kyle blindly followed the car in front of him, debating where to go. He could return to his apartment. At least there he'd be alone. But did he really want to be alone? He could go to his folks' place, but what if he were infected? He could infect them. If they were to die because of him, he'd never forgive himself. His phone rang. It took several rings for him to realize what was happening. He grabbed it and took the call.
Hello? Kyle, it's Mom. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Mom, have you heard the news? Yes, I want you to come here right away. Really? What if I'm infected? Then we get sick together. Come home. Your father and I have lots of food and water here, unlike your empty fridge. We'll ride this thing out together as a family.
Kyle's shoulders sank in relief. The decision made for him.
I'm on my way,
he choked out, ending the call as he was guided onto the freeway, heading back the way he had just come.
God, please help us.
En route to CIA headquarters, Langley, Virginia. LaRue couldn't believe what he had just heard, even turning up the radio and switching to several different stations. Everyone that had a human being at the other end was talking about nothing but. Even the music stations were dedicating songs to the people of New Orleans, their DJs giving sound bites between tracks. There was no escaping the story, and he had no doubt it was why they were called into work.
What do you think is going on?
Asked Sherry, sitting in the passenger seat, leaning forward as she peered in the side mirror, checking to make sure their escort was in tow. They had been assigned an escort since the incident several months ago with the Assembly, a secret organization that had its fingers into the world's finances and governments to a degree so terrifying it sometimes kept him up at night. The team of 4 watched LaRue's back as he was now tasked to investigate the organization. Sherry was an active operator, so wasn't their responsibility. In fact, the agency probably considered her additional security for him, since that was her original assignment, until they had developed feelings for each other. He stole a quick glance at her and smiled at the memories from this morning, then frowned at another report about people attempting to escape the quarantine zone.
I think we're being called in because of this. And since this is domestic and we're technically foreign, I'm guessing this isn't some natural occurrence. Terrorism?
He shrugged and turned.
Could be. We'll probably be briefed as soon as we get in.
She squeezed his thigh.
I'm scared. Me too. For them to quarantine a city.
His voice trailed off as he shook his head.
I just can't believe it. It's like something out of a horror movie. You don't think...
She cut herself off.
Forget it. What, that it's zombies?
She smacked his shoulder and laughed.
No, that's not what I was going to say.
He rubbed his shoulder.
Ow! Don't forget you're a trained agent, licensed to kill, hands are a registered weapon and all that stuff. Oh, I'm sorry, baby, she cooed as she leaned over and kissed where she had hit. Is that better?
Yes. And you were thinking zombies. This time he was ready, and when the blow came, he jerked toward the window, avoiding it. She shook her head, trying to hide her smile.
Next week, let's go see something nice and tame instead of World War Z, okay?
She laughed, then pointed ahead.
Slow down. That light's going to change before our escort can reach it.
He lifted his foot slightly off the gas as the flashing red crossing signal turned solid, and the traffic light went amber, then red. He was still getting used to essentially driving in a convoy, but with Sherry along, she always seemed to know when he was forgetting.
I wonder if you're going out of country again.
She put her arm over his shoulders, massaging his neck.
No idea. If this is related to New Orleans, and it's terrorism related, then probably. Hopefully not too long. It'll take as long as it takes. Don't worry, I'm used to being alone.
She squeezed a little tighter and extended her fingers up the back of his head, gently massaging his scalp.
I'll miss you.
You better.
Holy shit, will you look at that?
They had left the highway for the southeast entrance to CIA headquarters when LaRue was forced to come to a stop far from the gate, a large lineup of cars waiting to clear security.
They must have called everyone in,
commented Sherry as they inched forward. One of the guards was walking up the line, checking ID, directing visitors to the visitor area, speeding things along so staff could get through quicker. As he approached, LaRue rolled his window down and presented both their IDs. The guard scanned both passes, then handed them back. "Please proceed up the left and directly inside, then report to your supervisor immediately." Sherry leaned toward the driver's side window.
"We have an escort vehicle behind us. They will be accompanying us."
"Understood." The man stepped back and waved LaRue into the left lane. He cranked the wheel and headed the wrong way down the road, their tail following them, and stopped at what would normally be the exit gate. Again, their IDs were checked as dogs sniffed the car and men circled it with mirrors held on long poles, searching for bombs or other foreign devices. LaRue didn't bother mentioning the escort did that several times a day regardless. The first time he had mentioned it had prompted an entire teardown of the vehicle. Never again. Finished, they were cleared and they rushed to the parking lot, then inside, only to find another lineup, this time with staff sent through a scanner manned by personnel in biohazard suits. When LaRue passed through, he glanced back and noticed it was an infrared scanner measuring their body temperatures. He was cleared, but a trickle of people were turned around and sent for what he assumed was further testing. He breathed a sigh of relief when Sherry cleared.
"See you soon,"
he said, giving her a kiss.
"Unless I'm tasked elsewhere."
She winked.
"Don't wait up."
Sherry headed for the clandestine section of Langley, LaRue following her with his eyes, hoping for a shoulder check. She was almost out of sight when she spun and blew him a kiss, leaving a smile plastered on his face as he headed for the analysis section. When he arrived in his office area, the place was filled, day shifts and night shifts mingling, competing for desk space. Fortunately for LaRue, he was senior enough to merit his own dedicated terminal in his own open office cubicle. The smile gone, he hung his jacket on a hanger, then headed for the director's office. As he approached, Morrison's secretary smiled at him.
"Conference room B. Briefing starts in 5.
LaRue cursed and jogged toward the room, joined by other late arrivals.
I guess there wasn't time for that nookie.
He crammed into the back of the room, and the doors were closed as Morrison stood at the front. The nearly 100 senior analysts fell quiet instantly.
"Good afternoon, everyone. I won't waste any time as there's none to waste. This morning, the President authorized the complete quarantine of New Orleans with shoot-to-kill orders if anyone attempts to break it. This is the largest quarantine in our country's history and potentially the greatest threat we have ever faced. Indeed, it may be the greatest threat mankind has ever faced."
LaRue gulped, exchanging glances with those around him.
"Please don't let it be zombies."
"This is what we know."
And for the next 10 minutes, the director related how Biodyne had been covering up one of their researchers having gone nutbar, the attacks in L.A. and LaGuardia, and now the New Orleans Saints game, how the antiviral they had invented had been modified by this Dr. Urban, and how it had mutated, spreading beyond its original intended targets. LaRue's mind wandered for a moment when the antiviral was first explained.
Incredible.
It was revolutionary, world-altering, and now, potentially world-ending.
"Bottom line, people, is this thing has mutated and has a 100% fatality rate, and just may be spreading through the general populace, depending upon when the mutation took place. But that's not our concern. CDC will track this thing and try to stop its spread. Our job is to find this Dr. Urban at all costs. We cannot let a fourth event occur, and to be honest, if we can't get containment or find a cure, CDC's projections are that there might not be enough people left alive on the planet to care. This is it, people. This is the end game. If we fail, it's all over. So we won't fail. The President has suspended all laws that have restricted us in the past. What that means for those in this room is that you can look at anything, foreign or domestic. No wiretap authorization, no court orders, no nothing. You need something, you get it. You want something, you take it. Don't wait on anyone for permission, just do it. Your individual supervisors will have instructions as to your assignments. We are now working on alternating shifts, 8 hours on, 8 hours off. Don't tell your loved ones, otherwise we could create even more panic than will already be happening beyond these doors. Call whoever you need to call to tell them you'll be working and sleeping here. Cover story is a major terrorist threat geared around taking advantage of our being distracted by the New Orleans situation.
Morrison paused, staring out at the crowd. The next words from his mouth stressed with a tone LaRue had never heard from the director.
We are not working on New Orleans. Clear? If the public thought we were, then the current cover of this being a naturally occurring limited-risk virus would blow up in our faces. As it stands, we'll be lucky if that cover lasts for more than a day. Dismissed.
He left the room, leaving everyone staring at each other. Then someone broke the silence. "Let's get to work." The room emptied in a hurry, LaRue rushing for his desk, thanking God it wasn't zombies, but even more terrified of what they truly were dealing with, a madman with a virus that could be genetically targeted to kill any group of people. It was sickening, and he found his mind consumed by the horror of it all as he dropped into his seat, not sure where to begin. As he was logging in, his cell phone vibrated with a secure message. "Report to Director Morrison's office immediately." He jumped up, wondering what Morrison wanted from him now. He had been exclusively tasked with pursuing the assembly, and they were so well buried he had had almost no success yet. In fact, he had had none. Arriving at Morrison's office, he was waved directly in, and found the director sitting at a side table in a comfortable leather chair, another occupied by a man LaRue didn't recognize. LaRue closed the door and sat in the chair pointed to by Morrison.
"This is Dr. Herman Kapp from Biodyne Pharma,"
said Morrison, motioning toward the man occupying the other chair. LaRue leaned forward to shake the man's hand, who left them clasped across his stomach.
"You'll forgive me for not shaking hands. I think with this pandemic, we should all minimize personal contact."
LaRue withdrew his hand as he made a quick mental tally of all the people and things he had touched since yesterday. His skin crawled.
"Mr. LaRue is one of our top analysts. He has a knack for tracking communications back to their source. I'm assigning him to try and find your Dr. Urban."
"Just Mr. LaRue?" Cap seemed surprised and disappointed. Morrison chuckled.
No, of course not. We've got teams being assigned right now, as do other agencies. I wanted you to meet Mr. LaRue, however, as, like I said, he's one of our best, and has a habit of being able to take two apparently completely unrelated pieces of information and join them together, revealing new truths that ultimately lead to our target. You will each have the other's personal phone number. Chris, if you have a question, you call Dr. Kapp day or night. Dr. Kapp, should you think there is something Chris should know that you've forgotten, you call him, day or night. Time is of the essence."
Of course," agreed Dr. Kapp as he removed a card from his pocket, then thought better of it. "Cards can transmit germs. How about I text you my number?" Moments later, the numbers were exchanged electronically, and Morrison turned to LaRue.
"Anything you want to ask to get started?"
LaRue's mind had been racing from the moment the briefing had begun.
"Does Dr. Urban have a family?"
Cap nodded.
"A wife and 2 daughters. By all accounts, they were very close, but he appears to have left them behind." "I'll start there. If they were close, then they're most likely communicating. I'll need everything you have on them, list of employees going back to the time he joined the company, any friends you know of, where he traveled on company and personal business, everything. The more you give me, the more chances I have of connecting the dots."
He turned to Morrison.
"I'd also suggest we have the FBI pick up his family for questioning."
Morrison smiled slightly.
"Already being taken care of. They should be here before the end of the day."
"Here?"
"They're in Canada. Mrs. Urban is Canadian. She apparently moved back after her husband disappeared."
"Are the Canadians cooperating?"
I'm sure they would eventually, but we haven't told them of our interest. We have no time for bureaucracy getting in the way.
Are there plans to inform foreign governments of what we know? LaRue waved his hand. Sorry, sir, I shouldn't have asked that.
Morrison bobbed his head in agreement. A little above your pay grade. Focus on your job. Find Urban. That bastard might have a cure for all we know.
Yes, sir, said LaRue, standing, then clasping his hands behind his back as a reminder to avoid shaking hands. Doctor, if you could have everything emailed to my account as soon as possible, I'll get to work. Cap's fingers were already tapping away on his cell phone. Naturally, everything has already been compiled by our people as we try to find him ourselves. It should be in your email within the next few minutes. Thank you, sir. LaRue left the room, excited about the new hunt he was about to begin, and terrified at the implications of failure. Decontamination Zone, Interim LSU Public Hospital, New Orleans, Louisiana. Best stared at the reports as they scrolled across the screen. The quarantine was coming into place, but not quick enough for her liking. As soon as word had come out that the airports, railways, and shipping were all shutting down, some segments of the population had panicked, as expected. The freeways had jammed within the first hour, and an unknown number of residents had managed to escape before the roadblocks were in place. Damn the press. The shutdown had been a secret. They wanted the quarantine complete before they went public with the news. Instead, the local press had caught wind of massive cancellations at the airport. Then somebody had leaked why, and the cat was out of the bag, scurrying around the airwaves, destroying any hope of containment. The roads were now closed. Traffic cameras examined to identify the cars that had left the city over the past 10 days in the desperate hope of tracking down all those who might be infected. It was hopeless. National Guard units from the surrounding states were deploying to block all traffic going into or coming out of Louisiana. But with so many roads, at best, they might stem the flow. Cordons were being set up to turn around traffic, and all airports and trains were shutting down throughout the state, the president ordering the expanded quarantine. Refugee camps were starting to be set up for those trapped with nowhere to go, and the conspiracy theory mill was running at full tilt. Unfortunately, this time it was more accurate than even the crazies knew. Dr. Best. She turned around to see a beaming Johnston. What is it? We found it. What? The canister used to infect the Superdome. Best smiled at the first piece of good news she had had all day. When will it be here? Chopper is on its way to pick it up right now. Where was it? Apparently tied into the ventilation system. And there's something else. What? There was a body discovered in the same room about a week ago. We might actually finally have a lead. Best agreed. A murder meant a murderer, and that murderer might very well be Urban himself. Do the police have any leads? I'm checking now. Hopefully I'll have something for you soon. She nodded, returning to the reports streaming in. The good news was that the flood of people at hospitals across the city were proving to be mostly false alarms. Possible new cases were a trickle an hour, and Atlanta had assured her that they'd have a blood test before the end of the day to identify those truly infected, thanks to the cooperation of Biodyne Pharma. Thank God they came forward. She'd hate to think where they'd be in this without them. Now, at least, they weren't working blind. They had scientists who could answer questions, who knew exactly what they were dealing with, and could speed up the regular processes dramatically. It was hope. Now, all we need is a cure. Outside the Superdome, New Orleans, Louisiana. Detective Isabelle Laprise pulled her car up to the throng of emergency personnel, flicking off the integrated emergency lights, their flashing blue proving to be not much of an advantage in the traffic chaos forming on the roads, as the citizenry of the city discovered the quarantine, then promptly got in their cars to test it. Maybe tomorrow things will be better. She could understand the panic, but what the hell was the point in leaving your house? The authorities were saying stay put, So, stay put. Why would you want to risk spreading an infectious disease to the friends or family you were escaping the city to stay with? A report on her car radio as she had pulled in had said the water supply was safe, and that door-to-door food delivery would be starting shortly. Part of her wondered how they could know the water supply was safe. It didn't matter. If they were all dying a horrible death from some unknown disease, then so be it. She wasn't afraid to die. She had no husband or boyfriend, no kids she knew of, and no family to speak of. Her parents dead when she was in college. She did have her grandparents, though, but they were old, and her granddaddy would welcome death, considering he had said as much at Thanksgiving.
"I can't wait to die," he had said. "I can't walk right no more. I can't sit right no more. I can't shit right no more. Why the hell would I want to keep living with all these damn things wrong with me? I take 20 different pills 4 times a day just to keep me going, and the side effects half the time are worse than the damn thing they're supposed to treat. This ain't life. This is existing."
Her grandmother had tut-tutted him in a way that made Isabel think this was an old rant, so paid it no mind. But knowing her granddaddy, if he had the energy, he'd be at the mall with his tongue glued to the top of the handrail of the escalator, just hoping he'd catch something that could kill him. Too bad you don't have boobs, Granddaddy. From what she had heard, almost all the victims so far were women. That meant she was at more risk than her aging grandfather. I hope Grandma will be okay. She climbed out of the car as the thumping of a chopper overhead grabbed everyone's attention. Instead of watching the chopper, however, she rushed to the entrance she had been told to report to when a cylinder was wheeled out by a group in hazmat suits. That's from my damned crime scene. Wait a minute. She ran toward them, her badge held high in the air. She was ignored at first until she finally was close enough for them to hear her. One acknowledged her and stopped the procession as the chopper landed a couple of 100 feet away, whipping the dust and litter of the massive stadium about until the blades finally slowed. Is that from my crime scene? The one apparently in charge approached. This cylinder has been taken into the custody of the CDC under authority. I don't give a shit under what authority you've taken it. I damned well know that your authority trumps mine. I just want to know if anybody had the presence of mind to check for prints or any other trace evidence before pulling it out of there. A good young man died, and it's probably because of this. Ma'am, detective, we could be looking at billions dead. The man turned to the others. Let's go. Billions? Isabel stood there, dumbfounded at the statement. Was it really that bad? She suddenly felt naked as the group in hazmat suits rushed to the chopper with their prize. Several of the others who were within earshot were exchanging the same shocked look she was. Billions. Excuse me, detective? She turned toward the voice, snapping her shocked jaws shut. Yes? Sergeant Greg Michael, detective. There were some crime scene techs here. I saw them in the parking lot when we arrived. I guess it was sort of an all-hands-on-deck type thing. You're rambling, Sergeant. The sergeant's partner, a much younger female officer, stifled a grin. Sorry, detective, not every day you hear the world's ending. Isabel frowned. Billions. Anyway, I had Officer McLeod here. He jerked a thumb at the smile beside him. Go get them, and they checked out the cylinder before those CDC people got here. No fibers, no prints. I'm afraid it's a dead end. He held up his phone. I did get photos of it before they took it out, and close-ups of some numbers that were etched on the bottom, probably from the factory. Good work, Sergeant, said Isabel as the chopper powered up, halting the conversation, her mind already awhirl at the possibilities of this new piece of evidence. Obviously, her murder was connected to this virus. They might trace the cylinder back to whoever manufactured it, then eventually to whoever bought it. It was a long shot, and she had no idea if these were traceable. So far, the case was pretty much a bust. She had an unauthorized person entering the room 10 minutes before the power failure, pulling a kit on a trolley. Then, the murdered guard about 5 minutes later. And then, just after the power failure, one person left, again pulling the kit. It was too much of a coincidence, and her theory that the two were connected was laughed out of the captain's office. There was no electrical in that room. It was heating and cooling only. And besides, less than a week later, they had traced the problem to some damned vault nowhere near the room. The same problem that Entergy had claimed was fixed after the Super Bowl. But it was just too damned big of a coincidence for her to buy that the two things weren't connected. And now, with that room almost definitely linked to the virus, she was sure of it. The kit he was carrying on the dolly must have had the cylinder inside. The power failure was obviously a diversion, either triggered remotely or by an accomplice. If only I had the resources the feds have. McLeod pointed up at the sky. "Look!" Isabel stared up and gasped. "What the hell?" 5,000 feet over the Superdome, New Orleans, Louisiana. Special Agent Dylan Kane gripped the netting at the rear of the C-130J Super Hercules aircraft as the rear ramp descended, the air whipping about the cabin. The pilot had offered to land at Louis Armstrong Airport, but there was no time. Kane had been sent instructions within 30 minutes of being activated. 30 fantastic minutes. He had hightailed it to the airport, chartered a jet on the company credit card, landed at Naval Air Station Joint Reserve Base New Orleans, then onto this Herc, all within 8 hours. Uncle Sam spares no expense when needed. When he had left, all he knew was he was needed in country. During the flight, he had received the briefing notes on what was going on, and it had shocked him. His first instinct was to call his parents and tell them to get supplies and button up the house, but that would have been illegal and unfair, and hopefully unnecessary. Though as word of the containment failure reached him, he regretted his earlier decision to not reach out. It wasn't until he was on the ground at the Naval Air Station that he had received his final orders. The antiviral source had been found, and he was to make rapid entry into New Orleans and trace the origin of that canister, at all costs. There was a private communique from the National Clandestine Service Chief himself, Director Morrison, attached to the file. Consider yourself unleashed. His heart had skipped a beat at that. It was essentially code telling him that there were no rules. Any and all laws could be violated in carrying out his mission, including breaking and entering, assault, torture, even murder, whatever it took. And that was when he realized how serious the situation truly was. They're scared. Damned scared. He stepped off the back of the ramp, hurtling through the air, his eyes quickly scanning the ground below. It only took a few moments to find the massive Superdome below him, and he aimed for the impressive structure while monitoring his altitude. At 2,000 feet, he pulled his cord, opening the chute above him, then gently coasted the rest of the way, seeking a good spot to land. That'll do. A chopper had just taken off, leaving a clear area close to the building. Minutes later, he was on the ground, hauling in his chute as dozens of police rushed him, their weapons drawn. His chute secure from dragging him away, he turned to the gathered throng. "Is there a Detective Isabelle Laprise here?" Sherbrooke, Quebec, Canada. Agent Sherry White sat parked in her black SUV, Quebec plates, waiting for her targets to arrive home. A private plane had brought her from Langley to Montreal, Quebec, Canada, and her fake Canadian passport had her through customs in minutes. Her SUV had been pre-positioned for her, and now she waited for Urban's family to arrive home, another agent already confirming they had left the school 7 minutes ago. This would be one of her more difficult assignments. She was a relatively junior agent. This was her first assignment out of country, and even though it was only Canada, hardly a country filled with people who wanted to kill American spies, it was still exciting. The clandestine feeling of sneaking across a border with false ID was exhilarating, but she had prepared for this particular assignment to be difficult. After all, she was picking up a woman and her 2 kids and taking them across the border back to the United States. If they were willing to cooperate and they had passports, she'd simply drive them all across the border and she'd be done with it. But if they didn't have passports, she'd smuggle them across, and that meant they wouldn't cooperate. She was prepared for that, though it wouldn't be pleasant. A silver Mercedes ML350 SUV rounded a corner and approached, pulling into the driveway of her target and entering the garage. She waited for the garage door to close, then backed in the driveway right up to the garage door. She checked the photos on her phone one last time to confirm her targets, then climbed out of her SUV and approached the front door, her heart pounding in anticipation of what to expect. She rang the doorbell, and a few moments later the door opened, leaving her confused.
"Mrs. Urban?"
she said in English, not bothering with the pretense of speaking French, knowing full well that the Urbans were native English speakers.
"Yes." "Mrs. Melissa Urban, wife of Dr. Victor Urban?"
The woman's smile cracked slightly.
"Yes. I'm Detective Sergeant Sherry Waterford, Sûreté de Quebec," said Sherry, pulling out her wallet and flipping it open to reveal Quebec police identification. "May I come in?"
The woman stepped aside. Sherry entered the home, quickly sweeping the area with her eyes, keeping her back directed at the wall so she could see the woman who had answered at all times. Because the woman who claimed to be Melissa Urban, wife of Dr. Victor Urban, other than being blonde and petite, didn't at all resemble the file photos provided.
"Is this about my husband?"
Sherry slowly stepped deeper into the house, listening for any hints of others. She could hear kids upstairs, but no evidence of any other adults, though that meant nothing if they were hiding.
"Yes, it is," replied Sherry. "Have you found him?"
The woman's expression appeared hopeful, though not genuine. It was as if she were watching a bad production, the woman pretending to be Melissa Urban, the understudy for the real thing. Sherry casually reached for her weapon, tucked into her back belt.
"No, we were hoping you might know where he was."
The woman shrugged.
"He went to work almost 2 years ago and never came home. I haven't heard from him since. Yet you moved."
Again, the woman shrugged.
"I had a job offer and I took it. I need to move on with my life."
Sherry's hand was now gripping the gun. She whipped it around, and to her surprise, the woman knocked it out of her hand with a roundhouse kick, then followed that up with a jab to the nose that had Sherry seeing stars. She stumbled backward, dropping her clutch to the ground and raising her hands in defense as she blinked to clear her vision. A blur came at her, fast, and she struck out at the center of it with a quick snap kick. She was rewarded with a grunt, then a backhand to the side of her head that sent her to the floor and into a table with a crash. Cries from upstairs were answered with a curt reply.
"Stay upstairs, kids. Mommy's busy."
Busy kicking my ass. Sherry drew in a deep breath, holding it for a 5 count as she calmed herself. She had never been in this situation before. In training, she always knew she would walk away in the end, perhaps bruised and humiliated, but not dead. And today could be her last day. She backed away from the rapidly clearing blur, fists raised, and found herself in the kitchen. Her eyes darted around, searching for a weapon, and spotted the knife block to her right. She grabbed the biggest blade and whipped it overhand at the imposter. The woman grabbed the door of the fridge, yanking it open, the blade embedding itself in the stainless steel. Sherry stepped forward, kicking back the door. It slammed into the woman, sending her back several feet as Sherry ripped the knife free and pressed her first advantage, snap-kicking the woman in the left breast, the pain obvious on her face. And with her vision finally cleared, Sherry could see the fear in her opponent's eyes for the first time.
"She's just as scared as I am."
She hacked at the air with the knife, forcing the woman back into the living room, her eyes scanning the floor for her weapon. Spotting the grip just under the nearby love seat, she swung at the air again, rounding toward the weapon, then kicked the love seat aside, exposing the gun. In a desperation move, her opponent leaped for the gun. Sherry plunged the knife down, catching the woman in the shoulder, embedding the blade a good 2 to 3 inches. The imposter screamed out as she collapsed to the floor, blood staining her white blouse as Sherry stepped on the shoulder, pulling the knife out and grabbing her gun. She backed away, leaving the bleeding woman on the floor, whimpering. Sherry whipped the knife at the far wall, burying it in the drywall, far out of reach. With her weapon trained on her now downed opponent, she returned to the hallway and retrieved her clutch. Reaching in, she pulled out a hypodermic and tossed it to the woman. It clattered on the hardwood and rolled to a stop near her right hand.
Inject yourself. Go to hell. Inject yourself or I kill your kids. You wouldn't. Do you have any idea what's going on here?
The woman just glared at her.
People are dying, and if we can't stop it, it could be the end of everything. What the hell are you talking about? Haven't you been watching the news? New Orleans? What about it? Some sort of flu outbreak. Do you really think the president would quarantine a city of 500,000 people with shoot-to-kill orders for the flu?
The woman blanched, glancing toward the stairs, the stifled sobs of the children echoing from above.
Listen, I was just hired to do a job, that's it. They're paying me $200,000 a year to just pretend I'm this guy's wife. I don't know anything beyond that. And the kids? They're hers, but please don't hurt them. I won't if you inject yourself. Why? Because you're coming back with me. What about my shoulder? I'll dress it as soon as you inject yourself. And the kids? As soon as we're across the border, I'll have the authorities contacted.
Sherry flicked the gun at her.
Now, pick up the damned needle and jam it in your thigh.
The woman picked it up, hesitating for a moment, then did as she was told, wincing as the needle pierced her skin. She pushed the plunger, and within seconds collapsed to the ground, out cold.
Now, the hard part.
Superdome, New Orleans, Louisiana. Isabelle Laprise couldn't believe her eyes. Some jackhole was skydiving into the Superdome parking lot. She searched the sky and spotted the military transport that had dropped the fool into the city, despite the quarantine.
What kind of moron would want to enter New Orleans now?
She moved along with the crowd of officers surrounding what appeared to be the person's landing zone, the area recently left clear by the helicopter that had picked up the canister. All eyes were on the sky as the person expertly guided themselves in, then executed an easy 2-foot landing with a final flare of his chute. Spinning around, the man grabbed it and pulled it in, folding it up as half the police force aimed their weapons at him. He turned to face the front of the Superdome and said the one set of words that couldn't stun her more. "Is there a Detective Isabelle Laprise here?" Her eyes shot wide and her heart pounded a little harder. She pushed through the crowd and out into the open, her hand on her pistol grip, still holstered.
"Right here." "Who the hell are you?"
The man removed his helmet, revealing a stunningly attractive face framed with a matted down mane of hair. His well-tanned face put him in his late 20s. His chiseled features she imagined extended to his entire body, and she tingled at the thought of this hero dropping from the sky, despite the chaos surrounding them, and asking for her specifically. If this isn't the start of some over-the-top romance novel, I don't know what is. His smile of greeting nearly took out her knees as he walked toward her, the swagger reminiscent of something from Top Gun. But this guy's features were all Iceman, tanned and light, and about 10 years too young for her fantasies.
Okay, 5.
She laughed to herself as a chant of "Cougar, Cougar" echoed in her head. "I'm Special Agent Dylan Black, FBI." He held out his credentials and she glanced at them, figuring there was no way he was bullshitting her. He extended a hand and gave her a firm handshake, his warm but dry skin setting her palm on fire.
"Detective Laprise, just what the hell are you doing here, Special Agent Black?"
"Call me Dylan. You should be hearing from your supervisor any second now." As if the man had sent the message himself, her phone buzzed on her hip. She took the call. "Laprise here." "This is Captain Enright. Has he arrived?" "If you're talking about our FBI parachutist, then yes." "Good, you're to cooperate with him fully. He's taking over your case." "But Captain..." No buts. You know what's going on. He's got access to resources we can only dream of. Take advantage of him." Her mind darted to a shower scene as their new arrival stripped out of his jumpsuit. "In any way you can. This murder is the only lead we have." "Fine. Good luck." The call ended, and she clipped her phone back on her hip, waving off the crowd surrounding them. "He's okay," she said, the officers holstering their weapons and returning to what they had been doing, which was milling around since the canister had been found so quickly. She turned to her guest. "So, you're in charge. What do you want to do?" "Let's backtrack our killer." "Just like that?" Her blood boiled at the arrogance of the man's statement. "What the hell do you think we've been trying to do for the past week?" He smiled, the flash of his teeth disarming. "You don't have access to the cool toys I do." He pointed at a massive mobile command center with FBI emblazoned across the side as it pulled up not 100 feet away. Very cool toys. Approaching Stansted, Quebec, Canada. Sherry's heart slammed. They were onto her, one of the damned kids having called 911 just as taught. She had barely left the house before the police arrived, their flashing cherries in her rear-view mirror as she had turned off the street. Her imposter wife was in the back, covered in a blanket, her wrists and ankles zip-tied, her mouth taped over with duct tape. Yet none of that would matter if she were caught. She was essentially unleashed on this mission, though she still couldn't see herself crossing certain lines. She was allowed to kill the kids, but she'd never do that. Never. And she was allowed to kill anybody who got in her way, including Canadian police, though she couldn't see herself doing that either. And the tale she had picked up 10 minutes ago told her they were onto her, and likely setting up a roadblock to catch her. And that was why she was patched into Langley right now on the car's Bluetooth. "You've got my position?" "Affirmative." "I picked up a tail. I need to know what's ahead." "Copy that," came the disembodied voice of a satellite surveillance specialist in some secret bunker somewhere in the continental U.S. "I'm showing a police roadblock 2 clicks from your position. Recommended alternate routes. Take your next left now." The voice was calm on the other end, but Sherry was forced to slam her brakes on, then cranked the wheel as she released them halfway, sending her SUV careening around the turn and down what appeared to be a farmer's road, crops high on either side of the dirt lane. Regaining her speed, she glanced in her rearview mirror and saw her tail turn in. She pressed a little harder, the vehicle threatening to fishtail her into the ditch lining either side of the road. "Tail's still in pursuit." "Take the next right. If you step on it, you'll get ahead of them setting up a new roadblock." "Roger that." She gripped the steering wheel hard, and as soon as pavement came into sight, she turned hard to the right, skidding onto the road, nearly taking it on 2 wheels as horns honked at her. She floored it, manually shifting the large SUV to make up precious seconds as she blasted down the 2-lane highway, traffic fortunately light. A traffic light ahead was red. 1 car was stopped, blocking her lane. "Traffic check at next light. Am I clear to go through?" "1 vehicle approaching from your right, none from your left. Vehicle appears to be slowing for approaching police. You have approximately 10 seconds before police vehicles reach the intersection." Sherry uselessly pushed the accelerator even harder into the floor, the pedal already at its design limit. As the intersection rapidly approached, a quick check to her right showed a stream of police cars racing toward her, and one in her rearview mirror still some distance back. "Report." "Still clear." "Here goes nothing." She was tempted to close her eyes, but instead moved over into the opposing lane, honking her horn just in case her eyes in the sky were wrong or had missed pedestrians. The SUV blasted past the stopped car and into the intersection just as the Sûreté de Quebec police cars were slowing to block it. She whipped through, narrowly missing the first cop car, and continued on, the units now turning to follow her. "Report." "Less than 3 clicks to the border. Turn left at the stop sign coming up in a 1/4 click, then go straight all the way to the border 2 clicks. A chopper is waiting for you." She spotted the octagonal stop sign ahead, but with the tall crops, it was hard to see if there was any traffic. "Report on approaching traffic." You've got a rig coming from your right, slowing for a stop, nothing else. Note behind you, you've got a cruiser approaching rapidly. Sherry checked her rearview mirror, then positioned herself in the center of the two lanes. There was nothing she could do about them now. She had to brake to make the turn, and she could only hope her pursuer would be hesitant to smash his cruiser into her. The stop sign rapidly approached, and at 100 feet she locked her brakes up, the ABS kicking in to allow her to control the skid. Then, just as she was nearing the stop sign, she cranked the wheel hard to the left, the 18-wheeler to her right laying on its horn as she blasted past the stop sign and into the intersection, the SUV skidding at a 90-degree angle. There was a jolt as the closest cruiser following her slammed into her driver's side rear end, but she was already accelerating away from the intersection, her pulse racing as adrenaline fueled her escape. She was flying past houses now, in a residential area of the tiny town that straddled the border. "Report on border." "It's unguarded with a gate blocking the street. We will transmit a signal to open the gate on your mark."
"Copy that. Go ahead and open the gate."
As her SUV raced toward the metal barrier, a truck crested the hill, heading toward the gate, lights on top marking it as an official vehicle. As the gate finished opening, she blasted past, leaving a line of Canadian police screeching to a halt in puffs of smoke as the truck in front of her turned its lights on and blocked the road.
"Somebody didn't get the memo,"
yelled Sherry as she continued toward the vehicle now blocking her way without slowing. There was no room to go around him. She cranked the wheel to the right and hammered on her brakes, rushing onto the grass and taking out several street signs before sideswiping a dark green building as she sailed past the U.S. Border Patrol unit. As she struggled to regain control, she blew through a stop sign and checked her rearview mirror to see the Border Patrol turning to pursue.
"Where's that chopper?"
"Field on your left," replied her eye in the sky as she slammed on the brakes, the field with the idling chopper appearing. With her speed killed, she turned off the road and gunned it through the field toward the chopper, then skidded to a halt. Jumping out, two personnel rushed toward her as she opened the rear doors. Her imposter was grabbed by the men and carried toward the chopper as the Border Patrol turned off the road and entered the field, closing the distance rapidly. Sherry pulled herself up and onto the chopper as they lifted off the ground, the border agent stepping from his SUV, his weapon aimed at them, but holding his fire as he apparently saw the U.S. government markings on the tail. She put a headset on and adjusted the mic.
"Tell Langley we have the package, and it's not Dr. Urban's wife. It's an imposter."
"Copy that."
"Also, tell them to notify the Canadian authorities that there are 2 children alone at the Urban residence that need to be picked up."
She listened as the pilot relayed the information and her eyes closed, her tactical breathing taking over to lower her heart rate and reduce the impact of all the adrenaline coursing through her veins. It had been terrifying, and had certainly not gone to plan, but no one had suspected it wouldn't be Urban's wife. It was the unplanned-for things that caused missions to go awry, but it was the unplanned-for things that also made them exciting, and she wouldn't change a thing. Superdome, New Orleans, Louisiana. Dylan Kane opened the side door of the massive FBI mobile command unit, holding it aside for Isabel. She put one foot up on the step, then turned toward the 2 officers she had been with. "You 2 stick around. We may need some extra hands." The sergeant said nothing, but the young officer flashed an excited smile, apparently not realizing what the sergeant did. By sticking with the detective, they'd be traveling into the belly of the beast, with an increased chance of catching whatever it was they were trying to contain. But that was their job. Public safety. Isabel stepped inside, Kane following, shutting the door behind them. Only one of the half-dozen inside bothered to even acknowledge the new arrivals. The agent stepped forward, her eyes elevatoring him, then her competition. Her frown suggested she found herself beaten by Isabel, who, despite being 40, was quite fit and attractive. In Kane's initial assessment of her, which he did to everyone, he noted no wedding ring, in fact, no rings of any kind, and no telltale marks or tan lines to suggest she merely removed them for the job. and the dossier he had read on her when he was in the air confirmed it.
I'm Special Agent in Charge Hewitt. Forgive me if I don't shake your hand,
she added with a deepening frown when Isabel reached out. Of course, mumbled Isabel, apparently slightly embarrassed. But she didn't have the benefit of the sign hanging behind the two new arrivals that Kane had noticed when he first stepped inside. Shaking hands spreads germs. Hewitt pointed at the screens.
We've been tracking your boy.
Isabel peered at the screen.
How far did you get? We lost him within 5 minutes of leaving and could only trace him 3 minutes prior to his arrival.
Hewitt smiled, Kane sensing her team had done better.
We've identified him.
You identified him? Hewitt's smile broadened at her rival's shock.
His name is Mike Milner.
She pointed at one of the screens displaying a summary of his FBI record.
38 years old, 5'11", 175 pounds. Has a string of arrests around the country, mostly B&E. A few years ago, we lost track of him. He was suspected in a few more major heists, one where a security guard was shot. He was good and getting better.
Isabel leaned in, staring at the monitor with her killer's picture.
How do you know it's him? We couldn't get any photos of his face. We were able to piece together partials, then found a great shot from an ATM camera as he was driving by near his apartment.
Where's that?
Gravier Street.
That's fantastic, Isabel smiled, turning to Kane. You weren't kidding about the toys. She turned back to Hewitt.
Do we have any idea if he's still there?
Hewitt shook her head.
Lobby camera footage we've managed to access shows him entering but not leaving. Unfortunately, there are other exits that aren't monitored, so we don't know. We'll leave that to local PD.
Hewitt turned to Kane.
We're backtracking his movements. We have him meeting with someone at St. Louis Cemetery.
She motioned for some footage to be brought up, and one of those manning the stations complied.
It's fuzzy because of the distance.
Hewitt pointed at the pixelated image.
But we're almost certain this is Milner meeting with someone. There's an exchange here.
She pointed at what appeared to be something being handed from one man to the other.
And then they go their separate ways.
In the image, Milner walked toward the camera, still too fuzzy for Kane to be certain it was him, then climbed into a car and drove off. The other man went deeper into the cemetery and out of sight. Any luck picking the other subject up?
Hewitt shook her head. Negative. We're still searching, though. We just found this meeting about 15 minutes ago.
Excellent work, said Kane, his head bobbing his pleasure. By the way, how'd you know what apartment was Milner's? Surely he didn't use his real name.
He checked his mail on the way in, so he got his unit number off the box. He's renting under Mike Smith.
And you've pulled all bookings?
Of course. He was booked for 1 week ago on a Delta flight to the Dominican Republic.
And let me guess, he missed his flight.
How'd you know?
This thing is too big to leave loose ends.
You're expecting a corpse?
Kane frowned. Dead men tell no tales. He inhaled deeply.
Anything else? Not yet.
Okay, you've got my number in the detectives?
Yes.
Then send everything you've got as it comes in to both of us. Send us his photo and particulars, along with the address. We're going over there now, see if we get lucky. Focus on the meeting at the cemetery. We need to know who hired him. Backtrack Milner's financials as well. We need to know where he shopped, who he ate with, anything. He may have had an accomplice, or he may have mentioned something to a friend. Does he have family?
Oklahoma.
Send agents there now, interrogate them. If they won't cooperate, arrest them as suspected terrorists.
Are you kidding?
Kane shook his head. This is end-of-the-world shit. The president has essentially suspended the Constitution.
Can he do that?
I don't think he cares right now. If this thing gets away from us, there'll be nobody left to impeach him. If he prevents Armageddon, he'll be a hero. Hewitt paled slightly.
I knew it was bad, but hearing someone actually put it that way.
Her voice drifted as her eyes glassed over.
I have a son.
Isabel reached out and squeezed her arm. Hewitt eyed the hand, but instead of shaking it away, put her own on top and squeezed for a moment, giving Isabel a smile. Let's focus on the job and catch these people. CDC is working on a cure, I'm sure, and we still don't know how infectious it is. Everyone is just playing it safe. Kane pointed at Hewitt. I'll contact you when we check out Milner's apartment. Hewitt blinked her eyes clear. Good luck. Thanks, said Isabel, as they left the command center. Kane flagged the two cops. We're heading to Gravier Street. Know where it is? Of course. Okay, get your cruiser. We'll follow. Lights and sirens all the way. We don't have any time to waste. I'll get it. The sergeant tossed the keys to the young officer, who sprinted toward a dwindling gaggle of squad cars as those assigned to the search were dispatched to other calls. Kane turned to Isabel. I guess we'll use your car since I dropped in without one. She gave him a bit of a grin, shaking her head. We need to work on your sense of humor. Kane placed his hand over his heart. Hey, easy, I could be dying. Isabel gave him a look. Gallows humor now? Not funny? Not funny. Let's get your car. I'll think of better jokes on the way. I hope you're a better agent than comedian. Kane laughed as he followed her to an unmarked vehicle parked nearby. Don't worry, even if I'm no good, my team is. His mind flashed to LaRue, wondering what he was doing during this crisis. If he knew Morrison, he had his friend on something critical. You don't waste talent like that tracking down quarantine escapees. Patrick residence, New Orleans, Louisiana. The Patrick family sat glued to the television, the radio also set to a news channel. Kyle sat with his iPad on his lap as he pulled up feeds from the internet, each new thing he read having him shaking his head harder. Finally, he had enough. They're not giving us the full story. His mom turned to him. What do you mean? I mean the mainstream media is just spewing the government propaganda. The web is telling a different story. They're saying that the virus is pretty much contained to one hospital, and it's only affecting women who have a history of breast cancer in their family. What? That doesn't make any sense at all, said his father, skepticism dripping from his tongue. I've never heard of a virus that only targets women, let alone those with breast cancer. But what if it's true? They're saying the real risk is if this thing mutates beyond the initial group. They're shutting down the city. We'll be trapped here with a virus that is out of control. We'll just sit here and mind our own business. We got plenty of food and water. We'll just ride it out like we did Katrina. Dad, we got so damned lucky with that hurricane. We shouldn't tempt fate twice. We need to get out of here now while we still have the chance. His father stared at the footage of helicopters flying overhead, troops in hazmat suits deploying, blocking roads in the port. His hands gripped the arms of his chair tighter, his knuckles turning white. He growled, Kyle's right. We have to get out of here now. I'll call my brother. He'll pick us up outside of the city. Kyle leaped up, thanking God they had seen the light. I'll go pack a couple of bags with food and water, he said, heading for the kitchen. I'm not going. He spun to face his mother, firmly planted in her chair, her shoulders sagging. He was about to say something when a chopper thundered overhead, vibrating the entire house. He pointed to his dad. You convince her. I'm packing. And with that, he headed into the kitchen and began loading the table with things for their journey, as his father calmly reasoned with his wife. I hope he's quick about it. In another hour, it will be too late. Stanardsville, Virginia. Cheryl Morrison eyed her gas tank. The needle had just crossed a quarter tank, and she hated driving with it under half. The radio had made it obvious why her husband had told her to go to the cottage. The virus hitting New Orleans must not only be dangerous, but must have escaped the quarantine zone. But it couldn't have made it this far yet, could it? A gas station, the last one before the cottage, came into sight. We need gas. She pulled in, thanking God that the pumps had been upgraded to self-serve with a pay-at-the-pump service. She grabbed some wipes from the glove compartment and climbed out. Inserting her card, she wrapped a wipe around her hand, entered a PIN, then selected regular, her daughter explaining to her one day how premium was a scam, since almost all cars today were designed to work anywhere in the world, and 87 octane in some countries was premium. At worst, you lost a few horsepower, and the way she drove, she'd never notice as she saved hundreds of dollars a year. With the fuel pumping, she turned to survey the scene. The small corner store attached to the garage seemed busier than usual, the parking lot fuller than she had ever seen it on their weekend jaunts to the country. Some shouting from inside had her gripping the handle on the hose even harder, willing the fuel to pump faster. The counter spun higher and higher, yet it seemed impossibly slow. A scream broke out, then a gunshot. She ducked, but kept her grip on the hose as she peeked around the fuel pump. People ran from the store and scattering in every direction, screams of terror erupting from their lips. Another shot, then the jerking of the hose as the tank was finally full nearly had her peeing her pants. She released the trigger and slowly pulled the nozzle from the tank. She reached up blindly, screwing the cap in place and flipping the cover closed, trying not to make any noise. She nearly yelped when a man burst from the store, pushing a small cart loaded with supplies, one hand on the cart, the other brandishing a handgun. His wild-eyed expression was one of panic and fear, a man out of touch with reality, and a man representative of what was to come as the panic of New Orleans spread. Soon it would be every man for himself. "Damn it!" he screamed at the top of his lungs as he stared at a car that she assumed was his. A car blocked in by a late arrival who had simply parked perpendicular to 3 cars, blocking them all. His head spun around, and then his eyes came to rest on her. He pushed the cart toward her, his gun extended in front of him, aimed at her. She ducked behind the pump, slowly rising in case she had to run, still gripping the hose. He rounded the pump, aiming the weapon directly at her. She stood, her hands shaking as she slowly raised them, now wishing she had made a pit stop before she had left the house. "Give me the keys." She nodded, vibrating in fear as she searched her body for the keys, her mind a blank slate as to where they might be. The man extended his arm even farther, uselessly cocking the weapon, apparently having seen too many Hollywood movies. "Now!" I'm trying," cried Cheryl. I can't find them." The man raised his arm and fired in the air. Cheryl screamed, her body tensing, her hand squeezing the trigger on the hose. Gasoline spurted from the nozzle, arcing through the air and splattering all over the crazed man. He squeezed his eyes shut, cursing as he wiped the toxic fluid off his face with his sleeves, the gun still waving dangerously around. Cheryl threw the hose on the ground, then rounded the car, finally remembering where the keys were. She climbed inside, closed the door, and turned the key. Nothing. Shit. She pressed her foot on the brake and was about to try again when she saw something from the corner of her eye. It was the barrel of a gun, pointed at her window, her attacker still squinting in agony, but his eyes cleared enough for him to see her making her escape. "I gave you a chance, lady." The trigger finger slowly squeezed, and she said a silent prayer. The man suddenly jerked, the bullet firing and shattering the driver's side window as his body flew past the front of her car, followed by the SUV that had just mowed him down. She jerked forward, her head hitting the steering wheel as she avoided a bullet that had long since missed its mark with the sudden impact of the SUV's bumper. It had blown a hole in her headrest. She sat for a moment, her hands gripping the steering wheel, her entire body shaking as she cried. Then someone yelled through the fog as her left ear, numbed by the blast only 2 feet from her head, slowly recovered. "Mom!" Her head jerked toward the sound. Then, through the blur of tear-filled eyes, she saw her door open and a pair of hands reach in. She fought them off, screaming, "No, no, no," as she did so. Then finally, The arms enveloped her and held her tight.
"Mom, it's me, Charlie."
And she recognized the voice, her shoulders sagging in relief as her adult son embraced her, his arms the very protection she needed from a world gone mad. Milner Residence, Gravier Street, New Orleans, Louisiana. Kane knocked on the door. It was useless, but he took a chance. As expected, they were greeted by silence. At least, silence from the apartment in question. Up and down the hallway of the shithole they stood in were screaming matches, crying, music pumping from under doors, and television sets turned up to drown out the misery escaping the other apartments. He wondered if anyone in the building even knew what was going on outside. Every television station he could make out playing some garbage reality show, a true sign of the decay of Western civilization if there ever was one. He hammered on the door again. "FBI, open up. We have a warrant to search these premises." He grinned at Isabel's questioning look and shrugged. "He's dead already. What's he going to do, sue me in the afterlife?" Isabel shook her head as she drew her weapon, and before he could stop her, kicked open the door. He pushed her back and to the side as he rolled his back against the wall. "Bombs, people, bombs," he tutted. "Always be prepared for booby traps when dealing with people like this." "People like what?" "International terrorists." Isabel didn't seem convinced. "You're not FBI, are you?" Kane raised his eyebrows, then poked his head inside the apartment. "Did I ever say I was? I don't remember." Isabel seemed to search her memory, then glanced at the officers, who both shrugged. Kane stepped inside, checking the door to ensure there wasn't a failed device, then continued inside. The apartment was surprisingly clean. In fact, it was too clean. Either their suspect Milner was meticulous in keeping the place prepared for a quick exit that wouldn't require much of a wiping down, or it had been wiped down by professionals after doing him in. Either way, Kane was still convinced Milner was dead. But even if he were, he wasn't here. There was no hint of decay, nothing to suggest that a body had ever been here for a long time, rotting away as bodies do. He quickly cleared the open-concept living area, the bathroom, including shower, then the one bedroom. Nothing. "Clear," he called, the others doing the same. "Found something?" It was the young female officer, McLeod. Kane stepped around Isabel, who had entered the bedroom, and spotted McLeod staring at a chest freezer in the entry closet. She reached for the lid, and Kane yelled, "No!" But he was too late. The eruption was enormous. McLeod was blasted backward into her partner, who absorbed much of the initial impact, their two bodies then shoved into the kitchen, the old sergeant slamming into the fridge. Kane whipped around and dove away from the doorway, clotheslining Isabel, pulling her with him as they both hit the double bed. He wrapped his arms around her shoulders and waist, spinning them both across the bed and down onto the floor, coming to rest with his back to the door, shielding the detective. All around them, drywall dust and smoke filled the air. Debris rained down on them, a blast of heat cascading over their bodies as Isabel screamed into his shoulder. He continued to grip her tight, his eyes squeezed shut, his mouth sealed as he held his breath. Then the wind rushed back over them as air filled the void left behind by the explosion chewing through the oxygen. Kane opened his eyes slightly, revealing smoldering wreckage all around them, but no fire. He eased his grip on Isabel, then lay her gently on her back as she gasped for breath. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and placed it over her mouth, covering his own with his shirt sleeve. "Breathe through this until the dust settles." He stood and examined himself quickly for any injuries. "Are you okay?" She extended a hand and he pulled her to her feet. "Thanks to you." She shook herself off, as did he as he threw open the windows in the bedroom. The wall to the living area was all but gone, only studwork remaining, even some of those blasted apart. The living area was unrecognizable as he led the way from the bedroom. The booby-trapped freezer was blown open from within, and judging by the gooey mass inside, it had contained a body. Isabel groaned when she saw it, and even he had a hard time taking it all in. A grunt from behind had both of them spinning around. Against the fridge were the bodies of the two officers. Young Officer McLeod was obviously dead, her body scorched and impaled with a piece of the freezer.
"Help!"
It was faint, and they both rushed forward, pulling the body of McLeod free. Behind her was the sergeant, pressed against the dented fridge door. His hands were burned, his scalp and forehead singed, but the bulk of his body had been protected by his young partner. Kane dropped beside him and checked him over as Isabel called for an ambulance and backup. Sergeant Michael was breathing, wincing with each breath, but was alive, saved by his partner, dead the instant she was hit by the blast.
"How do you feel?"
asked Isabel as she took a knee.
"Like a freight train hit me."
"You're not that far off," chuckled Kane, hoping to distract the man from the pain.
"McLeod?"
Isabel shook her head.
"She didn't make it. Shit."
"It wasn't her fault. These were pros," said Kane. "Anybody could have opened something, touched something." Michael reached up and grabbed Kane by the shoulder, his dark black hands belching an eye-watering stench.
"If I don't make it, don't tell her parents she screwed up. Tell them she was following orders."
Kane patted the man on the shoulder. "She died a hero, doing her job, and saved your life in doing it. That's the story they'll hear. From you." Michael's hand dropped to the floor, and his eyes closed. Kane reached forward, feeling the man's neck. "Is he?" "No. He's just passed out from the pain." Kane stood and surveyed the damage. If there were any evidence in here, they weren't going to find it now, at least not in time. He pulled out his phone and hit the speed dial for the FBI command center.
"Special Agent Hewitt here."
"This is Special Agent Black. There's been an explosion at the apartment. Some sort of booby trap set up on a freezer. Looks like there was a body inside. Not much left now. Get a team down here to see if they can identify the body and find out what they can about the device. It might lead us somewhere. Also, start running all the faces you can find through our databases of known bomb makers, mercenaries, the usual non-Islamists. This has nothing to do with religion."
"Will do. Are you okay?"
"We've got one officer dead, one severely wounded. Paramedics are on the way along with local LEOs. Get your team out here ASAP."
"Will do."
Kane ended the call as the local law enforcement officers responded, their sirens heard through the open window. Michael continued to slip in and out of consciousness as Isabel comforted him. Kane grabbed a knife from the counter and a set of tongs from the drawer, then stepped over to the freezer. An arm was still obvious from the mess, and he used the tongs to lift it apart from the rest of the body, revealing a hand. The fingers were still intact, as was a large ring on the pinky and a watch, nothing special, on the wrist. He took photos of each, then emailed them to Hewitt, along with a text message. See if these matched the video. Kane scanned the apartment for anything else of interest, but his hopes were low. He turned as several officers rushed into the apartment, followed by an EMT crew. He and Isabel showed their ID as she stepped out of the way, taking command of the situation. 2 men on the door, the rest I want canvassing the adjoining apartments, plus 2 floors up and down. Check for other casualties. The officers headed off to their assignments as the paramedics worked. Kane stepped into the bathroom and found it in shambles, the tile work shattered, the mirror sitting in the sink, broken into several large pieces, leaving a distinct white square on the wall where the bathroom had once been painted around it, and a hole, about the size of several bricks, cut into the drywall, with a small box sitting inside. He examined the box and alcove before touching it, then gently extracted it, all the while watching for any type of pressure switch or wire. He was certain it wouldn't be wired, the previous explosive obviously set up by Milner's killer, not Milner himself. This box was clearly Milner's, the hiding place having fooled anyone who might have searched the apartment before the explosion. Kane opened the small box. Inside was a large stack of cash, very large. Some false IDs, a passport, plane ticket, and a set of numbers he recognized as a bank account, the letterhead it was written on from a bank in the Caymans. Bingo. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. LaRue heard the coded chime as the priority message arrived. Only specially encoded messages had this sound, regular emails, an entirely different one, indicating he could ignore them if needed. He alt-tabbed to his email and saw the message among dozens of others unread. He double-clicked, entered his password, and a message from Kane was displayed. He hadn't seen Kane since the night Sherry moved in, and had only received one message in the entire time since, a happy birthday message he wasn't able to reply to. It had been delivered under his door by someone other than Kane, he was sure, and whoever they were had skills, as they had managed to do it despite a team of agents assigned to protect him 24/7. Then again, knowing Kane, he might have used an operative with clearance to do it. He didn't care. It was just a thrill to hear from him when he did. But today, it was all business. A quick greeting, then a bank name and account number. I've sent it through channels, but thought you might want it a little quicker. Good hunting, DK. LaRue had dozens of searches running through their databases, and as results came in, they would appear in his inbox and he'd review them, launching more searches, dismissing some tangents, and generally drilling down as far as he could, seeking some connections somewhere that would lead to Urban. And he had had limited success. The imposter that Sherry had captured had come onto the scene 18 months ago when she up and moved to Sherbrooke, Quebec to be a teacher. The real Melissa Urban was originally from Quebec and had met her future husband in Florida on vacation. They had kept in touch, eventually marrying 2 years later. She moved to Florida where his job was, became a housewife once the first child was born, and led a quiet life raising them. Agents canvassing the old neighborhood reported most people could barely even describe her, she and her husband leading quiet lives, not socializing much. There were no reports of domestic problems, no money problems, no health problems. The neighbors hadn't even noticed that the husband had disappeared. Financial records showed the company continued to pay the man's salary for a few months, then stopped, then started again after the first attack. Cap from Biodyne had said it was in hopes of placating Urban, the thinking that if the man knew his family was taken care of, he might be less hostile toward humanity in general. If it worked, all it did was delay things, as the attacks continued. After the paychecks had stopped, their spending pattern changed immediately, according to bank records. This made sense to LaRue, and he didn't pay it much mind. It was the change in the locations of the essentials that triggered alarm bells. On Friday, they were getting their gas at Texaco. On Monday, Shell. Their groceries at Ralph's, then at Walmart. Hair at Louise's, then at the mod shop. Then, less than a month later, they were in Quebec, and with checks from her teaching job, then from Biodyne regularly deposited, their spending patterns had changed even more dramatically. While the real Melissa Urban was an avid and apparently talented cook, the new Mrs. Urban ordered out and ate out frequently, whereas this spending pattern was almost non-existent in Florida. As well, her hair appointments increased in cost and frequency, which suggested to LaRue dye jobs, as the real Mrs. Urban was a natural blonde. He was convinced the weekend the spending patterns changed was when the switch was made. He had already passed the information along, and agents were looking into it now to see if they could find anything on camera. But it was a long shot, most backups long since destroyed and overwritten. He had searches running for any reports of a woman with 2 children missing. It was assumed these were the Urban children, but they couldn't be sure. The urban children were young enough that they now could conceivably believe that this woman was their mother and not say anything to anyone. He secretly hoped that they were the urban children. At least that way they knew they were alive, and now safely in the hands of Canadian authorities. Blood typing and DNA testing being performed now would give them more information shortly. The Canadians were pissed at the abduction, and apparently an apology had been issued, claiming an operative had overstepped her bounds, and that the subject would be released back to the Canadians shortly. That was just a BS cover story, of course. The imposter would be handed back when they were finished with her, and if that took days or weeks, then so be it. By then, the secret would be out, and the Canadians too busy closing their borders and happy to have one less person to worry about. He launched another search, supplying the bank account information Kane had sent. He would have a transaction report on the account shortly, then would backtrack any and all deposits and withdrawals done electronically. That would be the challenge. Each search of a non-U.S. bank required hacks, and his requests would go out to their teams around the world with a priority tag to do their magic and gain entry into some of the most secure servers in the world. It could be done, though it could be time-consuming. Quite a few of the mob-type banks had been infiltrated with software installed on the machines to allow them backdoor access, but most banks hadn't received that treatment, and those that had often found the illicit software and removed it. He mentally crossed his fingers as he hoped for the best. His query running, he took a moment to flip over to CNN to see the latest public perception of the problems, and gasped at a live report leading the page. This isn't right. North of New Orleans, 1.2 miles outside the quarantine zone. Colonel Jeremiah Jackson, JJ to his friends and family, pointed to a hedge a quarter of a mile to their right. The Black Hawk helicopter banked, closing the distance in seconds, then hovered in front of the bushes, the group of escapees huddling behind the 8-foot-high row of cedars, now obvious. He activated the external speaker. "This is Colonel Jackson of the Louisiana National Guard. You are in violation of a federally mandated quarantine. You are ordered to turn around and return to your homes. If you do not turn around, we will be forced to open fire. Lethal force has been authorized." He never thought he'd say those words, not to American citizens. There were almost a dozen people down there, and from what he could see, they were families. 3, perhaps 4, that had found a way out before the cordon around the city could be completed. This was happening all around New Orleans, and teams were dispatched as UAVs patrolling the skies found them, their infrared sensors picking them out easily. So far, nobody had challenged the teams, all returning peacefully, but this time he had no boots on the ground to stop them. They were at least 10 minutes away, and the only thing that stood between this disease possibly spreading and containment were him and his helicopter. The group in the hedge, however, didn't appear ready to cooperate. "Let's throw a little dirt in their faces. Put a few rounds between us and the hedge." "Roger that." The pilot opened fire with the Gatling gun, tearing apart the farmer's field along a 30-foot swath in front of the hedge hiding the escapees. When the chatter of the cannon stopped, several people tentatively stepped forward, their hands raised. They appeared to be a family, a man and woman with 2 small children. Another family with a small child bolted back toward the city. "Let them go," said Jackson. "They won't be trying that again." He activated the external speaker. "Return to your homes and you won't be harmed." He paused, and when they didn't move, he raised his voice. "Now!" The man pushed through an opening in the hedge and raced after the other family, his wife close behind, their children held tight. Jackson was about to activate his mic when a third group emerged from the hedge, racing toward them, then under the chopper. The pilot banked, reacquiring the targets. Jackson on the mic. "Halt immediately. You're in violation of a mandatory quarantine. We are authorized to use deadly force. I say again, halt immediately or we will open fire." The husband in the lead urged his wife and what appeared to be a teenaged son forward, showing no signs of slowing. "Fire some warning shots in front of them." "Roger that." The cannons rumbled, flame bursting from the barrels as the ground was torn apart in their escapee's path. He could see the father turn back, the words he yelled obvious even at this distance. "Keep going. They won't shoot us." Jackson's chest tightened. They weren't cooperating, and they were under a false assumption he wouldn't eliminate them. When briefed about the quarantine and told of the shoot-to-kill orders, even he had questioned them. But when it was explained what they might be dealing with, and how just one infected person could lead to its worldwide spread, he had understood. It was shitty, yet they had no choice. "Fire again." "Roger that." Again the bullets tore into the ground, this time closer, and again the family showed no signs of stopping. He activated the speaker. "You have 5 seconds to comply, otherwise lethal force is authorized." He lowered his voice slightly, relaxing the mechanical nature he had been trained to use in military communications. "Please stop. We have no choice but to fire. Don't make me do it." The father slowed, staring at the helicopter as the pilot repositioned. He looked back at his wife, then shook his head, running toward a farmhouse nearby. A farmhouse that probably had people in it, people outside the quarantine zone who had done nothing wrong but be in the path of these frightened people. "I'm sorry," he said, turning off the speaker. "Eliminate the targets." "But sir, they're just scared parents with their kid." "You have your orders." "Sir." The pilot's voice drifted off. Then a burst of static indicating a deep breath filled the headset before the monotone reply. "Understood." He banked toward the fleeing family when Jackson saw something from the corner of his eye. His head spun and he saw 2 troop transports racing down the road, the first turning onto the lane leading to the farmhouse. "Hold your fire." "Roger that, holding fire." Troops in NBC bunny suits hopped from the back of the truck and raced toward the family, quickly surrounding them, the commander on the scene waving at the chopper, indicating the situation was under control. "Return to base," ordered Jackson, releasing a breath he hadn't noticed he had been holding. This was something repeating all around the city, and these poor helicopter crews would repeatedly face the same decision they just had: kill innocent Americans or let them go. He didn't know if he could count on his men to follow their orders, as they went completely against their training. And right now, at this moment, he didn't know if he could punish them for disobeying, his own emotions so conflicted. God help us. Interrogation Room B, CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia.
Why don't you give up the act and begin cooperating? I want a lawyer.
Sherry smiled, shaking her head. She had been trained not to let her frustration show, yet she was already tired of the stonewalling. Her witness had been allowed to stew for about an hour, provided nothing but water and a television tuned to CNN on her suggestion to let the woman know what was going on. Yet it wasn't working.
You're not entitled.
Sherry leaned on the table, her knuckles pressed hard against the surface.
Do you have any idea what the hell is going on? I want a lawyer. Do you realize that you are in it up to here?
She motioned with her hand at her throat.
With this virus mess?
The woman's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly, then returned to normal.
I want a lawyer.
But it was too late. Sherry knew she had caught her.
So you have no idea what's actually going on here? I want a lawyer. I know you want a lawyer, and you're not entitled.
Sherry sat across from her, leaning in, staring directly at the woman.
Do you want to know why you're not entitled?
No answer, other than the woman looking away.
Because the situation with this virus is so dangerous, the president has essentially suspended all the rules. I can do anything I want to you. I can torture you. I can kill your kids. Hell, I can even torture your kids. I can kill you. It doesn't matter. I won't get in trouble.
The woman said nothing, though her eyes flared slightly again at the mention of her kids. Sherry didn't know if that meant they were her own kids, or if she had just grown attached to them after so much time living together.
Do you want to know why I can do this? Why the president felt he should give this power to agents like me?
Again, no answer, but the woman's eyes drifted to the television still playing in the background.
Because what the public doesn't know is that this virus has mutated and can now be spread person to person with ease and has a near 100% fatality rate.
Another flare of the eyes, this time not hidden as she focused more on the screen.
Do you understand what that means?
Again, no response, yet there was a slight shift of the body toward Sherry, suggesting she wanted to know the answer.
It's Judgment Day, the end of days, a plague that will wipe out 99% of the population, and right now, there's nothing we can do about it.
The woman was a little paler, her mouth slightly open as she watched the CNN feed, her eyes darting back and forth as she read the ticker.
Now, I'm sure you're wondering what this has to do with you, but I think you've already guessed. You're impersonating the wife of Dr. Victor Urban. Dr. Urban is or was a renowned viral researcher with Biodyne Pharma. He is responsible for the current situation. He released the virus, demanding payment or he'll do something even worse next time. This is his third attack in a year, each one separated by 6 months. The problem is, next time, there won't be anyone around to care. We need to find him before it's too late. We need to prevent any future attacks, but also see if he can help us find a cure for this existing virus.
Sherry leaned to the side to catch the woman's eyes.
Help us.
A tear rolled down the woman's cheek, and out of the corner of Sherry's eye she could see soldiers loading body bags into the back of an army vehicle. Finally, the woman turned to Sherry.
I had no idea. I was paid $50,000 for every month I had to take care of these 2 kids. I had to pretend I was this guy's wife, live her life, and I'd get the cash deposited into an account each month. All I knew was he was some doctor, some researcher. They got me a job in Canada, moved us there almost immediately after I replaced the mother, and it didn't take long for the kids to start calling me Mommy.
She sniffed.
I don't think they even realize I'm not her anymore. They're so young. What's your name? Jessica Flowers. When were you born? August 4th, 1977.
That should be enough for the guys on the other side of the window.
What happened to the real Melissa Urban?
She shrugged.
No idea. I received a package in the mail. Inside were a set of keys, a license plate number, and 2 addresses, one for where the car was, the other for the house. There were detailed files on the wife and kids, her habits, list of places to avoid, everything, and a date and time. I got my ass there, found the car in a mall parking lot, drove to the house. The kids came home from school, and I took over her life. Do you still have this envelope? It's taped under the drawer of the nightstand in the master bedroom, right-hand side of the bed. And the bank account number you've been getting your deposits sent to.
She gestured toward the envelope of personal effects.
In my wallet.
Sherry emptied the envelope's contents onto the table and grabbed the wallet, then opened it up.
Where? Let me,
said Flowers, reaching forward. Sherry leaned back, distancing herself.
No, tell me where it is.
She had been trained to not let the suspect touch anything that might be concealing something, such as a cyanide pill, and wasn't about to lose their only potential lead.
First section, folded up piece of yellow paper at the bottom.
Sherry flipped open the front section and spotted the small paper. Reaching in, she pulled it out and carefully unfolded it, revealing a bank account number. She put the folded open paper flat on the desk so the overhead camera could pull the number and send it to whatever analyst was available.
So in all of this, you never saw anyone?
An emphatic headshake.
No. No further correspondence. Just the initial instructions. How did you know to move to Canada? It was in the original instructions. And how long were you supposed to do this? 2 years. Exactly? Exactly. How were you originally contacted? You said all the instructions were in the envelope. But how did you find the job?
Flowers suddenly appeared uncomfortable, and Sherry knew she was about to get some other tidbit out of her. But Flowers said nothing, instead staring at the television, then her fingernails.
You can tell me now, or we can toss you in a cell and beat it out of you. Like I said, no rules. My brother. Explain. My brother is sick, terminal. He had less than 6 months to live. Nothing had worked, so we started making plans. Then some guy shows up in his hospital room and says he can cure him, but I have to do something in return. Pretend to be someone's wife.
Flowers nodded.
And what happened? My brother was given some sort of treatment. A doctor came once a week to his room and gave him injections. Then he started to get better. Within weeks, he was perfectly healthy. That's when I received the envelope and the instructions on my end of the bargain. And nothing seemed odd about this? Of course, I'm not an idiot. But these people had saved my brother, and I had agreed to do whatever they wanted. It wasn't like they were asking me to kill someone, and they were even offering to pay me, despite what they had already done.
She regarded Sherry, then shrugged.
I couldn't see a downside, except that it was illegal. Well, yeah, I guess. But maybe the mother had agreed. You don't actually believe that, do you?
Flowers' eyes and voice dropped.
No. So there were 2 men? The first who came to you with the offer, the second a doctor. Yes. Would you recognize them again if you saw them? I think so.
Sherry brought up a grid of random mugshots that generally matched Urban's description, including one of the man himself. She pushed the tablet toward Flowers.
Recognize anyone?
Her finger immediately went to the photo of Urban.
That's the doctor. Did he ever say anything? No. Well, nothing except that the first time he entered our room, he said he was there to administer the injections and he wasn't to be spoken to. Did he seem comfortable, angry, agitated, scared?
Flowers' eyes took on a distant look as they reached back in time.
He seemed in a hurry, that's for sure. Maybe a little scared? I don't know. We were just so excited that somebody was helping us, especially after the first treatment showed improvement. And they never told you what this treatment was? No. And what did your brother have? HIV, AIDS, full-blown, final stages. The drugs weren't working anymore. Not that they ever really did with him. And what did the doctors say? They still don't believe the tests. They're claiming he's in remission, but they can't find the virus in his blood anymore. I think the treatments cured him, killed the virus, and now he's got a second chance at life.
Sherry had almost stopped listening. Clearly, the antiviral had been used on Flower's brother, and he had been cured. It was obviously fantastic, yet none of this was making sense. Why would Urban arrange the replacement of his own wife, but not take the kids? He wouldn't. And that meant he was being coerced, which changes everything. Milner Residence, 837 Gravier Street, New Orleans, Louisiana. Kane watched as the ambulance carrying the crispy, though alive, Sergeant Michael pulled away. Isabel was still shaken, but seemed to have her wits about her. McLeod's body hadn't been removed yet, as the crime scene team was still photographing everything, and for the moment, her body was evidence. His stomach rumbled, and he gave it a pat, glancing around to see if there were any place to eat, but found nothing save apartments. And one corner store, tucked in the bottom of the building they were standing in front of. He strode toward the entrance and glanced over at Isabel. "You want something?" She eyed him. "You can eat after that?" He shrugged. "A man's got to eat. I don't know when I'm going to get another chance." "You go ahead," she said, as a body bag was carried out from the front entrance. Kane paused, turning to face the young officer and pay his respects. His eyes closed momentarily in silent prayer. When the coroner pulled away, Kane resumed his hunt for food, quickly closing the distance between him and the corner store entrance. As he opened the door, the clicking of sensible shoes running up behind him had him turning. He smiled at Isabel as she came to a stop beside him. "Got your appetite back?" "Nope." She pointed at a camera in the front corner of the store, meant to cover the entrance. It also had a full, unhindered view of the front entrance of the apartment. Kane's eyebrows climbed in appreciation. "I'd have caught that if I wasn't so damned hungry," he said with a smile, his stomach growling in agreement. "Right," said Isabel, drawing out the word. "I'm hurt that you don't believe me. A guy parachutes into the center of a quarantine zone is surprised I don't believe much of what comes out of his mouth? Ouch." Kane followed her into the brightly lit store. "I'm a very honest guy once you get to know me." "Oh, I have no doubt. And there's no way you're FBI. Those moves you put on me back there were special forces of some type." Kane tried to remember when he had put the moves on her, then realized she was talking about saving her life. He gave her another once-over and decided that if he were given the opportunity, he would indeed put the moves on her. Though older, her body was terrific, and she could probably deliver a good ass-kicking if he didn't watch himself. "Saw it in a movie," he replied. "Seeing is one thing, executing is another." She flashed her badge at the bored clerk as Kane went deeper into the store to forage. A bag of Frito-Lay's Ruffles sour cream and onion-flavored chips, a Snickers bar, +1 for the road, and a can of Diet Coke, along with a bag of beef jerky, constituted one hell of a great dinner as he approached the counter. He placed his haul on the plexiglass countertop, then grinned at Isabel's expression. "How the hell do you keep that figure eating like that?" she asked. "Practicing rolling people away from explosions." "Is that second Snickers for me?" Yes, it is." "Good. Suddenly I'm hungry." "Just a second, I forgot something." Kane returned to the candy bar aisle and grabbed another Snickers as the clerk returned. Kane tossed the bar on the counter, and Isabel chuckled. "So, what do you have?" "It's all digital. My boss says we keep every camera feed for a month in case there's a serious discrepancy on the inventory." "When was your last inventory?" The kid shrugged. "Not sure, but next Tuesday we're closed overnight for inventory. So I guess about 3 weeks." Isabel shot a smile at Kane. "We'll need that footage." Holiday Inn, downtown Superdome, New Orleans, Louisiana. Best stretched like a cat. She checked her watch. 3 hours. 3 hours of precious time. But 3 hours of even more precious sleep that would have her productive for the next 12. And those missed 3 hours were mostly waiting around for others to do their jobs. She swung from the bed and rubbed her eyes. Another knock at her door reminded her of what had woken her. She threw on a robe, then went to the door and opened it, smiling at the young man bringing her the room service she had ordered for exactly this minute. As he did his routine of prepping everything, she glanced at her phone and saw a mess of emails and text messages to go through. She had left specific instructions with Johnston to not call her unless there was something important. He had kept his word, apparently. When she returned to the staging area, it would be his turn to catch some sleep. She signed the bill, adding the government-allowable tip amount, then attacked her meal, shoveling it into her face in a very unladylike fashion, as she quickly read her text messages and emails. As she swallowed a mouthful of orange juice, she smiled. Screening test ready. That was huge news. Not worth waking her up for, she agreed, the others on site capable of putting it into action. A follow-up email from Johnston proved her faith. Everyone in the hospital was being screened, their samples sent to Atlanta and various other testing facilities. It would take hours to start getting the first results back. The Biodyne Pharma antiviral detection procedure was very quick, as it didn't need to find an immune response to a virus growing in a blood sample. The speed of the test wasn't the problem. It was the volume. Thousands needed to be screened, and eventually, perhaps millions. What they needed was a cure. They needed something that would allow them to bypass the screening and just inject everyone with a cure. But that would take more time, assuming there even was a cure. At least now, though, they could tell if their outlier cases did indeed have the antiviral. One man who had shown up with the initial cases was no longer an outlier. It turned out he had been born a woman. Something he had neglected to mention on his admission forms. It was the 2 fishing buddies that concerned her now. She prayed they were just sick with some flu, but she already knew the answer, scrolling through her emails. The first cases were presenting all over the country, and with it came the panic. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. LaRue squeezed the trigger on the shotgun, blasting another one of the bastards away as dozens more closed in. His heart slammed as the hordes rushed toward him, but he was out of ammo. This was it. The end. He had sworn he'd keep one last bullet for himself. There was no way he wanted to die like those other poor freaks. He kicked the first one to reach him in the chest, sending the man flying back into a compatriot. Then something grabbed his hair. They were behind him now. He tore his head away, his hair ripping, his elbows flying, his feet kicking. But it was no use. There were just too many. Teeth sank into his arm, then his shoulder, and he cried out in agony. "Honey, are you okay? Oh my God, Sherry's here." His head spun and he saw her decaying face, the bloodlust in her eyes as she reached for his face, mouthing the words again. "Honey, wake up!" She grabbed his shoulder, and with the horror setting in of knowing his beloved had been taken by the plague, all hope was now lost. She shook his shoulder. "Chris, wake up!" He nearly leaped a foot from his chair, then jerked away from the hand on his shoulder. "Bad dream?" He peered at a grinning Sherry. He quickly wiped his mouth in case there was any drool, then breathed a sigh of relief that the game of Resident Evil he had been dreaming about was only that, a dream. "Zombies." She laughed, then dropped into the spare seat, pulling it closer to him, placing one hand on his thigh, the other on the back of his head, drawing him closer in. "Was I in it?" Yeah, but I was a zombie." He nodded. "Well, then you know it's only a dream. I'm too kick-ass to be turned." She planted a kiss on him that had the already fading zombies running for the darkest reaches of his mind as libido raised its head. "You've been on a mission," he mumbled when she finally came up for air. Hmm? She went in for a second attack. It was always the same. Whenever she returned from a mission, they had wild sex. Her adrenaline always pumped. Needless to say, he always looked forward to it. But they were at the office, in the middle of a crisis, and nothing was going to get done about that here. She planted another kiss on him, one a little inappropriate for the office, as her right hand climbed up his thigh, squeezing something that had no mind to protest, then broke away, flushed. "Not here," she groaned. "I wish we could go somewhere." "God, do I wish we could go somewhere." "Me too, hon. This entire end-of-the-world thing is killing sex lives everywhere." She burst out laughing, pushing away from him. "So, can you talk about it?" he asked. "Yeah. Picked up Dr. Urban's wife. Turned out to be an imposter." She quickly related the day's events and the interrogation highlights, LaRue switching from Gaga boyfriend to CIA analyst mode. His phone beeped an alarm and he grabbed it, shutting it off. "Nap's over." She smiled, then suddenly appeared tired. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I guess the adrenaline is wearing off. I'm going to be crashing soon." "Funny, you never seem tired when you get home after a mission." She winked at him and leaned forward, grabbing both his thighs. "That's because I usually have something to keep the adrenaline pumping for a few more hours." He blushed with a rush of blood midpoint between her hands. He put his on hers, then slowly pushed them away. "I need to go to the director's office in 10 minutes, and right now, I'm a friggin' tripod." She dropped her head and raised her eyebrows. "Now, honey, I wouldn't go that far." He flushed some more, but played along at the insult of his manhood. "Ouch, that hurt." "I think it would hurt more if you tried to walk on the little guy." He moaned. "Never, ever say the word little when talking about a man's, thing." She laughed, patting him on the leg again, little Chris already racing for cover. "Don't worry, dear. You might not hit bottom, but you scraped the hell out of the sides, which I think you can tell is more than enough for me." He wasn't sure if he had just been insulted or complimented, but he went with the latter since he had never had any complaints from her. He opened up his inbox and quickly scanned the results. He smiled. "Progress." He pointed at one of the results showing bank account tracing. "Man, if we could do our jobs like this all the time, we'd save so much time. And we'd live in a police state." He frowned. "Yeah, you're right, of course." He was ashamed of his excitement. She was right, and he had to remember that. In fact, over the years he'd been an analyst in the CIA, the things they were allowed to get away with continued to grow. The powers they had continually creeping toward that very police state. It was a slippery slope, and if the people didn't wake up soon, America might as well be China. He was reminded of what a friend had once called it. Frog water. If you put a frog in a pot of boiling water, it hops out because it knows it's hot. But if you put a frog in cool water, then slowly boil the water, the frog will stay put, eventually dying, because it didn't notice the increase in temperature. It was the same with the American public. If after 9/11 they had known right away of all the changes that would occur over the next 10 years to their rights and freedoms, to the powers granted their security apparatus, they would have said no. But introduce it a little at a time, distract them with other things, and 10 years later, they don't even realize they're not living in the same country. Though for people like LaRue, it did make it much easier to spy on American and foreign citizens, and now, with all controls lifted, things were flying in. "While you were gone, we caught a lead in New Orleans. Kane found the guy who planted a cylinder of the aerosolized antiviral at the Superdome. He was dead, but he found a bank account number in the Caymans. Your imposter, Mrs. Urban's bank account number, was just linked to that." "How?" "Both accounts received payments from another account." "And who owns the other account?" "Some bullshit Cayman Islands corporation. The system's trying to trace that down. Shouldn't be too long. My guess is there will be a series of blinds set up before we can trace them, but we'll do it. We'll find them."
Him? Urban. Do you really think he's the guy? What do you mean? I mean, it seems to me he's being coerced. His wife's been kidnapped, a stranger is taking care of his kids, and he apparently appeared frightened when treating the brother. I think there's a lot more going on here than we were led to believe. He paused for a minute, then his cell phone demanded his attention again. I've got to meet with the director. I think you should come. Love to.
Morrison Cottage, Dyke, Virginia. Cheryl Morrison sat on the family cottage's front porch, the magnificent view of the Blue Ridge Mountains lost on her. It was peaceful, incredibly peaceful. It was almost enough to forget the chaos spreading across the country. Incidents like what had happened back at the gas station were repeating themselves everywhere as people panicked and hoarded, and National Guards nationwide were deploying to maintain calm. It was terrifying. Terrifying to the point she had to get out of the cottage and into the fresh air, where she couldn't hear the television Charlie had blaring. And what was even more terrifying to her now was that the cellular network seemed jammed. She couldn't reach her husband or daughter. Dozens of attempts at his cell phone or office number finally got his voicemail, where she left him a garbled message, she was sure, hoping to make it sound like he didn't need to worry about her or the kids. But the fact she could barely remember what she said left her thinking it might have sounded panicked. Because dozens and dozens of attempts to reach their daughter Alexis had failed. When she had called her earlier, she had been reluctant to agree to come to the cottage, though after Cheryl had practically begged her, finally telling her to turn on the damn TV and wake up, she changed her mind. She'd be coming in from D.C., so it would take a little longer, but she hadn't thought it would be this long, and like any mother's mind, it was inventing dozens of scenarios where her baby was dead. Footsteps behind her startled her, but it was only Charlie. Cases are showing up everywhere now. Uh-huh. Nobody's dying yet, at least not outside of New Orleans, but the internet says any time now. The internet. She didn't have much respect for it. It was filled with half-truths and lies that kids and the naive took at face value. Her husband even used the internet to place cover stories and discredit true ones. It was war in the information age, and whoever had the best hackers and bullshit artists would win. Yeah, the conspiracy sites are going nuts. Who knows what to believe? But even CNN is starting to report that the virus has killed nearly 100% of the first wave of infected people. Uh-huh. Where's Alexis? The phone rang, causing Cheryl to jump as Charlie rushed in to grab it. Hello? There was a pause. Then Charlie's footfalls, heavy, hammered toward the porch. Mom, it's Alexis. She's in trouble. She grabbed the phone as she stood. Mom, you gotta help me. I'm being chased by some guys in a truck. What? They ran me twice. I'm a bit ahead of them now, but I don't know how much longer I can hang on. Cheryl's chest pounded with each word from her terrified daughter's mouth. Where are you? I'm only a couple of miles from the cottage. Oh, God, no! There was a terrific bang, then static. Her daughter was crying and screaming on the other end, and Cheryl battled the urge to throw up, her daughter's desperate pleas going unanswered with Cheryl powerless to help her. Mom, are you still there? Yes, are you okay? Yes, they lost control when they hit me. I'm getting ahead. What do I do? Come here. Your brother and I are here. It will be safe. But then they'll just hurt all of us, maybe kill us. Don't worry about that. Hang up the phone, concentrate on your driving. Get here as fast as you can. Okay, Mom. I love you. I love you too, dear. The call ended and Cheryl rushed into the cottage, turning to Charlie. Enable the defenses. Charlie's eyebrows shot up. I thought we weren't supposed to touch that. It was CIA only. To hell with the rules. Activate it. The code is Alpha Delta Tango. Enter 964427. Enter. Got it? Charlie shook his head, racing for the control panel near the wall by the fireplace. He began entering the code as she ran into the games room, entering a 6-digit code on the wall panel that she never thought she'd have to use. The pool table rotated, a cover sliding into place to secure anything on top. Flipped, the cover that was once the bottom slid open, and a series of drawers ejected around the entire table, revealing weapons of all sizes, ammunition, grenades, knives, and more. "After Alpha Delta Tango, what is it?" She repeated the 6 digits. "Got it." The mechanisms in the house kicked in and armor plating dropped over the windows and doors, the walls themselves already reinforced to take a hit from anything handheld, including RPGs. Her husband had trained her in everything over the years and stressed the importance as to why. He never spoke of his work, though he never shied away from the dangers of it. He had a detail always assigned to him, and his family did at certain times, though usually they were on their own to live their lives, which was what she preferred. But today, as the wife of the director of the National Clandestine Service, she would use the tools made available to her to save her daughter. She stuffed a knife and a Glock 22 in her back belt, grabbed an MP5A2 submachine gun and a Mossberg 500 Homeland Defender shotgun for Charlie. She was about to walk away from the table when she stuffed a couple of grenades in each pocket. "She's here!" yelled Charlie from the front of the cottage. Cheryl rushed toward his voice, tossing the shotgun and several boxes of shells at a nearby chair. "Get ready," she said, checking her own weapon and loading it. "Holy shit!" exclaimed Charlie as he quickly loaded the shotgun. Screaming from outside, though muffled, was none the less heartbreaking. She entered the code to open the front door, then stepped onto the porch. Alexis's SUV slid to a halt in the gravel only feet from the porch. The door flew open and Alexis rounded it, her face red and tear-streaked as she rushed toward her mother. Throwing her arms around her, she screamed at the pickup truck pulling into the circular driveway, several men hooting and hollering in a frenzy. Cheryl pushed her daughter inside as Charlie stepped out with the shotgun, raising it at the truck. She stepped down from the porch and around Alexis's SUV, firing several rounds into the ground in front of the now stopped vehicle, its occupants freezing at the bullets tearing into the gravel. She aimed the weapon at the windshield. "I suggest you all turn around and leave." She was running on adrenaline now, her hand shaking as she struggled to steady her breathing. It would take several minutes to get control of her shakes, but she didn't have that kind of time. This would end one way or another in the next 60 seconds. She flicked the weapon to fully automatic. The driver stepped out, his hands up, a smile on his face.
"Now you're not going to shoot us, are you? A little old lady like yourself."
"Old my ass. I ought to shoot you just for that."
The man, 30 if that, approached, his hand still raised.
"Now all we want is what's in the back of her truck. Things are going to hell and we just want our share."
She pointed the weapon directly at the man's chest. This caused him to pause. Then he continued forward, motioning for the other 3 to join him. The passenger door opened, then the 2 of the rear cab as his friends joined him. They were all approaching her now, and she stepped back, keeping some distance. "They're not going to stop. They're going to kill you, then your son, then rape and murder your daughter. This is your final warning." The driver stopped, his smile disappearing.
"Screw you, lady. Your time is over."
He rushed at her and she squeezed the trigger, a burst of lead erupting from the barrel, leaving a row of holes from the man's stomach up to his left shoulder, as the other 3 scattered. A shot roared from the other side of the SUV and a body flew back into view as Charlie took out one of the men. She swung her weapon at a third man reaching for something in his pocket that she had to assume was a weapon. She squeezed the trigger again, hitting him in the back, then the head, the body dropping in a quivering heap. The final man dove into the front seat of their truck from the passenger side. Charlie emptied a barrel into the windshield as the engine roared to life. He advanced quickly, the shotgun held high against his shoulder as he chambered another round. "Wait!" cried Cheryl, but it was too late. The muzzle flashed as the round was fired through the hole already made in the windshield. The final survivor ducked in time, the back of the seat and headrest riddled with holes. The rear tires spun, and the front tires turned as the man drove blind, tearing out of their gravel driveway, his head finally making an appearance when the back of the truck was between him and their weapons. "Why did you let him get away?" demanded Charlie, clearly exasperated. "He was leaving. You don't shoot someone when they're clearly running away." "Running away, yeah, probably to get more of his friends." She nodded. He was probably right. "Nevertheless, I don't want us being accused of murder." "Are you guys okay?" It was Alexis, standing in the doorway, brandishing a handgun. "We're fine," called Cheryl, staring at the three bodies. "What are we going to do with them?" asked Charlie. "We can't move them. This is a crime scene. I guess we'll call the sheriff." "Let's just hope one of these guys isn't a friend of his." She frowned, holding out her arm as Alexis joined them, putting her head on her mother's shoulder. "Maybe we should just call Dad." CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Morrison sat behind his desk, his fingers steepled in front of his face, his lips pursed as he stared intently. LaRue wasn't sure if he should say something, and exchanged a quick glance with Sherry. Both had been talking for the past 10 minutes, with Morrison saying little, if anything. His side of the conversation more often than not merely guttural sounds. Something's bothering him. He wondered if it were appropriate to ask a man so high up on the ladder he could order you killed without question if he were feeling all right. He decided against it. Morrison's phone rang and he jumped at it, forgetting he wasn't alone.
"Are you okay?" "What? How many? Is she okay? Did you arm the system?" "One got away. Who have you called?" "Good, just stay inside. I'll take care of things. Love you too."
LaRue had tried not to eavesdrop, yet it was impossible. The office was large, but not that large, and his boss had been so agitated he had made no attempt to lower his voice. The receiver hit the cradle in Morrison's side, then seemed to remember they were in the room.
"Sorry for that. Personal call. Family."
"Are they okay?"
asked Sherry. Glad she had the balls to ask.
"My wife and kids are at our cottage. They were attacked by 4 men. 3 are dead, but 1 got away."
LaRue's heart pounded just thinking of it. His mind flooded with images of his own family and how scared they must be, and how he had no power to help them.
"Do you want me to go get them?"
It was Sherry who asked, and Morrison's eyebrows shot up at the suggestion.
"That wouldn't be appropriate. Our family shouldn't get any special treatment because we work at the CIA."
"Sir, the secondary residence of the director of the National Clandestine Service was attacked by unknown hostiles, with unknown intent. At least 1 is still alive, with possibly more accomplices on the way. Security of the director's family, so they cannot be used in an attempt at extortion against him, is in the best interest of the nation, especially in a time of crisis." God, I love that woman.
Morrison's head bobbed slightly as he listened.
"I hadn't thought of it that way. And as selfish as it sounds, you're right. Go get them. Take whatever resources you need. My assistant has the address. Full biohazard protocols are now in effect, so make sure you follow them. And put my family into quarantine when they get here. CDC apparently has a blood test now. Screening has already begun in New Orleans and all major federal facilities. We'll at least start to be able to know who's infected and who isn't."
"But how many do we test? All 7 billion?
"If we have to. The protocols for the test are being sent to every government in the world. Quarantines are already being set up at airports, and the EU, Canada, and China have already shut down all international air travel. We expect full shutdown within the next few hours."
"Holy shit," muttered LaRue. "I never thought I'd see the day."
Morrison agreed.
"Neither did I."
He turned to Sherry.
"You're dismissed. Good luck."
Sherry rose, gave LaRue a wink. Then, as she was about to open the door, Morrison spoke up.
"And Agent White?"
"Yes, sir?"
"Thank you."
She smiled, then left the office, closing the door behind her. LaRue was about to stand when Morrison waved him back.
Don't worry, you'll get a chance to say goodbye.
He leaned back.
This theory of Agent White's about Dr. Urban being coerced. What do you think?
LaRue pursed his lips. I think she's right. Stand in for the wife, leaving the kids in place, means this wasn't a getaway to a new life with his family, unless the guy really hates his kids. His mind raced for a moment at the thought. He seems to have no qualms about killing people, so perhaps he doesn't care about them.
Then he probably wouldn't care about his wife either. Let's assume he does love his kids.
Then leaving the kids behind with a stranger has to have him worrying constantly. Who knows if the wife is even alive? Maybe they killed her or are holding her as another way of getting him to cooperate. The children being with the stranger is the key. He has to assume the imposter has orders to kill the kids if necessary.
Sounds solid. What else?
Well, we know he's not working alone. There's the man who planted the canister at the Superdome. There's the man who hired him. There's whoever killed him. Also, we have the person who recruited the wife stand-in. He could be the same person who hired the guy in New Orleans. Who knows? But when there's more than one person, it's a conspiracy.
I agree. I think Agent White's theory is correct. Now we have to hope that if Urban is an unwilling partner in all this, that if we are able to somehow find him, we'll be able to get him to cooperate. He just may have a cure for what we're now facing.
What are the latest projections?
If the mutated strain were to get into the general population with a 100% kill rate, we're looking at total annihilation within less than a year. Some will survive, of course. The president has already given orders to start prepping certain offshore facilities, and other countries will be doing the same. The human race will survive, but in isolated pockets until we can figure out how to reclaim the mainland.
I try not to think about it. Otherwise, I can't concentrate on my work.
Me as well.
Morrison sat up, moving his mouse to clear the screensaver.
And speaking of work, we both better get back at it.
Thank you, sir. LaRue stood, then left the office, sending Sherry a text. Within a few seconds, she replied, "Meet me where we first made love in 5 minutes." Little Chris tweaked at the message as he raced for his desk. He quietly checked the status of his searches, initiated his follow-ups, then raced toward the temporary quarters where they had been housed after the attack on his apartment several months ago. Memories of that experience flashed through his mind, and he was thankful he wasn't wearing track pants. He reached the door and opened it, holding his breath in anticipation. It was dark inside, the only sound his own heart slamming. "Hello?" Nothing. Suddenly the door shut behind him and the lock clicked. Someone shoved him hard against the wall, then a pair of lips pressed against his as hands ripped off his clothes while he remained frozen, momentarily stunned. "We've got maybe 15 minutes, said Sherry breathlessly. His body flew into motion, not willing to waste a second of their precious time, the troubles of the outside world, momentarily forgotten. Isolation Ward, Interim LSU Public Hospital, New Orleans, Louisiana. Best winced as the obviously tired nurse took her blood sample. Like the rest, she was being screened for the antiviral using the new test developed by the CDC and Biodyne Pharma. The first results were coming in, and wisely, Johnston had ordered the outlier cases, the 2 men infected in their isolation ward, be screened first. The third man who had been brought in with the initial wave of women was in fact born a woman, and was now treated as such from a medical standpoint. And both men were positive. Genetic tests ordered by Corkery, the young doctor who had notified them of the outbreak, were also arriving, showing all of the women whose results had come back did indeed have the same genetic mutation, along with the first male who had arrived with the initial batch. The genetic defect, which affected less than 0.5% of the population, led to a highly increased risk of breast cancer in women, which essentially proved Corkery's theory. It also corroborated what Cap from Biodyne Pharma had said their message from Urban had claimed about the antiviral. It was designed to target specific genetic sequences. The problem in this case was that a genetic deformity you were born with was in all of your DNA. Therefore, the antiviral was targeting the victim's entire body, eventually killing them. An actual virus like HIV or the flu would only infect some of the body, and the antiviral would kill only those bad cells. If the antiviral were used as designed, it would do wonders. But programming it to target genetic traits or birth defects was just madness. A hazmat suit rounded the corner, its orange color indicating their exposure classification. Corkery's face was revealed through the window, a smile on it that widened when he saw Best.
"I take it your blood test cleared you?"
He nodded.
"Now it's round 2. I have to stay isolated in this suit for the next few hours until the second test is negative. Then I can join you guys in those lovely green suits."
She laughed.
"I guess you haven't seen daylight or smelled fresh air in quite a while."
He grunted.
"Reminds me of med school."
His face became all business.
"I understand we have mixed news back."
She sighed.
"Looks like you were right on what the original antiviral was designed to target, but the 2 outliers both have the antiviral, obviously aren't women, and don't have the mutation, so they shouldn't have been targeted." "How are they progressing?"
"Similar to the others, however a little slower. There's definitely something different here, but we don't know what yet."
"I assume you're having the antiviral in their blood compared to the original?"
"Of course, but it will take time.
The initial analysis says it's essentially the same. They're trying to identify the differences now and then determine exactly what those differences mean. We've sent samples of both to Biodyne Pharma to see if their scientists can make head or tail of it since it was originally their creation." "Anything further on transmission?"
"It's airborne, we know that for sure. We're doing testing to see how long it survives outside the host and under what conditions. We've got teams growing it like crazy so we can start to try figuring out how to destroy it. It's going to take time, which is the one thing we don't have."
Corkery frowned, just as another code blue blared over the PA. "I'll take this. These are my patients."
He rushed into the isolation unit as one of the final remaining patients passed. And she kept wondering if a second wave of infections was about to start arriving. Gravier Street, New Orleans, Louisiana. Kane leaned forward, stretching the kinks out of his back. He took a swig of his Diet Coke, all the while keeping his eyes glued to the screen. It hadn't taken too long to get the digital footage from the owner of the corner store embedded in the apartment building where Milner had lived, but there was no rhyme or reason to the hard drive he had provided. And he hadn't stuck around to explain it, his drop-off more resembling a drive-by than anything else. He and Isabel had commandeered a terminal in the FBI Mobile HQ, now located out front of the apartment building, uploaded the footage to Langley, and waited for the first results to begin coming in. It hadn't taken long, and they had now spent almost 2 hours staring at digitally enhanced faces, with date and timestamps, to see if anyone jumped out at them. After the first half hour, some of the faces came in again with identities attached to them and their FBI files. The unfortunate part about dealing with a dump apartment building like the one Milner had lived in was that almost everyone had a file, making their job even more difficult. The original lobby footage hadn't proved useful, the angle pointing away from the entrance, only showing the mailboxes they had identified Milner's apartment number from. This new storefront camera, though, could prove a gold mine. Isabel pointed at the screen.
"That's Milner there."
He had almost missed it. She clicked on the photo, then activated the link back to the original footage.
"That's the night before he installed the canister."
"Looks like he's alone." He fired the image number back to Langley over his phone, telling them that this was their high-priority target and that they needed his comings and goings identified, along with anybody who might be with him or anybody entering the building after him that didn't live there. On the terminal, a database was building as the faces came in. Many were duplicates as residents came and went, and the computer, using facial recognition software, caught the duplicates and combined them into single files. When identities came in from one of the many government databases they were tapped into, the system classified them as resident, non-resident, or unknown. The database was quickly filling in. The amount of computing power dedicated was massive, as this was their best lead for the moment. Hewitt cleared her throat, handing over a tablet computer.
We've got footage of our cemetery guy. Pulled it from a security camera.
Kane took the tablet and held it out so both he and Isabel could see it.
"You sure it's him?"
asked Isabel.
"He was barely pixels in the other shot. He's coming out of the same cemetery at the same time in the same direction as the other man, dressed in the same color clothes. This is the guy, all right."
"I agree," said Kane as he quickly read the summary. "So, we don't know who he is."
"No. We've uploaded it to our people and sent it to Langley. Hopefully we'll have something shortly."
He pursed his lips. "Got somewhere to sleep around here?"
"We've got rooms reserved at the Holiday Inn near the Superdome. Just show them your ID and they'll give you a room."
"Sounds good." He turned to Isabel. "How about we both get some rest until something solid shows up? I have a feeling once it does, we'll have no time for sleep until this thing is over."
She stood. "Agreed. But come stay at my place. It's only 10 minutes from here. And with a virus going around, staying at a public place probably isn't a great idea."
He rose from his seat and turned to Hewitt. "You know how to reach us. Call me if anything actionable comes in."
"Will do."
She stifled a yawn. "And you better get some sleep, too," he said with a smile. She returned the smile as she checked her watch.
"My replacement is here in 10 minutes. Then I'm getting 8 sweet hours."
He chuckled as Isabel opened the door. He winked at Hewitt. "If you get 8 hours, I'm buying the beer when this is all over." She closed her eyes for a moment, sighing.
"I'll be happy with 3. Just 3 uninterrupted hours in a comfortable bed."
"Sweet dreams," he said with a laugh as he stepped outside and closed the door. Isabel was already climbing into her car, yawning in anticipation of their purpose. He strode over and climbed in the passenger side. He put his seatbelt on and closed his eyes as she pulled out into the non-existent traffic.
"This city's becoming a ghost town."
He opened his eyes. There were police and military along with ambulance and fire on the road, but almost no civilian traffic. The few civilian cars likely unmarked official vehicles or emergency workers on their way to or from their shifts. There were, however, a few cars here and there driven by terrified people out on some emergency errand for water or food, their cupboards woefully unprepared for an emergency like this. Always be prepared for 2 weeks of no government services. With the crap he had seen around the world, with the number of fanatics inside and outside of the U.S. that he knew about, whenever he made it home to visit his folks, he always made sure they were well supplied. He had set up 4 large storage bins in their basement, now containing enough emergency rations, medical supplies, and tools, along with cash, silver and gold, batteries, solar and crank chargers, and much more in the event things truly went to shit. It was something every American should do, not just in case some wacko did something, but other things such as power blackouts, hurricanes, viruses, riots. There was no shortage of things that could go wrong that you couldn't predict or outrun. Sometimes your only choice is to hunker down and wait it out, and being well supplied makes it much more likely you'll survive doing so. They rounded a corner. His eyes closed again as he prepared for the coming sleep, when the car slowed.
"What's this?"
muttered Isabel. He opened his eyes. A group of men, he counted 6, were beating on a lone man, his sports car sitting nearby, its driver's side door open. Isabel reached for her radio when he stopped her. "No point wasting police resources on something like this. Wait here, I'll take care of it."
"I'm coming with you."
"If things go wrong, come in shooting, but there's no point in both of us possibly being exposed."
"Fine.
I hope you know what you're doing." "Me too." He grinned as he climbed out of the now stopped car. He approached the group, the victim now curled up in a ball on the ground as he protected his stomach and head from further blows. "Hey!" yelled Kane as he approached, halting the attack as the group of thugs turned to see who had the gall to interrupt their fun. "Walk on, asshole, or you'll get some of this too," replied one of them, apparently the leader, the rest appearing at least a few years younger than this one's 20 years at best. These were street kids taking advantage of the situation. "I'm afraid I can't do that." Kane circled to the right so the group would turn away from the victim's convertible. If he could draw them away, the man might make it into his car and get away. He pointed at the car, a notorious British sports car. "Don't you know what kind of car this is? Don't you think this poor bastard has enough problems in his life driving that thing? He doesn't need to get beat up on by you guys to be in misery. He's already in misery because of all the repair bills." One of the kids laughed, then cringed at the glare from the alpha male of the group. "You weren't thinking of stealing his car, were you?" asked Kane, continuing to round the group. "You have to know that the damn thing would break down on you if you got into a chase. Hell, this guy was probably on his way back from the garage getting something fixed when you guys stopped him." Another giggle, another glare. "I've heard just about enough from you," said the alpha. "Get him," he bravely ordered his young cohorts. They rushed forward, giggles and grins gone, gangster sneers carefully painted on their faces. Kane snap-kicked the first arrival in the stomach, doubling him over. Kane stepped back, grabbing the second one by the shirt, pulling him with his left hand toward his right, which he used to crush the boy's windpipe enough to take him out of the game, but not permanently. A roundhouse dropped the third to the pavement, rolling him onto the road, moaning in pain as his two buddies sought their revenge. Kane smacked the next one, open palm to the face, dropping him in a stinging mess of watering eyes as the victim scrambled away to his car. Good. Get out of here before they realize what's happening. Kane grabbed the final boy from the initial rush and squeezed him by the throat, lifting him into the air several inches as he applied pressure to the arteries supplying oxygen to the brain. The boy's eyes drooped, and Kane tossed him to the side. The leader stepped forward, reaching for something behind him. "Enough's enough." Kane grabbed his gun tucked into his belt when he noticed the victim hadn't fled at all, but had instead opened his trunk and retrieved a golf club. He swung at the alpha dog's legs, nailing him in the side of the knee, sending him screaming to the pavement, his gun clattering to the ground. The man then raised the club high in the air, double-fisted, then dropped the titanium head hard and fast on the guy's back. Kane could have sworn he heard vertebrae shatter as the punk cried out in agony. The others were now getting up, and Kane pulled his weapon, pointing it at them. "Get your asses home. If I see any of you out again, I'll shoot you first and won't bother asking questions." Nobody moved. "Get!" They scattered, leaving their leader on the ground, crying in pain as the car owner landed another blow. "I think he's had enough," said Kane, approaching. The man stopped and looked at him, his face covered in blood and sweat, several prominent cuts on his cheeks, but nothing he wouldn't survive. "I'd say you should go to a hospital, but with what's happening, I'd say get your ass home, clean up your wounds, and consider yourself lucky." The man extended his hand. "Fred Newton." Kane holstered his gun. "Sorry if I don't shake hands, what with the virus and you being covered in blood." Newton stood and laughed, then winced. "You're right, of course." He stepped over to his trunk and tossed the club inside, closing the lid. "Thanks for stopping. You didn't have to do that." "No problem. Now I'll say to you like I said to them. Get home and stay home. Things are going to shit. Fast." Newton climbed into his car, closing the door. He leaned out the window. "Just one more thing.
These cars are fantastic. I'll let you get away with it this time since you saved my life. But next time I'll force you to drive one."
Kane laughed and motioned for him to leave. "Get out of here before that thing breaks down and I have to call you a tow." Newton laughed, revving the engine.
"Thanks again,"
he said with a serious expression, then turned and gunned the vehicle into the city streets, hopefully heading home if he knew what was good for him. Kane regarded the mess that was the Alpha leader lying on the sidewalk, groaning. There was nothing he could do to help him, his spine likely shattered. He returned to the car with Isabel and climbed in. Better call an ambulance for him.
"What should I report? You let the victim go."
"Just say we found him like that."
Isabel shrugged. "Fine by me. It would have been easier if you had let the guy kill him, though."
He agreed. Though having inflicted enough death in his lifetime, he knew that one Mr. Fred Newton might have felt better for the moment in killing his assailant, but in the long run would be haunted by it. Instead, he would now go on with his life knowing he had fought his assailant and won, and he would never know what condition he had left the piece of garbage in, other than the fact he was alive, which was far easier to sleep with. He yawned as the adrenaline rush he was on crashed. "Let's get over to your place. I need to sleep. Stat." She mimicked the yawn, pulling the car back onto the road.
"We'll be there in 5 minutes."
He was asleep before the next turn. Morrison Cottage, Dyke, Virginia. Cheryl Morrison's head drooped, then popped back up, looking around to see if anything had changed. How long she had been asleep, unknown. Nothing had. Alexis had cried herself to sleep on the love seat an hour ago, and Charlie stood vigil, watching the outdoor cameras in his dad's office. Cheryl had tried to stay awake, but she had to get some rest, even if only for a quick power nap. She pushed up from the couch to make sure Charlie was awake. She found him cradling the shotgun in his lap, his eyes glued to the cameras, leaving them only when his hand darted to the large bowl of chips he had poured himself, or the large glass of soda he was nursing.
"How are you doing?"
she asked, walking over and squeezing his shoulders.
"Good. No action outside."
He glanced up over his shoulder at her.
"Maybe they won't come back."
"Maybe," she sighed.
"I'm going to get some sleep. Use the alarm to wake me if something happens, or if you get tired. Come get me and I'll take over." "Sure, Mom."
She gave his shoulders another squeeze, then went to the master bedroom, the usually spectacular view blocked by metal screens. It was depressing, but she didn't have the energy to care. Her head hit the pillow and she was out like a light within seconds. The phone rang. She woke, spinning on instinct so her feet were on the floor. The phone rang again. She reached for it and hit the talk button.
"Hello?"
"Hello, Mrs. Morrison."
"Who is this?"
"This is Deputy Wright from the Greene County Sheriff's Office. We've had a report of shots fired in your area. Are you okay?"
"Yes, I'm fine."
Her heart pounded. Their cottage was fairly remote. However, it was conceivable someone heard the encounter, especially with the number of shots fired. "What about the other two with you? Are they okay?"
"Everyone is fine here, Deputy."
Charlie's feet pounded on the hardwood floors and he charged into the bedroom. She put a finger to her lips, then covered the mouthpiece.
"They're here," he whispered. "A cop car and 2 more trucks. At least 10 people. Only 1 cop, though."
"And what about the people who came to your cottage earlier?" asked Wright. Cheryl's heart slammed as she stood, grabbing her weapon and following Charlie back to her husband's office. Alexis was already there, pointing at the camera angle they needed to see.
"You mean the ones who tried to kill my daughter and then us?"
"I mean the unarmed men you shot and killed in cold blood."
My daughter was attacked by 4 men in a pickup truck, pursued to our cottage, then they refused to stand down when ordered to. They rushed my position and I was forced to defend myself. 3 were shot. We let 1 leave."
"Mrs. Morrison, I'm well aware of who your husband is. But if you think you can get away with shooting 3 unarmed people, including my brother, you're sadly mistaken."
"I'd like to talk to the sheriff, please."
"You can talk to him when you surrender yourselves." Cheryl played dumb.
"You're here?"
"You know very well we're here, Mrs. Morrison. You've got cameras all over the place. I'm asking that you come out now, peacefully, or you will force us to come in and get you."
"Deputy Wright, was it? If you can show me a warrant, we'll come out."
She had no intention of stepping 1 foot outside these walls, warrant or not, but she needed to get a sense of the situation. A lone cop, brother to one of the dead, with 10 of his friends, didn't sound like any police operation she had heard of.
"I don't need a warrant, Mrs. Morrison. I'm arresting you on suspicion of murder. The bodies are outside and I have a witness. There's no need for a warrant."
He was right, of course, but it also meant that no one in town probably officially knew what he was doing. At least, if a judge had signed off on something, they might expect justice of some sort. Instead, this had all the appearances of a lynch mob.
"They're surrounding us,"
whispered Charlie, pointing at various cameras showing the men spreading out.
"If you're here officially, Deputy, then why are you the only police officer here? Who are the other men with you?"
"They have all been deputized for this one arrest, as we are short-handed due to the virus scare."
She covered the mouthpiece, turning to Charlie.
"Call your dad on the other line. Speed dial 1?
She shook her head.
"That's his regular number. Speed dial 7 is the emergency number." "I think we're done talking, Deputy. Have someone from the FBI come here with credentials I can have verified by my husband, and we'll surrender. Not before."
She ended the call, handing the phone to Alexis, then took the other phone from Charlie.
"Director Morrison's office, how can I help you?" "This is Cheryl. I need to speak with him immediately." "I'm sorry, ma'am. He's with the president. May I assist you?" "We are about to be attacked by 10 armed men in our cottage. We need help." "One moment, please. Let me connect you to the extraction team."
Extraction team? Gunshots pinged off the armored windows, echoing throughout the house from all sides. Cheryl instinctively ducked as Alexis yelped and scrambled under the desk. Charlie rounded it, eyeing the cameras.
"They're attacking from all sides."
He pointed at a camera showing the front of the house.
"It looks like they're going to try and pull open the door."
She saw 2 men drawing a chain from the back of a truck that had pulled within 10 feet of their porch.
"If they get inside, we're dead."
She grabbed her Glock off the desk and raced for the front of the house, the phone still pressed to her ear. Pulling open the front door, she slid aside the Judas hole at chest height, just as she heard something on the other end of the line.
"This is Agent White. What is your status?" "We're under attack by at least 10 people. We're surrounded and they are attempting to pull off the front door."
Cheryl peered through the hole and saw the 2 men climbing the steps, the chain dropped across the hood of Alexis's SUV.
"Back off."
The 2 men stopped, then one reached for a gun holstered on his hip. She pointed the weapon through the hole, took aim, and fired, dropping the man as the phone clattered to the floor. She got a bead on the second one, and decided if she didn't do it now, she'd be forced to deal with him later, and she might not have the advantage. She squeezed the trigger, and he dropped. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the barrel of the gun from outside, somebody having sneaked up the front of the house from the side. She cried out and squeezed the trigger. The man yelped in pain, and footfalls retreated along the porch. She closed the Judas hole, then the door, and picked up the phone.
"Mrs. Morrison, are you there?" Yes, I'm here. We're coming to get you. ETA."
The phone went dead at the same time as the lights, the generator taking a few seconds to kick in. As the lights came back on, The dull drone of the generator, secured in a concrete bunker with the only entrance from within the cottage, was the only sound she could hear. She held the phone to her ear. It was still dead, and she had no idea when help would arrive. Approaching Morrison Cottage, Dyke, Virginia. Command Sergeant Major Bert Big Dog Dawson, BD for short, eyed the incredibly young CIA agent leading the mission. Several Delta Force teams, including his Bravo team, had been seconded to the CIA for domestic missions during the crisis. Rarely did he go on a mission on domestic soil, even though Delta were the only branch of the United States military exempt from posse comitatus, if ordered by the President, and from what he could tell, every branch of the government was operating with no holds barred. The country was going to hell, and this time he had no one to fight. The young agent turned to him, her conversation with one of their subjects having been cut off.
"We're going into a hot LZ. It looks like they're under attack by approximately 10 armed men."
Dawson frowned as he shrugged, shifting the weight of his gear slightly, the nuclear, biological, chemical NBC hazmat gear they were forced to wear, making fighting a little more difficult. Now they were going into a hot LZ. This just keeps getting better. "I recommend we find another place to land, then double time it in. Put the bird back in the air, and then it can be our eyes and provide cover. Once we've secured the area, we'll extract at the originally planned LZ."
"Agreed,"
replied Agent Sherry White as she relayed new orders to the pilot. He wondered if that were her name or code, his alias usually Mr. White. He turned to his team, a team much smaller than he would have liked, with perhaps a dozen opponents facing them, but right now they were working in groups of 4 to maximize their ability to supplement the CIA operations. In the chopper with him, he had Sergeants Will Spock Lightman, Carl Niner Sung, and Jerry Jimmy Olsen Hudson with him. All experienced operators, men he wouldn't hesitate to trust with his life. "You all heard that?" There were nods. "Spock, you're with me and Agent White. Jimmy and Niner take our flank. Eliminate anything that isn't us. Our subjects are holed up in a reinforced cottage. It's the National Clandestine Service Chief's family we're going after, so let's try not to shoot them." Everyone turned to Niner for some flippant comment, but got nothing, except him stiffly turning his entire upper body to face each of them for a moment. Finally, he said something.
"What? You expect me to be funny in this damned bunny suit? You know me, it's all in the delivery. My facial expressions, my posture,
"I think we've got it," interrupted Spock, his trademark eyebrow not visible to the team either. Jimmy shrugged at Sherry.
"Sorry, Agent. Our humor is handicapped by our equipment today."
She gave him a look.
"I'm sure they weren't thinking of that when they designed it."
She flashed some teeth.
"But don't worry, Sergeant. From what I can see, you look plenty funny to me."
Niner roared, punching Jimmy's shoulder.
"She owned you, brah!"
Jimmy rubbed his shoulder, wagging his finger at the young agent.
"You just made my list,"
he scolded as he laughed.
"You're fair game now."
"Bring it on," urged Sherry.
"ETA 60 seconds,
said the pilot over the comm. The side door was slid open by a crew member, and Dawson peered out to see they were being dropped on a dirt road. A quick scan of the area, and he knew right where they were from his briefing. This would be the road leading up to the cottage. The wheels touched down, and Dawson hopped out, followed by the rest of his team and the young agent. The chopper was airborne again within seconds, now their eye in the sky. He checked the tactical computer zipped into his arm and selected a view of the area provided by the chopper, infrared images glowing as it gained altitude. He pointed at the display. "There's the cottage. Looks like 8 hostiles surrounding it, 2 recently deceased near the front, probably the gunfire you heard when talking to the subject." Sherry pointed up the road.
"Let's move. We don't know how long they can hold out. Once we get near the cottage, we'll split up into 2 teams and eliminate the targets."
"Agreed." Dawson turned to his men. "Let's go, gentlemen. Niner, you take point."
"Is this because I'm Asian?"
"Of course." Niner jogged out ahead, then the rest followed. He quickly put some distance between them. Jimmy came next, about 20 feet ahead of Dawson and Sherry, with Spock taking up the rear. It didn't take long for gunfire to rattle through the thick trees, and according to the GPS on Dawson's tactical computer, they were nearly at the cottage when they found Niner taking a knee in the brush to the side of the road, his fist held up, indicating they should stop. They all moved to the side, taking a knee and cover. Dawson activated his comm. Report.
2 hostiles hiding behind a truck 20 meters ahead of me. On the number 2 side of the structure, there are 3 more, and I can see muzzle flashes on the number 4 side. TAC computer shows 2 there, plus 2 more at the rear on the number 3 side.
Copy that. Jimmy, you and Niner take out the 2 nearest us quietly. Jimmy rushed forward to join Niner as the rest of the team advanced to Niner's former position, where they had a clear view of Niner and Jimmy. Both had their knives out, and within seconds had pounced on their targets, hands cupped over the enemy mouths, knives slitting their throats. After gently lowering the bodies to the ground, they took up positions behind the truck's wheels. Niner, Jimmy, break left, take out the targets on the number 2 side on my mark. We'll go right, take out the number 4 side.
Roger that,
said Niner, as he and Jimmy broke for the trees on the left side of the road. Dawson moved forward to get a visual on the 3 north side targets, and cursed.
What is it?
Asked Sherry. They're up to something. One of the men ran from his position, dragging a chain to the porch from the front of a police SUV, its lights still flashing. He dropped, then crawled the rest of the way, and when he reached the door, a Judas hole slid open and a gun appeared. Whoever was inside opened fire, but the man was prepared for this, his angle making it almost impossible to get a shot off at him. Instead, he held his position, tight and low against the wall. Then, when the person inside stopped to reload, he leaped up, shoved the hook into the Judas hole, then pulled the chain tight as he retreated. Hands desperately struggled to dislodge the hook from the hole, to no avail.
Now, now, now,
yelled the man. The SUV's tires spun as the man let go of the chain, diving to the ground. The vehicle struggled for a moment, then the front door came flying off. There was a scream of a woman from inside, and 2 men came running from the 1-2 corner to the left of the porch, 2 more racing to join them from the 1-4 corner to the right, as what appeared to be a sheriff's deputy climbed out of the SUV to join them. Bravo Team 01, situation's changed. Advance now. Dawson rushed forward, his MP5K aiming at the first man about to enter. He fired, dropping him. The second tripped over the first but managed to roll inside the door. Flashes of weapons fire from inside had Dawson pressing his advance. Shots from the left took out 2 of the attackers advancing from the right, and Sherry's gun belched several shots, removing the deputy from the equation. 1-0 and 1-1, take the rear, eliminate that target. We're going in, over.
Roger that, replied Niner.
Out of the corner of his eye, he saw them dart across the cleared area in front of the cottage and toward the rear as his boots hit the porch. Screams from inside, along with gunfire, had him rush through the door, Spock on his heels, Sherry covering their rear. He crossed the threshold, indicating Spock take the right, and he turned left toward the screams. He advanced quickly, weapon high, slightly hunched over. He rounded a corner, entering what appeared to be an office, and found the one target that had managed to get inside firing shotgun blast after shotgun blast at a desk, behind which there were screams and cries in response. Dawson put his weapon against the back of the man's head and squeezed the trigger, spraying brain matter across the room. The corpse dropped to the floor with a thud. United States Military, is Mrs. Morrison in there? There was no reply, simply more crying. Then a voice cut through it.
Yes, I'm here.
Sherry appeared to his left, and he waved her forward.
Mrs. Morrison, I'm Agent White. Your husband sent us to extract you. Can you please lower any weapons you might have and come out from behind the desk?
A burst of gunfire from outside was met with more cries from behind the desk.
Final target eliminated, all clear,
came Niner's voice over the comm. The last hostile has been eliminated, said Dawson. You're safe now. He activated his comm. 1101, call in the chopper, over.
Roger that.
Within seconds, he could hear the thumping of the massive blades as they sliced through the air, preparing to land in front of the cottage. A head poked out from behind the desk, revealing an exhausted woman, her face red and streaked with tears, her hands held up, shaking, as she emerged from their hiding place. 2 more heads joined her as her adult children crawled out from under the desk. Sherry stepped forward, extending her gloved hand to Cheryl Morrison.
"You're safe now. Let's get you to Langley."
Cheryl fell forward into Sherry's arms, hugging her as she sobbed, "Thank you," over and over, the 2 kids hugging them both. Dawson smiled, stepping forward to help move the huddle toward the chopper. "The sooner we're out of here, the sooner you can all be reunited." The mass broke apart, and he led them to the chopper, the rest of his team holding covering positions until the family was on board. As they lifted into the air, he couldn't help but wonder if things like this were playing out all over the country. The victims not lucky enough to have a family member high enough in the government to warrant a CIA Delta intervention. Things are going to get worse before they get better. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. LaRue's computer beeped an alert that had him flipping over to his inbox. His heart raced in excitement as he scanned the contents of the message just received, his jaw dropping with each new revelation. The deposits into the imposter Jessica Mrs. Urban Flowers and Mike the canister planter Milner had been traced back after several bounces to the same account. That account had backtracked through several more dummy corporations to a standard front corporation in the Cayman Islands. These were companies that acted as middlemen between the banks and other foreign individuals or companies. Their names would be on the bank files, but the funds, less a generous fee for the middlemen, would still be owned by the foreign entity. These were designed to stop computer traces in their tracks. With the digital trail dead, all transactions from this point on were in cash and in person, leaving it next to impossible to trace the money beyond the fronts. The fronts were doing nothing illegal, according to Cayman Islands law, and the government was reluctant to change the rules, lest they lose the billions sheltered in their banks. But according to the report, a 2-man team took advantage of the new gloves-off approach and kidnapped the owner of the middleman company, forced him to open his paper files, and the hunt was back on. Several more bounces, and they had their man. Scott Fowler. The name meant nothing to LaRue until he read the CIA and FBI files on the man, and his jaw hit the floor.
Holy shit.
He fired the name into his search algorithms to begin tracking down every financial transaction, sighting, phone conversation, email, anything that could be used to locate the man. This Fowler had to be found, fast. It would be difficult, but LaRue relished the thought of catching this bastard. He activated his final tracking routine, then grabbed the phone and dialed Morrison's office.
"This is LaRue. I need to see him right away." "He's not available right now. Can I take a message?"
"It's urgent. I've identified the guy behind this."
"He's at the isolation ward. His family just arrived. Tell him I'll meet him there."
LaRue hung up the phone, printed off the file on Scott Fowler on a secure printer in his cubicle, then rushed toward isolation.
"I wonder if Sherry is there."
Quarantine Zone, CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. LaRue watched as 2 workers sprayed the hallway, starting at the ceiling and working their way down, then repeating the process, moving along about 10 feet at a time.
"What is that?"
he asked the guard accompanying them.
"Some sort of bleach solution. It's supposed to pretty much kill anything. We're going into a phased lockdown. Everyone gets tested. Once tested, you're restricted to your zone and floor until the test results for your entire area come through. If your entire area is clear, then you're allowed to move into adjacent cleared areas. If someone is infected, they are taken to quarantine, the area is cleaned again, and you're all tested again in 24 hours. Jesus. I hope he's got nothing to do with this. If he does, I'm sensing some biblical wrath of God stuff coming on."
LaRue agreed, his eyes glued to the practiced technique of the men spraying the bleach. A knock at the glass had his head spinning. He smiled as he saw Sherry waving to him. He opened the door and entered the room next to her isolation chamber, sitting and grabbing the phone on the table.
"How are you?"
he asked, placing his bare hand on the glass.
"I'm fine."
She pressed her hand against the glass as well.
"It was pretty exciting, if you know what I mean."
Her eyebrows bobbed up and down suggestively. Little Chris twitched.
"Well, nothing we can do about that now."
He lowered his voice.
"Did you see what it's like on the outside?"
She shook her head.
"Not much. Where we were was pretty isolated, but from what I was seeing, law and order are starting to break down. We had to take out about 10 guys trying to kill the Morrisons. It was crazy. One of them was a sheriff's deputy."
"Man, I hope my parents are okay."
"You haven't been able to reach them?"
"We're in a communications lockdown right now." Sherry fished something out of her pocket, then placed it against the glass. It was her personal cell phone, not company issue. She hit redial, and he recognized the number before she put the phone back in sleep mode.
"Mom and Dad."
She gave him a wink, and he sighed in relief. At least now they would know what was going on, that he was safe, and what they should do to be safe themselves. They had a chance.
God, I love her. "I'm stuck in here until I'm cleared. I guess they're starting some isolation grid. They hope to have the entire building cleared within 24 hours.
Yeah, I just heard. We might not see each other for a while." A pout spread.
"I'm going to miss you."
"Me too, hon." She sucked in a breath, then gestured at the folder he had brought with him.
"Any luck with that intel I got you?"
He beamed.
"Absolutely. Thanks in no small part to you, I found out who might be behind this."
He pulled out the photo and held it up for her to see.
"Meet Scott Fowler, the guy at the end of the trail."
Sherry leaned forward.
"Have you shown that to our imposter yet? He matches the description of the guy who recruited her."
"Not yet. I'll do that as soon as I brief the director." He returned the photo to the file.
"Oh, and you'll never guess who Fowler used to work for."
The door behind LaRue opened as he asked the question.
Who?
Asked Morrison as he stepped inside. LaRue rose, bowing his head slightly.
"Hello, sir. Sorry, I was waiting for you to finish with your family."
Morrison waved him off.
Don't worry about it.
He approached the mirror and held his hand out for the phone LaRue still gripped. LaRue handed it to him.
Agent White, I just wanted to thank you for a job very well done. I just heard from my wife about the situation you faced, and it sounds like you not only arrived in the nick of time, but conducted yourselves bravely and effectively."
Sherry was standing as well, almost at attention.
"Thank you, sir. I had a good team, sir."
"Yes, you did, one of the best, but it was your mission, and it was a success. My family and I thank you."
He handed the phone back to LaRue, then pointed at him.
"You're with me."
Morrison strode from the room, leaving LaRue torn between love and duty.
"Go,"
urged Sherry at his indecision.
"Bye. Sorry."
He slammed the receiver in its cradle as he blew her a kiss, then raced after Morrison, who by now was at the elevators.
"What have you found?"
asked Morrison as they both entered.
"I've traced the accounts back to a Scott Fowler."
LaRue handed the file to Morrison.
"He's a former senior vice president at Biodyne Pharma."
Morrison's eyebrows shot up.
"You've got to be kidding me."
He jabbed his finger at the photo.
"This is the same guy the FBI in Kane just identified as our cemetery man in New Orleans."
The doors opened not on the floor LaRue had expected. He followed Morrison at a jog.
"I need to see her,"
he said to a pair of guards at the far end of a hall. He was buzzed through, and a guard manning a desk moved to stand.
"At ease,"
said Morrison, marching down to the only cell occupied today. He held up the photo of Fowler to their prisoner.
"Can you identify this man?"
Flowers rose from her cot and stepped toward the photo. She jabbed a finger at it.
"Yep, that's the guy who promised to cure my brother."
Morrison spun on his heel, heading for the door.
"Finally, some progress."
LaPree's residence, New Orleans, Louisiana. Isabel woke with a start. She quickly glanced around the room to confirm she was alone, then checked her watch. She had been asleep almost 3 hours, but something had woken her. A quick check of her cell phone showed no missed calls or messages. A moan from the living room had her out of bed, reaching for her weapon, her holster draped across the back of a chair sitting in front of her dresser. Silently she removed it as another moan drifted into her bedroom, then a whisper. Kane was asleep on the pull-out couch, or at least he should be. But those sounds she was hearing as she approached the door sounded like pain. Maybe he's sick? The thought froze her in her tracks. Then you are too. She realized it was true. They had spent so much time together in a cramped FBI mobile HQ, her car, the apartment. If he were sick, so was she. She opened the door to her bedroom, and the moans and whispers were louder. With her weapon extended in front of her, she rounded the couch and cleared the room, finding only Kane, lying far more naked on the couch than she had left him, moaning and muttering to himself. She lowered her weapon and knelt beside him, unsure of what to do. He's having a nightmare. Abort. Abort. Abort, he muttered as he writhed under the sheet that now barely covered him, his body soaked in sweat from head to toe, his chest heaving with each agitated breath. Oh, God, no. Oh, God, please, no. The agony in his voice tore at her heart as she leaned in to touch him, to comfort him, the anguish unlike anything she had ever heard. Her eyes teared up and her chest tightened as he repeated his plea. He bolted upright, his eyes wide, tears flowing freely down his cheeks as he caught his breath. His eyes squeezed shut, blocking the tears. Then suddenly they were open again, staring at her as she knelt beside him. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Has there been news?" "Yes, I'm okay, and no, there's been no news. You were having a nightmare." He wiped the tears from his eyes and cheeks, then sat up. "Anything you want to talk about?" He shook his head. "Classified." "You'd have to kill me?" He chuckled, but there was no heart in it, so she dropped it. "Do you think you'll be able to get back to sleep?" "Don't worry about me. I'll be okay." He didn't sound convincing. "Would you—" She stopped, stunned she was about to suggest this, but now with the words almost out, she couldn't exactly not complete the sentence. She stared at the floor instead. "Would you like to sleep in my bed?" "No, you keep that. I'm comfortable here." Ugh, he's going to make me say it, isn't he? "I meant with me. Maybe you'll sleep better if you're not alone." She wagged a finger at him with a smirk. "No funny business." He laughed. "I don't know if that's a good idea." "Hey, it's the end of the world. Who's gonna know?" She stood and extended her hand. "Come on, let's get some sleep." He smiled and took her hand, standing. She led him to the bedroom, having to remind herself to let go of his hand. He was the most stunning creature to have crossed the threshold of her bedroom in far too many years. Ever. She pointed at the usually empty side. "Get in bed. I'm going to powder my nose." "Thanks." Kane gave her a genuine smile of gratitude, then dropped onto the bed with a bounce, his rippling muscles sending tingling sensations up and down her core. She had a quick tinkle, washed her hands, checked her teeth, swished some mouthwash, then returned to the dark bedroom, her eyes adjusting from the light in the bathroom. She rounded the bed and climbed in, facing him, but not touching him, her pulse racing as she struggled to control her breathing, unsure whether she should say something. Fortunately, he took care of that for her, with steady, deep breaths. The object of her fantasy was already asleep. Decontamination Zone, Interim LSU Public Hospital, New Orleans, Louisiana. Outbreak Day number 12. Best stripped out of her hazmat suit, then stepped into the decontamination chamber, closing her eyes. As she was hit with bursts of air and various other chemicals, she held her breath, then heard the all clear. Stepping out, she dried off and donned a jumpsuit, finally walking into a much larger isolation tent set up over the past day. It was massive and multi-chambered, an inflatable research lab. Dozens of technicians and scientists filled the area, as fans roared in the distance, keeping the pressure inside higher than that outside, so no virus could enter. Johnston waved her over. "Just in time. We're about to start the briefing," he said as she dropped into a small metal chair. She acknowledged those around her, most of the faces familiar, including Corkery, now sporting a green jumpsuit indicating he was clear of the antiviral. An Army officer and several of his aides she hadn't met yet caught her attention. "This is Colonel Jeremiah Jackson from the Louisiana National Guard," said Johnston, sensing the question on her mind. "He's in charge of enforcing the quarantine. Colonel, this is Dr. Catherine Best. She's in charge of our operation here." Pleasantries were exchanged, without handshakes, and Johnston gave the rundown of the latest news that had an emergency page go out to all department heads. "Here is the latest we know, and it's a stunner." He paused for a moment, but nobody asked the question, so he continued. "We just heard back from the Biodyne Pharma people." He clicked a button on a handheld pointer, and the large display showed a split screen of the two antivirals, the original and the mutated version the two friends had brought in after their fishing trip. "On your left is our original antiviral, genetically encoded to target women with the BRCA1 genetic defect that less than 1% of the population carries, commonly known as the breast cancer gene." He pointed to the image on the right. "Here we have the second antiviral, confirmed to be a derivative of the original, developed by Biodyne, but," he said the last word louder, pausing to get everyone's attention, "this one was never designed to target the BRCA1 genetic defect." He paused triumphantly. Jackson cleared his throat. "Forgive me, Doctor, but let's pretend I have no clue what conclusion you just made. Let's have it in English." Johnston flushed, his cheeks now a rosy red. "I'm so sorry, Colonel. What it means is Biodyne has essentially told us this second antiviral is not a mutation, but a completely separate creation of its own. It means that the first one didn't mutate. We're dealing with a separate outbreak of a separate antiviral. So, a second attack?" Johnston nodded as Best's mind reeled with the implications. This had the potential to be good news or bad, or both. "So what does that mean?" asked Jackson. "This quarantine was put in place because we thought a virus with a 100% kill rate was concentrated here and had mutated and was spreading outside of the city. How does this new information change that reasoning?" Best leaned forward. "Let's look at this from two perspectives. First is the original antiviral. It showed itself 10 days after the initial exposure. The only people confirmed to have the antiviral are women who all have this rare genetic defect. According to Biodyne, the only way it can be transmitted from person to person is if that second person also has the same targeted gene sequence. If they don't, it's harmless and can't be passed on. Our testing at the Superdome has shown no active antiviral anywhere in the structure, which tells us it can't last airborne for too long. We still don't know how long. Our tests are still ongoing. So far it seems at least 24 hours, but much longer than that is rare. Bottom line, Colonel, is that I think we will see the end of the first outbreak in the next 24 to 48 hours. Jackson smiled, slapping his knees. "That's fantastic. And from what I'm hearing, the risk of this spreading is next to nothing. Perhaps we can lift the quarantine?" "We're forgetting the second outbreak. This seems to be presenting itself in the same way on the same cycle with an unknown release point. We don't know where this came from, and we can only assume when. We also don't know who it's targeting yet, or how widespread it is. Jackson's smile disappeared. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, he muttered. Perhaps we need to trace these men's steps. Every single thing they did from the moment they stepped off that boat. They did something that got them exposed. Don't we know about the outbreaks in the other cities yet? Which antiviral were they? Somewhat. We know we've had a few women test positive for the initial antiviral. All were at the Saints game, and all have the gene sequence in question. All of the others so far are either just regular cases of the flu, or the testing hasn't come back yet. So we could still have a global pandemic on our hands targeting an unknown group of people with a 100% kill rate, summarized Jackson. She sighed. Yes. We'll know better once we see how our 2 patients respond over the coming hours and hopefully days. It may just be a bad flu reaction, or it may be deadly like the others. Time will give us those answers. Meanwhile, I need to put together a timeline. I'll take care of that, Doctor, said Corkery, raising his hand. I'm from the area, so anything they say will make more sense to me. I also have some experience in this. She turned to Jackson. It was Dr. Corkery who discovered much of what we now know. Jackson acknowledged Corkery. Fine. I think we'll have to brief the president as soon as possible with this new information. Agreed, said Johnston. I'll set up a video conference shortly. If there aren't any additional questions, I'll let everyone get back to their duties. Silence. Very well, next briefing in 8 hours. The meeting broke, with Best approaching Corkery. Want some help? Absolutely, he said with a smile. We don't have any time to waste if these 2 are on the same track as our previous patients. The 2 went through decon, then donned their suits, and 15 minutes later were at the side of the first patient, Stanley Lafayette, who was in worse condition than his friend lying in the next bed, Richard Cross. Best sat at Stanley's side, Corkery standing beside her, with Richard's bed close enough to hear the conversation. The 2 men agreed they never left the boat, as it had sleeping quarters for 2. They hadn't encountered anyone beyond a wave and a hello from the deck. After docking at the end of their trip, they dropped off the rental keys in a lockbox, climbed in Richard's car, then returned home. Richard dropped Stanley off, then went home, grabbed some dinner at a restaurant, then stopped back at Stanley's house to drop off something left in the trunk. Stanley didn't encounter anybody else until calling 911. Corkery had been taking notes throughout, as had Best. His pen tapped the notepad. If we assume you didn't get infected along the way, then Richard, you must have contracted it after Stanley was dropped off, then infected Stanley when you returned to pick up your bag. Bastard, moaned Stanley, who then laughed once, triggering a coughing fit. Sorry, buddy, said Richard, who truly did sound mortified. Then why is he so much sicker than me? Shouldn't I have gotten sick first? Best shook her head. No, the progression of the disease is pretty consistent between patients, but not exact. The unusual nature of the first group is that we know when they were infected. They were all infected at the Saints game, and we know it was initiated during the power outage. This means people were exposed within perhaps a 2-hour period. We've seen people coming in from 9 to 11 days after. The variation between yourselves is probably the same thing. So you're sure there's no other way you could have come in contact with someone? Asked Corkery. No pizza delivery, mailman, meter reader, canvasser, anything? Stanley shook his head. I almost never answer the door unless I'm expecting someone, he whispered. Richard agreed. I had to ring 3 times to get him to answer. He's notorious for that. And nothing along the way? No other boater that you walked by on the pier? You mentioned you put keys in a Dropbox. Did you touch it? I did that, said Richard. And no, I didn't touch it. You just dropped them in a pretty wide slot on the top. No lid to open or anything. Gate? It was open. Corkery frowned. exchanging a glance with Best. She knew what he was going after. If Richard were the source, they had an entire bar full of patrons who could have infected him. If it were Stanley, the pool was far smaller. They had to know.
"The truck stop,"
exclaimed Richard. Stanley's eyes shot open as he stifled another cough.
"Yes, I forgot about that,"
he said, hacking through the sentence. "What truck stop?"
"Off the I-10 in Slidell. I can't remember what it's called, but it's huge. We stopped because Microbladder here had to use the bathroom,"
said Richard, jerking a thumb at Stanley.
"Piss off. We stopped, he went to the bathroom, I stayed in the car."
"What did you do inside?" asked Best.
"Had a squirt."
"Anything else?"
Washed my hands."
"Did you encounter anyone?"
"Probably dozens. I just walked to the bathroom, did my business, washed my hands, dried them, then returned to the car."
"Okay, we'll check it out."
"Do you think that's the source?"
asked Richard. Best shrugged. "Perhaps. We haven't had big reports of your variation of the antiviral reported within the city. This makes me think the source is from outside. Someone at the bar would have had to be infected for you to catch it there. If that were the case, we should have a cluster of infections around that area. Instead, we only have you two, plus reports around the country of similar symptoms."
"But couldn't I have infected the bar if we picked it up at the truck stop?"
"Yes, but it's unlikely you would have infected everyone. Remember, you weren't showing symptoms, so you would have just been breathing, not coughing or sneezing, which is what would propel something like that throughout the restaurant. No, I think we might find our source as the truck stop, or someone that Stanley walked by who was infected." She rose. "Thank you for your time, gentlemen. We'll let you know if we find anything." She walked out of the isolation chamber, followed by Corkery. "What do you think?" he asked. "I'm leaning toward the truck stop. Either way, we're screwed. If this more general variation has been floating out there for over 10 days, it will have gone worldwide, no matter where it originated from. Then what will we do? Pray." LaPree's residence, New Orleans, Louisiana. Isabel woke to the smell of something wonderful. She groaned in pleasure at having what must have been a full 6 or better hours of sleep, and a quick peek at the alarm clock confirmed it. She rolled over and saw the other side of the bed empty, to which she had to admit a twinge of regret. Get over it. He's just a kid. She rolled out of bed and checked herself in the mirror. Damned fine for 40. He should be so lucky to tap this. She did a sexy pose and laughed to herself, heading for the bathroom. "Is that you? Breakfast in 5, called Kane from the other room. "Okay. How do you like your eggs?" "Over easy." "Copy that." She quickly straightened herself out, gave her teeth the once-over with a toothbrush, then swished some mouthwash. Brushing her hair, then pulling it back into a no-fuss ponytail, she examined herself in the mirror, then let her hair down. Much better. She sighed. "You're hopeless." She returned to her bedroom, pulled a pair of yoga pants on that made her ass look like you could bounce quarters off it, and a loose sweater to make her appear modest, then moseyed out into the kitchen. "What's all this?" she asked, stunned. Not only was there bacon, sausage, eggs, and toast, along with a fresh pot of coffee, you would have never known that the act of cooking had taken place, the kitchen spotless. All those mussels, and he cooks and cleans, too. Numbers. Huh? This looks delicious. Kane smiled. "Perfect timing. Let's eat, get ready, and hit the streets. Apparently they've got some info on the bomb fragment they want to show us, but not send out over the airwaves." "Really? That was quick." "I guess the end of the world means the end of red tape." He placed the 2 plates at the dinner table, pulled out her chair, and then pushed it in for her as she sat. He poured her coffee. "How do you take it?" "Black. You?" "Never touch the stuff unless I'm undercover." He pointed at the glass of water by his plate. That or Diet Coke for me.
Really? Haven't met many law enforcement or military types that didn't devour the stuff.
He sat across from her, dipping a wedge of toast in his egg yolk, then taking a bite. She didn't normally partake in breakfast beyond coffee, but she was famished, and after all his hard work, she wanted to make him feel like it was appreciated. She mimicked him, dipping her toast in the perfectly made-to-order egg. I've never been into hot drinks. Tea, coffee, hot chocolate, nada. The colder the better. I don't even like red wine. She pointed at the door.
Get out.
But I do like white if it's cold.
Okay, you can stay.
She sipped her coffee.
Must be tough on missions.
Can be, but you learn to tolerate it. She found herself devouring the meal, her stomach overcoming its lack of experience in eating this type of food. Her thighs might regret it later, but her lips were loving it. She glanced at his plate and made a conscious effort to slow down.
I wonder what they found, she said as she sipped her coffee. I've never had to deal with a bomb before. What could they find?
Well, they'll probably know what type of explosive, what form it was in before detonation, where it was located, how it was triggered, and what type of trigger it was. All these combined can sometimes narrow it down to a particular bomb maker, if we're lucky. But that's highly unlikely, unless the guy is so cocky he doesn't care. There are some like that. They figure either they won't live long enough for it to matter, or they think they're untouchable. Those are usually government-sponsored or former government.
Let's hope we get lucky. Maybe we can find the bomber and who hired him. Then maybe they've got a cure for this damn thing.
From your lips to God's ears. Voyage Centers of America, Gauss Boulevard, Slidell, Louisiana. Best climbed down from the truck she was in, the white paint and bright blue lettering setting it apart from most of the vehicles in the massive parking lot. That, and the fact that it was accompanied by half a dozen similarly painted ones. She must have made quite the sight for those milling about the parking lot. She found the best way to deal with these situations was to walk with purpose to wherever she needed to go. But in this case, it was right into the thick of the restaurant, which, if the number of rigs were any indication, was jam-packed with truckers stranded due to the quarantine of their destination. Several squad cars from the local police stood nearby in case of trouble, and sitting out of sight down the road were 3 transports full of National Guard troops in hazmat suits, if needed. She hoped it wouldn't get ugly, but scared people tended to panic, and this crowd had access to heavy, nearly unstoppable vehicles that have been crisscrossing this country for possibly 10 days, carrying a deadly pandemic. She waved to what appeared to be the senior officer on the scene as he sauntered over, bold as brass.
"Who's in charge here?"
he asked.
I am. Dr. Catherine Best, CDC.
"Wrong. I'm in charge. This is my jurisdiction, and I'll say what does and doesn't go on around here. Clear?"
"Very." She pulled her phone from one of the many pockets in her hazmat suit, the portable air unit on her back cramping her style slightly. She selected a number from her contacts list and dialed, waiting a moment.
"This is Dr. Catherine Best, CDC. I need some red tape cut. Is he available?"
"One moment, doctor. Hello?"
"Hello, Mr. Secretary. I have an officer."
She leaned over to him.
"I didn't get your name."
Deputy Bryant."
Deputy Bryant, who doesn't seem to understand the situation."
"Put him on." She handed the phone to the now nervous deputy. A short conversation, mostly one-sided. The side she could hear merely a string of yes, sirs, and I understand, sirs. Finally, a much paler Bryant handed the phone back. She placed it to her ear, the sound slightly muffled through the material.
"Sir?"
"Everything should be good now."
"Thank you, sir."
"Any time." The call ended. The Secretary of Homeland Security, she was sure, having a full plate on a day like today. She turned to Bryant.
"Now that we understand the pecking order, I'll need your men to block the roads and stay outside in case we need crowd control. No one enters or leaves this parking lot. You can accompany me inside."
"Inside?"
"Inside."
He eyeballed her suit.
Can I get one of those?
Have you been inside already?
At least twice a day every day.
She frowned. Sorry, probably already too late. She waved as if tossing a line, indicating the gathered mass of CDC personnel should move forward. As they approached the building, the civilians scurried out of the way, some sprinting toward their vehicles. She glanced over her shoulder and saw the squad cars repositioning to block anybody from leaving, but this was going to hell quickly. They entered the building, Bryant opening the door for her. She stepped inside and a silence swept the room, the entire packed restaurant turning toward her and her team, frozen in time. No avoiding this. She stepped forward, holding her hands up in front of her to calm the crowd. My name is Dr. Catherine Best from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. There is no need to panic. We're just here on a routine inspection. Don't let our outfits scare you. They're for your protection as much as ours. We're just going to take some samples, inspect your bathrooms, then leave. Continue enjoying your meals. We aren't the food inspectors. She inserted as much of a jovial tone as she could, though wasn't sure it was working. Now, the best thing to do would be to ignore them and move on with their business. She pointed to two techs, lowering her voice. You two take samples from the front door all the way to the bathroom, quickly, quietly, then return to the vehicles. The sooner these people aren't looking at hazmat suits, the better. The two techs set to work. Bathrooms? She asked the deputy.
This way, Doctor.
Bryant led them down a short hall where it split in two. To the left was the women's bathroom, to the right, the men's. I'll get you to empty it out, Deputy.
Yes, Doctor.
He disappeared for a few minutes. Then several confused souls emerged, made even more so when met by a bunch of hazmat suit-wearing scientists. The deputy reappeared.
One guy's refusing to leave, said he won't until he's done.
Fine. Best shoved the door open, waving her team in with her. She pushed each of the stall doors until she found the locked one. She turned to her team. Start taking samples of everything. We're pretty sure this flesh-eating disease will be on a toilet seat, so start with those. I can't believe how quickly it ate through the last guy's testicles. I've never seen that before. There was a yelp on the other side of the stall, the sound of toilet paper put to use, then a flush as the man stumbled out, pulling up his jeans. The look on his face was priceless, sheer terror. She was certain if she had said something about it eating an arm or leg off, it wouldn't have got a reaction. But mention the boys, and men immediately panic. Even on the battlefield, when she had done a stint in Iraq on an exchange program, the first question out of most of the guys who had wounds down there was about the well-being of their most favorite body part.
What should I do? What's this testicle-eating disease?
Don't worry about it. If you feel any itchiness, see your doctor. Now please leave us to do our job. The man rushed out, hands unwashed, but with the antiviral possibly spreading from this room, it was for the best. Her team was quick and efficient. There was no time to waste. Surfaces quickly swabbed and vacuumed to her satisfaction. She left the bathroom and found Deputy Bryant with a large man in a wife-beater T-shirt.
Doctor, this is the day manager, Jimmy Dupuy.
Mr. Dupuy, can you tell me if anything unusual has happened around here in the past few weeks? Anybody here that shouldn't have been? Any unexplained occurrences? Equipment showing up unexpectedly? Anything? Dupuy shook his head.
Nothing that I can think of. We have our share of fights and whatnot, but it's a truck stop, so that's to be expected, especially after the quarantine. People are sleeping in their trucks, getting on each other's nerves. We don't even bother calling the cops. We just send them outside until they can tire themselves out.
Any repairs lately? Any servicing?
We had an appliance guy in here a week ago to fix the fryer, but that's it.
Nothing else? Nothing in the bathroom area? Nothing dealing with air conditioning, heating, cooling?
Oh, shit, that's right. We had an HVAC guy come in about 2 weeks ago. I can't remember which day. Said he was doing some warranty repair. I didn't pay much attention after you said that there was no charge and the manufacturer was paying for it.
Where did he go?
To the roof, I think. Then the utility closet.
Where's that?
Dupuy jerked his thumb at a door beside the men's bathroom. Right there.
Can you let us in?
Sure.
Dupuy fished a bunch of keys from his pocket, flipped through until he found the right one, then unlocked the door. Reaching in, he turned on the light, then stepped back.
Help yourselves.
Thanks. Best entered the dark and dank room. It was mostly concrete, loaded with piping along the wall adjacent to the men's washroom and along the ceiling. On the opposite side were electrical panels, but no signs of any heating and cooling equipment. And he came in here, she asked as she walked in deeper.
Yes.
Any idea why? But as she asked her question, she came to a stop in front of the answer. Tucked between two large pipes was a cylinder exactly like that found at the Superdome. Her heart pounded in excitement at having found the source, and terror at what it meant. "Doctor?" She spun toward the door to see one of her techs pushing his way through. "There's a problem outside. You better come, quick." She pointed at the cylinder and turned to her team. "This is it. Find out what it's connected to, quarantine it, and then we'll have to quarantine the entire restaurant," she said as she pushed her way through the throng. Shouting from within the restaurant and from outside greeted her as she made her way to the door. The customers surged toward the windows to see what was happening outside. She pushed through the doors to the parking lot and stopped in her tracks. Oh, shit. An 18-wheeler fuel truck was roaring toward the two cop cars blocking one of the exits. The officers were waving desperately for him to stop, but the crazed expression Best caught through his side view mirror told her everything she needed to know. He was not going to stop. She grabbed her cell phone from her pocket and dialed Colonel Jackson's number. "This is Dr. Best. We found the source of the second antiviral. It's the truck stop. I'm ordering this place quarantined, but we've got a semi running the blockade."
"We're on our way."
Gunshots rang out, but it was too late. The officers at the blockade too busy running for their lives to hit the broadside of a barn. They dove into the ditch on either side of the exit as the rig smashed into the patrol cars, sending them spinning out of the way. Best's hand darted up, covering her mouth through her hazmat suit in shock as one of the cars rolled into the ditch where two of the officers had jumped to get clear. She ran toward the ditch as the semi, undeterred by the two cars it had just shoved away, continued. It crossed a strip of grass separating frontage road from the highway, then another to get into the northbound lane before making the sharp left turn onto the highway, all the time, gaining speed. As she reached the ditch, she breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of the two officers emerging, covered in mud but unscathed. She peered down the road and saw the troop carriers rushing toward them. How they could help, she had no idea. The rig was huge and had sliced through the two cop cars as if they hadn't been there. And unless they could get in front of him, she couldn't see what they could do to stop him. Shots would merely hit the rear of the semi. They might take a few tires out, but that would only slow him down. They need something bigger. She wondered if the National Guard had tanks, and reasoned they did, though doubted any were handy. Her head whipped back toward the troop carriers as she heard something she couldn't quite make out. She pressed her hazmat suit against her ear in an attempt to hear a little better. As the National Guard rapidly closed the distance, she saw something behind them, mostly blocked by the trucks. What is that? The sound became clear, and two helicopters burst overtop the troop carriers, rushing down the road at what seemed an impossible speed. Within seconds, they whipped past her and after the semi, splitting to either side of the escaping vehicle, then getting in front of it. She could hear something over a loudspeaker but couldn't make it out. It didn't seem persuasive as the rig continued to accelerate. They had to realize they were dealing with a panicked individual. There would be no reasoning with him. Shots belched from the front of one of the choppers, tearing up the pavement in front of the truck, and again, no effect. The same chopper lowered itself in the middle of the road, boldly initiating a game of chicken that she immediately knew wouldn't turn out well. She stepped toward the action, but stopped. It was too far away, and there was nothing she could do. The rig continued to accelerate directly toward the helicopter.
Move.
But they didn't. Instead, simply hanging there in midair, daring the driver to hit them.
Move!
She screamed. The chopper broke to the right, its cannon opening fire at the same time, but it was too late. The top of the semi caught the tail rotor. The din of shredding metal as the blade fought back was soon overwhelmed with tearing and creaking as the rotors snapped off, sending the chopper spinning into the fields to the left of its defeat. It hit hard, tipping to its side, the main blades ripping into the field, then breaking off. It seemed like minutes, though was only seconds, and in those precious seconds, the two occupants of the chopper managed to escape, sprinting in opposite directions as soon as the rotors stopped. She lost sight of one of them, but saw the second running directly toward her as a terrific explosion rocked the entire area, a fireball ripping skyward, knocking the soldier to the ground as the shock wave overtook him. As quickly as the explosion had expanded, it contracted again, and through the thick of the smoke she saw the semi continuing forward, the second chopper now well ahead of it, hovering to the side of the road. Its cannons opened up, tearing apart the rig. Then, as if to compete with what had just happened to the chopper, its load of fuel erupted. She didn't know what hit her first, the heat from the massive fireball, the horrifying screech of hell opening in front of her, or the shock wave that knocked them all off their feet. It didn't matter. As she picked herself up, she could see the rig had continued forward a short distance, then off the road and into the ditch. There was no way the driver had survived the explosion, even if the bullets hadn't already killed him. The chopper circled its kill, then turned its attention to the first chopper's wreck as a troop carrier arrived. She stood, watching in shock as the first chopper's occupants, apparently alive and uninjured, waved to their comrades. Shouting had her shift her focus to the activity surrounding her. Troops poured from the carriers, setting up roadblocks and a perimeter, sealing in the occupants of the truck stop, and hopefully preventing any more of the horror of what she just witnessed. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia.
Tell us everything you know about Scott Fowler.
The question apparently came as a shock to Cap, his eyebrows shooting up his forehead as his eyes opened wide. Morrison hadn't even given the man a chance to sit. The question fired as soon as he walked through the door. LaRue, already sitting, said nothing. Instead, he simply acknowledged the man with a nod as Morrison pointed to a chair Sherry had occupied the last time LaRue had been there. He preferred the previous view.
Fowler?
Cap dropped into the seat with a wince.
I haven't heard that name in a while.
The man winced again as he crossed his legs. LaRue thought arthritis or some joint problem, as Cap was far his senior, though nowhere near old enough to be put out to pasture as some of the younger crowd might think should happen.
Ugh, I do not want to get old.
Tell us what you know,
repeated Morrison.
Well, I'll have all of our files sent to you immediately,
said Cap, quickly sending off a text message on his phone. He resumed speaking a few moments later.
Scott Fowler was Senior Vice President of Research and Development for about 10 years, until he abruptly left around 2 years ago. He was one of the founders of the company, one of the originals.
Why'd he leave?
Cap shrugged. Some would say greed.
Greed?
He wasn't happy with the way things were going. The board had become more conservative in its approach. In the early days of the company, they had been much more daring, taking risks that often paid off, but more often than not didn't. The hits, though, were huge, making every one of the early shareholders very rich. This made the board more risk-averse, none wanting to endanger the fortunes they were sitting on by jeopardizing the stock price. They became more careful, drawing out every process, devoting little money to new projects until they could prove themselves. Then the taps would be opened a little more, yet with more delays. He was not happy. So one day he announced his resignation from the board, walked out, and we never heard from him again.
Morrison's lips were pursed, his hands steepled in front of his face. his elbows on his desk as he processed the information. LaRue tried not to stare, his own mind racing. If Fowler had left in a huff, what did that mean? How could it possibly relate to their current situation? A stray thought had his heart pumping in excitement. What if Urban went to work for Fowler, and they had created their own company? He frowned to himself. The thought was stupid. They created a company that would then randomly release antivirals, soon to be patented antivirals, into the general population, then demand token amounts of ransom? It was a ridiculous idea.
"How much is Fowler worth?"
asked Morrison. Good question. They were dealing with blackmailers. Perhaps the amounts, so far 1, 10, and 100 million, weren't token at all. Certainly the latest demand wasn't, and building up to the big numbers over time had been part of their plan all along.
"He holds almost 10% of the company. With today's stock price, or at least before Wall Street collapsed this week, he would have been worth at least $5 billion.
There goes the blackmail for money theory.
So he has no need of the money he's been demanding from you."
Cap leaned forward.
"Fowler is behind this?"
To say the man was shocked would be putting it mildly. Cap shook his head.
"I can't believe it. I won't believe it. The man was my friend. I knew him for over 20 years. "And when was the last time you heard from him?"
asked Morrison. Cap's arms spread in front of him. His hands opened as his head bobbed.
2 years. You're right. Perhaps we were not as good friends as I thought."
He sighed, muttering.
"Still, though, I just find it impossible to believe. We've traced the payments back to him. There's no doubt he is involved. Whether he's a willing participant, we don't know yet. We do know that it appears Dr. Urban is not a willing participant."
Cap brightened at this bit of news.
"Thank God. I'd hate to think we had two maniacs at the company." "So no one has heard from him?"
Cap shook his head.
"Not that I know of. I will immediately ask, of course, but I have little hope you'll find him through us. I assume we have an address on file, of course, since he is a major shareholder, and I'm certain would want to monitor the state of his holdings." "Fine. Get us that information and make your inquiries. We need to find him, fast."
Cap rose, nodding to Morrison and LaRue, then left the office to return to the temporary quarters he had been provided with while quarantined in the complex. Morrison sighed at LaRue.
"Let's assume he gets us nothing. Focus that magnificent brain of yours on this and nothing else. Understood?"
LaRue flushed as he stood, wondering if his boss knew everything he and Sherry did. "Yes, sir." FBI Mobile HQ, New Orleans, Louisiana. "Please roll up your sleeve, sir." Kane did as he was told, not bothering to question the man with the needle. Blood was quickly drawn, a label affixed, and the sample placed in a holder already containing at least a dozen other samples. Isabel was next to be poked, also not bothering to ask. He found Hewitt near the rear, leaning over a terminal. "Hello, Special Agent. Get a good sleep?" She glanced over her shoulder at him.
"About 3 hours, as expected."
"Anything important come up?" asked Kane as Isabel joined him, rubbing her arm.
"The payments have been traced back to a former senior VP of Biodyne Pharma."
He let out a whistle. "Interesting. What's his game? The blackmail amounts seem pretty small, at least the first two anyway."
"I pulled his file. This guy's worth billions, holds about 10% of Biodyne, so he's not hurting."
"So blackmail isn't his game." Isabel frowned. "So he's just a psycho?" Hewitt shrugged.
"Who knows? We're still trying to gather info on him, but it could take time."
"Is that why you called us here?" Hewitt shook her head.
"The initial analysis of the bomb fragments came in," she said, shaking her head. "It's amazing what you can get done when you have all resources available to you."
She picked up a file and flipped it open. It was C4, as expected. Shaped charge to take out whoever opened the freezer, minimizing any explosive power that might otherwise go to the apartment next door or above and below. A bomber with a conscience? Asked Isabel. He shook his head. No, a bomber with a job. His job was to kill Milner, then to kill whoever came looking for him, not those who weren't involved. Agreed, said Hewitt. And the trigger? We found some pieces. Basic mercury switch, reliable, old school. No remote trigger? Nope, just meant to go off when the lid was raised on the freezer. Can I see it? Hewitt handed the file over and he flipped through, stopping at the blow-ups of the pieces they had found. His finger tapped his chin as he chewed his cheek for a moment. You know this is an old Soviet design. That's what our guy said. Do we have any footage of our killer yet? We've narrowed it down to about 100. We restricted it to males 18 to 60 who had visited no more than once after Milner entered the building for the last time. He nodded slowly. It takes time to learn how to be a bomb maker. Narrow it to men at least 25 years of age. And since we're dealing with a Soviet design, let's eliminate African Americans and Hispanics. What about Asians? Asked Isabel, as Hewitt motioned for one of the techs to modify the search parameters. No, east of the Urals there's an awful lot that look Chinese that are fiercely loyal to the old ways. 53, announced Hewitt. That's a little better, assuming you're right to narrow it down. We're taking a bit of a risk with Hispanics since the Cubans were trained by the Soviets, and a little risk with African Americans, acknowledged Kane. If we don't find anybody, you can broaden the search again. He pointed at the screen. Now eliminate anybody with a domestic criminal record in the past 10 years. 41, announced the tech manning the terminal. But we don't have identities on most of the remaining ones, so it could be even lower. Kane pointed at the screen. Focus all your attention on these people. I'm willing to bet one of them is our bomber. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. You'll be happy to know all staff in your area have been found clear of the antiviral. A cheer erupted from the workers, all standing in the halls or their cubicles as the floor safety officer made the announcement. Even LaRue found himself joining in, albeit timidly, shouting out in glee, not his style. He was slowly coming out of his shell with Sherry, but the rest of the world? It would wait. Leaving the nest would take time, though he had every confidence Sherry would get him the socialization he needed to fully enjoy life. As each section is cleared, your access to adjacent areas will be opened. For now, doors remained sealed to all sections. Security personnel are at every exit to remind you. Once an adjacent section is opened, security will be removed where appropriate. We expect the entire complex to be back to normal within the next 8 hours. Quarantine measures will remain in effect for all external subjects. Those requiring access to the facility will need to enter into quarantine and await blood test results. Thank you for your cooperation. There was some clapping, but LaRue was already in his seat, reviewing trace results for the former Biodyne VP, Scott Fowler. Beyond the one account and a post office box address provided by Biodyne, he seemed to be completely off the grid. Though with billions at his disposal, he could have purchased a fake identity and lived anywhere in the world, including right here in Langley. His cell phone vibrated, shocking him momentarily from his work. He checked the display. Black, D. He answered, his heart picking up a few extra beats. Hello? Hey, buddy, it's me. He smiled at his best friend's voice. How are you? You okay? Yep, I'm fine. You? We were all just cleared of the antiviral, so I guess so. And Sherry? She's in quarantine, but we should know shortly. Fingers crossed, buddy. Listen, I need a favor if you've got the time. I'll try. Director Morrison's got me working on a high-priority item. We're trying to track down a former Biodyne bigwig. He's the money source. Yeah, I heard. Any luck? Nah, this guy's gone off the grid by the looks of it. Well, this favor might help you out. Have you received a batch of files from the FBI here with about 40 surveillance shots? LaRue opened up his inbox and scrolled through, finding the data files in question. Yeah, I've got it here. What am I looking for? One of these guys, I'm pretty sure, is former Spetsnaz. I need you to find out which one, then where he is. I'm willing to bet he's our bomber. Find him, and we might be that much closer to this Biodyne guy. LaRue leaned back, his mind racing as he flipped quickly through the files. He could run them against databases, but that was already happening. Instead, he linked into the analysis feeds, spotted the one tracing foreign military databases, and brought up the already completed search. We've already found him. What? Why the hell haven't we been notified? Not sure. The search just completed, so the analyst might not even know yet, or is locked out of his office area while they decontaminate. Forget it. Send the results to my phone. What's the name? LaRue forwarded the file, then read it himself. His name is Major Anton Kozlov. Left Spetsnaz almost immediately after that Broken Arrow incident. He stopped himself. Sorry, it's classified. Don't worry, I've read all about it. I have my sources. LaRue could imagine the grin at the other end of the phone. I bet you do. So he was on the Russian side of that mission? Yep. What about asking the American counterpart to Kozlov's boss to make a call? Maybe a soldier-to-soldier talk might be more effective. LaRue shot out of his chair in excitement, printing off the file on Kozlov. He's actually here, right now. Sherry went out on a mission with him and some of his team. Great. Let me know what you find out. And if you have any trouble convincing him, tell him I said to trust you. Do you know him? I could tell you, but then... Take care of yourself, buddy. We'll talk soon. The call ended as LaRue pulled on the paper coming out of the printer, trying to speed things up, knowing it did anything but. The final page off, he rushed to the director's office. The security guard opened the door to the executive section, waving him through. They were cleared as well, he said by way of explanation. Thanks. LaRue continued his run, reaching the director's office slightly out of breath. Morrison's secretary looked up. Is he in? She nodded, picking up the phone. Mr. LaRue to see you, sir. She hung up, waving him through. Thanks. He nearly burst through the office door, but checked himself before opening it. Morrison's eyes narrowed. What is it? Sir, I know it wasn't part of my original assignment, but Special Agent Kane, called me and asked for a favor. We've identified a former Spetsnaz agent entering the building in New Orleans where the bombing took place. I heard they thought the trigger was of a former Soviet design. Well, with this guy being here, LaRue handed the file over, it pretty much confirms it. What are you doing to track this down? The analyst assigned to this is doing the usual traces, I'm sure, but I had an idea, or Kane did. I can't remember whose idea it was. Morrison waved his hand, indicating for him to get on with it. But anyway, he served on the Russian team that was trying to recover the Broken Arrow missile a few years ago. He left shortly after, according to his file. Kane thought that if the head of the Delta team that also worked that mission called the head of theirs, he might just be able to get something from him that our computers can't. Morrison nodded. Do it. He's in quarantine, and I've been cleared. Morrison scribbled a note on a piece of letterhead, signed it, then handed it to the still-standing LaRue. Show this to the guard at the elevator. You'll be allowed down to the lobby and put into a hazmat suit. You can then travel freely. Now go. LaRue flinched, then quickly left the room, his get-out-of-jail-free card gripped in his hand. CDC Briefing Area, New Orleans, Louisiana. Mr. President, we have confirmed the source of the second outbreak was a hand dryer at a truck stop outside of New Orleans. From the description of the man given by the manager, we believe it was installed by the same person who installed the canister at the Superdome. It was done in such a way that every time the hand dryer was activated, it mixed the antiviral with the hot air and infected anyone in close proximity. The president's image on the monitor showed little, if any, emotion. He sat at the head of a large oval table in the Situation Room, and from different camera angles Best was seeing on their display at the temporary CDC briefing area she was in, there appeared to be at least a dozen people in the room with him.
How many might have been infected?
We're estimating hundreds, perhaps low thousands. Tests of the canister are ongoing. We were fortunate in that there was still antiviral in the canister. Biodyne Pharma is testing the mechanism now to see how much is dispersed with each activation, how much the canister could contain and still does contain. With that, we should get a much better estimate. However, it is irrelevant, Mr. President. Hundreds or thousands isn't important. We know that this strain was transmitted between two friends in the same car. Only one of them went inside. Biodyne is trying to identify what gene sequence is being targeted by this antiviral. However, if we assume it is still only transmittable from one person to the next if they have the same genetic pattern, then it must be very common. These men aren't related in any way. If the pattern targeted is that broad, we could be looking at a massive, deadly outbreak, far beyond what we've experienced in New Orleans so far.
What are we talking about? Numbers.
If he targeted men, 50%. Caucasian men, 35%. People with brown hair, 60%. We just don't know yet. There's an outside chance that these two just happen to have the same rare defect, and it is less than 1%. Biodyne is working on it, but it could be weeks before they figure it out. Chances are we'll be able to narrow it down as the next sustained wave hits us. In fact, that's already happening.
How bad?
We're still trying to sort through the tens of thousands who just have the flu. The symptoms at the outset are so similar that people are panicking and going to hospitals with a runny nose. We have hundreds now, however, spread from coast to coast that seem to be exhibiting the same symptoms but testing negative for any cold or flu. We believe these to be genuine cases of the new strain. The incubation period seems to be the same 10 days, so the timing is right for these initial cases to be showing up. The problem, Mr. President, is these people will have possibly passed the antiviral on to hundreds of others in their daily lives during the past 10 days, and those people to hundreds more. No matter what, we're looking at an exponentially growing outbreak. We just don't know what degree of the population it will impact. It could be small again, or it could be very large. For a brief moment, she could have sworn she saw fear flash on the face of the most powerful man on earth. It made her more scared than she already was.
What can we do?
He asked, his voice subdued. We have to shut down all travel in and out of the country.
That's already been done by the rest of the world. Europe grounded all flights, as have the Russians, Chinese, and everyone else. Canada closed the border last night, and we're cooperating and reinforcing it. The word is out in Mexico, so the number of illegals trying to get in is dropped to next to nothing. Will it be enough?
I doubt it. I've spoken to my colleagues at the World Health Organization, and they are reporting cases showing up in Europe, Asia, Australia, and other locations. They might get lucky and have more time to develop a cure, since the majority of infected are here. We and Biodyne have released all of our data to the WHO, and it has already been disseminated to all who want it.
Is there anything more we can do?
Let us keep doing our jobs. We need to determine who is being targeted, then try to figure out a way to kill it. As well, sir, we need to start thinking worst-case scenario.
What do you mean?
Survival of the species, sir. If it is all men that are being targeted, we need to start isolating men who are not sick. This has to start now, before it's too late. There was a bonging sound from the speakers as someone else logged into the conversation. A black box flickered and became the image of the man from the CIA who had taken Best for a ride in his limousine.
Leif Morrison here. Forgive me for being late, Mr. President. I have Dr. Herman Kapp from Biodyne Pharma here with me. He has something you need to hear.
Quarantine Zone, CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. LaRue felt painfully self-conscious. The hazmat suit he was wearing had him thinking all eyes were staring at him and judging him. Check it. As he walked through the halls toward the isolation unit holding the Delta Force team, he noticed almost every second person was suited up. The world doesn't revolve around you, a-hole. The thought he might steal a minute and see Sherry distracted him. And by the time he reached the isolation area, he had forgotten his earlier nervousness and had a smile as he pictured the last time they were together. A stirring had him quickly glancing down to make sure a hazmat suit didn't accentuate the obvious. Grandma in a bikini. Grandma in a two-piece bikini. Done. He showed his ID to one of the security personnel guarding the entrance and was led inside, only to find more personnel, all in hazmat suits, awaiting him. He was sprayed down to make certain he hadn't carried anything into the quarantine area, asked who he wanted to see, then led into a waiting area where he was allowed to take his head cover off. A few minutes later, he was shown into a room with plain white walls and acoustic shielding, except for one glass wall giving him a view into an identical room. He sat at the table in lone chair. A microphone was in the middle of the table, along with a computer terminal. While waiting, he logged in and found he had complete access to his data. Movement had his head darting toward the window, where he found who he assumed to be the leader of the Delta Force unit involved in the Broken Arrow incident. Delta identities were hidden from people, even within his clearance levels. Hello, sir. Sergeant Major. Sorry, Sergeant Major. My name is Chris LaRue. I'm an analyst with the CIA. How can I help you, sir? LaRue was very uncomfortable with this turn of events. Having a man probably 10 years his senior calling him sir just didn't seem right. But then it was the military, and a 60-year-old sergeant would still call a 22-year-old lieutenant fresh out of officer training school sir. Sergeant Major, you of course are aware of the antiviral situation we are currently facing? Of course. Are you aware that there is a second strain? I've heard rumors. Well, there is, and this strain threatens to wipe out a significant portion of the population of this planet. Perhaps all of it, we just don't know yet. What is clear is that our containment efforts surrounding New Orleans were useless, as the more significant threat was being spread outside the city limits. There was no response beyond a slight downturn on the corners of his mouth. We managed to track down the source of the money funding this operation. We believe a man named Scott Fowler, a former VP at Biodyne Pharma, the company that originally developed the antiviral, is behind this. Unfortunately, we have no idea where he is. I'm not sure how I can help you, sir. Well, we found the man, or rather the body of the man, who placed the canisters containing the antiviral. He was killed, stuffed in a freezer, then when the body was found, a booby trap went off, a bomb, killing a police officer and seriously wounding another. Analysis of the bomb fragments and trigger led one of our agents to postulate someone with former Soviet or Russian training might have been involved. That led to this man. LaRue held up the photo of Major Anton Kozlov, being identified as having entered the building after our suspect. We assumed to kill him, then set the booby trap. What's his name? Major Anton Kozlov. Our information is that he left Spetsnaz shortly after the Broken Arrow incident. I met him once in an exchange program a few years back. Nice guy, but intense. I could see him going private. The pride isn't there anymore. He paused a moment, as if staring into the past, then returned his attention to LaRue. I still don't see how I can help you, sir. Well, a friend of mine had an idea. A friend? Well, he's an agent, actually, who's also a friend. He suggested I get you to call Major Anton Kozlov's former commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Kolya Chernov, and ask him to help us track Major Kozlov down. A soldier-to-soldier call is the way I think he put it. The sergeant major laughed. Your friend, I think, overestimates the level of cooperation there is between the Russian and American militaries.
My friend is Dylan Kane, said LaRue,
gulping as he revealed the name of an agent. The sergeant major paused, his eyebrows shooting up for a moment as he, too, apparently recognized the significance of what LaRue had just done. Really?
Yes. I got the sense you knew each other, even though I never mentioned your name since I don't have it.
The sergeant major chuckled. No, I suppose you wouldn't, and I suppose he would. He leaned forward. Mr. LaRue, if Dylan Kane thinks I should make this phone call, then I will. FBI Mobile HQ, New Orleans, Louisiana. Kane sat on the running board that surrounded much of the FBI's mobile headquarters. He imagined they were for personnel to ride on into or out of a situation, the hand grips he spotted above confirming it. It had him thinking that the design was good only if you had control of the situation outside. If you were trapped inside and attempted to get away, your enemy could hang on and ride with you. This is America. Shit like that doesn't happen here. Then he pictured G8 riots and realized things like that do happen here. Isabel sat beside him, her legs outstretched, her face turned up to the faint warmth of the sun. If you tune out what you know, this would be just a normal, beautiful day. The kind of day that should be spent on a patio sipping beer. He smiled at her, then turned his own eyes skyward. That sounds like something we should do when this is all done. She regarded him, but he kept his eyes on the sky.
Do you think we're going to get out of this? I mean, stop this virus or whatever it is?
He stared at the clouds as they were pushed through the sky by a steady but gentle breeze. My philosophy when I took this job was to treat life like I was already dead. As far as I'm concerned, I've lived about 5 years longer than I should have. If this is the end, then so be it. But I like to think God has a plan for us that goes beyond allowing us to destroy ourselves with some damned virus cooked up in a lab.
Perhaps. Or he's pissed off that we were playing God, and that's his job. Have you read those briefing notes on the antiviral? It's amazing. They would be able to wipe out almost any type of virus in the entire world, especially now that this wacko has aerosolized it. They could just spray the cure for AIDS across Africa or Haiti. Just imagine the possibilities.
Yep. The problem is the virus they are wiping out is mankind.
You're very cynical.
It's my job.
There's no way you're FBI. What are you, military? CIA?
He continued to stare at the sky. If we don't get out of this, I'd like to say goodbye to my parents before the end. He closed his eyes and tried to picture the last time he had seen his family all together, but couldn't. Instead, images of explosions and charred remains appeared, forcing him to give up and open his eyes again. Do you have any family? He asked Isabel. I assume you're not married, since I didn't have to spoon with your husband last night. She chuckled.
No, the job always seemed to get in the way of that. Cops, especially female cops, are chronically single. Men want to be the tough guy in a relationship, and most can't handle a strong woman who can quite often kick their ass, shoot them, and arrest them.
So it's just a series of meaningless hookups, then? He winked and was rewarded with a none-too-gentle punch on the shoulder.
Watch it, mister, or you just might be sleeping at some flea-bag hotel tonight.
Hey, I never sleep with a woman I just met 2 nights in a row.
Me neither.
He laughed aloud, tossing his head back. What the hell is that? He leaped to his feet and rushed away from the mobile HQ, pointing at the sky as Isabel joined him.
It looks like some sort of private airplane, she said. What the hell does he think he's doing? Everything's supposed to be grounded.
It's a Cessna 172. Some civvy trying to make a break for it. He surveyed the sky, then spotted what he was searching for and pointed. Here they come. 2 F-22 Raptors screamed across the sky, chewing up the airspace in an amazingly short period of time, the Cessna comparatively at a standstill. They buzzed the aircraft, the flight leader likely ordering him to return to whatever strip he had taken off from, but the Cessna seemed undeterred. It merely reduced altitude, probably intending to fly between the buildings. Ballsy. Stupid, but ballsy. The amount of training it would take to escape and evade Raptors in a Cessna didn't exist. Suddenly, the mobile HQ door swung open and Hewitt rushed out, along with several others, staring up at the sky. "What's the situation?" asked Kane. "They've just been given the go-ahead to shoot him down." "Shit," muttered one of the FBI techs. "How far do we have to take this?" "We're fighting to save the world," said Hewitt, not sounding that convinced. "If we're shooting down our own, it's already lost," said Isabel. The 2 Raptors circled, coming in for an attack run, one in the lead, the second hanging back. As they circled, the Cessna made a last-ditch effort to evade, banking sharply to the left and turning completely around, now heading back toward the Superdome. But it was too late. A missile dropped from the wing of the lead Raptor, streaking across the sky as its propellant lit, thrusting it at incredible speed toward the now retreating Cessna. The small plane banked hard in an attempt to evade the missile, but there was no hope. The radar-guided missile connected with the plane's tail, sending it spiraling several times before it smacked into the ground, smoke pouring out the rear. Kane sprinted toward the aircraft, only a few hundred feet from where they were standing, as it ground to a halt, cutting a path in the pavement about 50 feet long. He heard footfalls behind him as the Raptors slowly circled overhead. As he approached the plane, children screamed for help, and he froze, his mind flashing back to the most horrifying moment of his life, the one moment he had never been able to reconcile, to never compartmentalize and forget as part of the job, the living nightmare that constantly haunted him. He willed himself toward the plane, the smoke getting thicker, and yanked the door open. The pilot was dead, his head smashed against the control panel, his neck twisted unnaturally. Whom he assumed was the wife, was moaning, blood flowing from her forehead. He pointed to the opposite side as the others arrived. "Get the woman." He yanked at the rear door, but it wouldn't budge. 2 young boys sat in the back, no more than 10 years old, screaming and crying. He ignored their cries, instead focusing on the door, when flames burst from the fuselage in the rear. "Dylan, get out of there, it's going to blow." "We've got the woman," yelled someone from the other side of the plane as he continued to pull on the door to no avail. The heat from the flames grew intense, and they licked at him as he worked. The plane could explode at any second, but he didn't care. He'd rather die today than let something like this happen again. Last time he had no choice. This time he did. He pulled his gun out and fired at the window, splintering the safety glass. He rammed it repeatedly with his elbow until it fell out of the frame, then reached in for the closest boy. "Undo your belt," ordered Kane. The older boy quickly flipped the clip holding the belt in place and sprung toward him. "Help your brother first." The boy, oblivious it seemed to the flames now reaching the window, spun around and released his crying brother. Then, in a show of bravery Kane had seen in few men, shoved his brother toward the open window and into the arms of the stranger, risking his own life to save them. Kane pulled the little boy through the window, placing him on the ground as Isabel urged him to run toward her. Kane turned back and pulled the older brother clear, then, carrying him under one arm, raced after the other boy stumbling toward Isabel. "Run!" yelled Kane, as he scooped the little boy under his other arm, rushing toward a group of dumpsters clustered nearby. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the other FBI personnel running, several carrying the incapacitated mother, when hell tore loose on Earth. A screeching roar from behind him, filling his ears, heat racing past him, sucking the air from his lungs as he dropped to the ground from the concussive force unleashed. He hit hard, protecting the boys as much as he could, landing just past the dumpsters, but still in the path of the inferno rushing toward them. One of the boys was pulled from his arms, and he saw Isabel huddling behind the bins. He grabbed the other boy tight and rolled them both as the flames roared past, his body getting toasted by the raging aviation fuel that quickly retreated back to its source as the initial blast consumed the fuel it needed to feed. "On your feet," ordered Kane, jumping to his, still holding the youngest boy. Isabel grabbed the other kid and they rushed toward the mobile HQ and safety as the other personnel picked themselves off the ground. As Kane came to rest at the side of the HQ with the others, he looked back. The plane was engulfed in flames. The body of the father they had been forced to leave behind, now a barbecued mass, he hoped the boys couldn't make out. As he caught his breath, a loud noise above him, of something hitting the mobile HQ, had him leaping to his feet. His eyes scanned the area, quickly settling on a group of people slowly approaching their position. The arm of one of those approaching whipped, sending something slamming into the side of the massive vehicle, then bouncing to the ground. A rock. "This is your fault," yelled one of them as Kane pushed the small boy away from him and toward the rear, where Isabel took his hand and ferried him out of sight. "Yeah, you people killed him. Let us out of here. We're not sick." "You're killing us all." The shouts became angrier and more objects were thrown, most pried from the ground wherever the parking lot pavement showed fatigue. "Let's get ready to move, people," ordered Kane. The engine, idling to generate power, revved as someone put the vehicle into gear. "Get them!" screamed someone, their voice filled with insane rage, sending the crowd into a mad rush of human flesh at the nearest target it could find. Kane rounded the rear to see Isabel pushing the older kid inside, then jumping in herself as the other personnel scrambled in behind her. A glance over his shoulder, and he knew they didn't have time. He pulled his weapon and cranked off several rounds into pavement rather than the air, since bullets must come down somewhere. The crowd halted, then tentatively moved forward. "He can't get us all." The crowd surged forward again, confirming the man's point. There were dozens, and there was no way Kane could take them all out, nor did he intend to take even one of them out. These were innocent people, desperate people, scared people. This could be happening anywhere, including his hometown. It could be his family rushing someone like him in anger and fear, and he wouldn't want them shot unless it were completely necessary. He fired a few more rounds, slowing them down, but the next volley did nothing. They knew he wasn't trying to hit them. The vehicle was rolling now as the last of the FBI personnel climbed aboard. Kane sprinted for the door that closed behind the last man, the engine kicking it up a notch as they picked up speed. "Shit. Whatever happened to No Man Left Behind?" he muttered as he sprinted beside the vehicle, hopping on the running board and grabbing a handhold. As they rushed toward the parking lot exit, he heard pounding on the other side. He spotted footholds and shifted toward them, then quickly climbed to the roof. Dozens of people were still giving chase, but they were quickly falling off in ones and twos, America's waistline saving the day. Several of those not defeated by takeout and high-fructose corn syrup had managed to get on the very runners he had been wondering about earlier, and were now pounding on the sides. He flattened himself on the roof, spread eagle, then moved to the side, gripping something at all times. Fortunately, there was a chrome rail that trimmed the entire top of the roof. He pushed to the other side, grabbing the railing just as the driver made a hard right, sending his body flinging over the side, much to the surprise of the civilians occupying it. He grabbed the nearest man by the shirt and ripped him from the side of the vehicle, sending him tumbling to the pavement. Kane twisted and planted a kick on another's stomach, doubling him over in pain, his hands now gripping his stomach, then flailing as he tipped off the running board toward the ground. Kane gained his footing and pulled his weapon on the final man, who bailed before waiting to see whether Kane might shoot somebody this time. The side cleared. He pulled himself to the roof, then slid to check the rear and found it clear as well. The vehicle was racing down the nearly empty streets now, the driver seemingly in a panic as they were now well clear of danger. Kane dragged himself toward the front, the wind whipping at his body as it tried to pry him loose. He managed to reach the side with the door. Then, slipping his right leg over the edge, he pushed his head over and spotted a handhold. He grabbed it with his right hand, then swung the rest of his body over. The wind flapped him mercilessly against the side for several seconds, the thumping causing the driver to speed up even more. Another right turn had Kane firmly pressed against the side, the wind negated, and he managed to grab a second handhold and get his feet on the running board. Stepping toward the door as quickly as he could, he reached out with his right hand as the driver picked up speed again. He knocked out a shave and a haircut as best he could with the requisite 2 bits tap at the end. Nothing. He repeated it, then suddenly the foot was taken off the gas and the mobile HQ slowed rapidly. Before it came to a halt, the door was opened slightly, Isabel sticking her head out. "Thank God!" she cried, pushing the door fully open, the steps below it extending automatically. She reached out for his hand and he took it, then stepped onto the mini doorstep. He grabbed the frame of the door opening with his free hand and finally stepped inside with a final pull from Isabel. The door shut, and the driver hit the gas. Isabel hugged him. "I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you hadn't gotten on." "No worries. It gave me a chance to get rid of some hangers-on." He gave her a pat on the back, and she abruptly released him, apparently noticing what she was doing. He turned to the driver. "You can take it easy now. They're long gone." The man seemed visibly relieved and slowed to a regular speed. "Where should we go?" he asked. Kane looked for Hewitt, finding her gripping handholds in the back, appearing slightly pale. No instructions were forthcoming, so he made a recommendation. "I suggest we go to the CDC setup at the LSU hospital. There will be lots of security there, and we need these people to be looked at regardless," said Kane, indicating the plane crash survivors. "Do it," ordered Hewitt. Kane took a seat at one of the vacant terminals and pulled a Snickers bar from his pocket. Tearing it open, he broke off a piece and handed it to the smallest boy, who brightened, attacking the treat as if he had never eaten chocolate before. Another piece for the brother was devoured as well, leaving a small piece for Kane. He held it out for Isabel, who waved it off. "You have it. I think you've earned it." He shrugged. "All in a day's work." He popped the bite-sized piece in his mouth, savoring the peanut, nougat, and chocolate concoction as he slowly chewed, drawing out the experience. "If what you just did is a typical day's work, I don't want to know what an exciting day is." He gave Isabel a wink, then checked his body for injuries, Isabel a little too eager to help. He smiled as he swallowed his bite. Quarantine Zone, CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Command Sergeant Major Dawson waited for the call to be connected, the red tape having been fairly slow to work its way through. It wasn't every day the American government called to talk to a Russian Special Forces unit. "Lieutenant Colonel Chernov." The Russian accent was thick, but Dawson knew the man spoke perfect English. It was part of their normal officer training in the former Soviet Union, and still in our so-called Allies' army, to teach their men English for infiltration and interrogation purposes. "Sir, is this line secure?" There was a click, and he could see from the phone he was sitting at that the line had been secured from the other end, connection such as this used by the two countries to keep in contact when they didn't want any eavesdropping from third parties. "It is now," came the reply in perfect English. New England accent? "I'm Sergeant Major White. I need to talk to you about one of your men." "What do you need to know, Sergeant Major Dawson?" Dawson chuckled. "It's good to see your FSB is as effective as your KGB once was. Perhaps too effective at times." Then down to business. "You're aware of the situation we're facing here?" "It would appear it is a situation we are all facing, what with the failure of your president to contain the virus." Dawson gave the Russian his jab. "Our people have been tracking down every lead, and we have found that a former member of your team, a Major Anton Kozlov, is involved. He murdered the suspect who planted the canisters of virus, then rigged a bomb to go off when the body was discovered. There was a pause. Do you have proof of this? We have video of him entering the apartment building of the suspect, and the trigger design is old Soviet style. Still used by your teams, I believe. If it is not broke. Dawson waited for a response, which seemed long in coming. I do not know where the Major is. I don't think I can help you. Sir, please wait. You know what we're facing here, and as you put it, what we're all facing. Finding your Major is critical. He could hold the key to finding the actual man behind this, who may have a cure, or at least be able to provide us with additional information that could speed up the process in finding one. Now, one soldier to another. I know if one of my men that used to be under my command were to be involved in something like this, I'd want to do everything I could to find him and bring him in. I've read your file, sir. I know you're that type of commanding officer. You trained this man. You fought with this man at your side. I know you want to find out if what is being said about him now could be true. Another pause. Dawson's heart was beating rapidly, knowing that he had either reached the man or pissed him off. Either way, finding this Major Kozlov would come down to the words about to come from Lieutenant Colonel Chernov's mouth. Da, you are right. I will call you when I know something. Thank you, sir. You have the number. Do svidaniya, Sergeant Major. Do svidaniya, sir. The line went dead, and Dawson sat quietly, calming his heart racing faster than it did on most missions. Then again, he had never been involved in anything that could end the world as he knew it. The door on the other side of the glass flew open, and the young CIA analyst LaRue burst in. Well? He'll get back to us. LaRue hopped in his hazmat suit. I've got to call Kane. You do that. I'm going to get some rack time. I have a funny feeling when the colonel calls back, all hell's going to break loose. It better, because if it doesn't, we're screwed. Decontamination Zone, Interim LSU Public Hospital, New Orleans, Louisiana. Mr. President, we have some good news. It was Cap from Biodine speaking, and Best had to agree. It was good news. Great news. Fantastic news. If it were true. If it worked. If. What is it, Doctor? Well, when we first heard from Dr. Urban about the attack on the theater in Los Angeles a year ago, we immediately began planning for a worst-case scenario. We were able to design a compound that neutralizes the antiviral without killing the patient. It had already been under development from the beginning of the research, just in case something went wrong, and we needed to neutralize it in a patient. But once the attacks began, we realized we needed an aerosolized version as well. That research was completed over 6 months ago, but we had no way to test it. With the amount of antiviral recovered from the blood of the Superdome victims, we were able to quickly grow more, then contaminate an entire test facility. We then used our compound to decontaminate it. It worked. All antiviral on surfaces was neutralized within hours. Antiviral not accessible, such as inside closed compartments, was not. However, we have determined that the antiviral will die within 24 hours itself. As well, all of the animals we infected with the antiviral, from mice to primates, were cured by inhaling the aerosolized compound. Bottom line, Mr. President, is this. We have a way of stopping this. It's expensive, but it works, and we can go into production almost immediately. All we need to know is what genetic sequence is being targeted. And when will you know that? With nothing to narrow it down, days, perhaps weeks, maybe longer. By then, millions or billions could be dead, muttered one of the advisors over the live feed of the video conference. We need to find Dr. Urban in order to target the compound properly. Otherwise, we're shooting proverbial blanks.
We're doing everything.
The president was cut off when someone leaned into the camera view, whispering something in his ear.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a situation I need to deal with immediately. Continue what you're doing, and may God have mercy on us all.
His feed went dead, the other camera views snapping off, leaving a grid of black. Best was about to stand when a commotion started in the back of the room.
You guys have to see this.
Put it on the big screen. The screen snapped to life with a CNN feed, the harsh red breaking news bar across the top, with the text below indicating it was live footage from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, France. A large jet was on a runway. Its front landing gear collapsed, one engine smoking dark black, and it was surrounded by dozens of armed troops.
Turn it up.
Suddenly the audio feed came in loud and clear, and Best forgot all of her problems, as what was truly going on beyond her little bubble hit home. The plane was ordered back to the United States, however the pilot indicated there was insufficient fuel. Company officials say they tried to find an alternate landing site but were refused at every turn. Even countries with American Air Force bases were refused by order of the local governments. The plane was left circling Paris for hours until finally the pilot declared an emergency and put the aircraft down. There are reports that the French tried to block the runway with vehicles, and that is what collapsed the landing gear when the plane hit a truck. The plane has been surrounded by ground troops, and no assistance has been provided by the French authorities to put out the now worsening fire in one of the engines. Our sources are indicating that airport authorities are under orders by the French government to not let anyone off the plane, nor to let anyone approach it. We'll switch now to our White House correspondent, Henry Powell. Henry, what's the latest?
Cooper, I've just been informed that the president left an important conference on the current outbreak to personally call the French president to try and resolve this situation. We're not certain if he's been able to reach him, however, we hope to know more soon. There has been no official reaction yet from the White House, however, this scene is being repeated around the world, with American flights being ordered back or allowed to land so they can be refueled, then sent back with no one allowed to disembark.
Sorry to interrupt you, Henry, but something's happening. Best stopped listening, the feed itself absorbing all her senses. The engine was now fully engulfed in flames, and the one next to it appeared to be smoking now as well. The front door of the plane had just opened, and one of the evacuation slides had inflated. A close-up showed troops aiming their weapons, but not firing. A flight attendant slid down the slide, stopping at the bottom as a second followed. They took up positions on either side as passengers slid down the ramp, one after another, the flames growing on the other side of the plane. A second door opened at the rear, and another slide deployed. More passengers slid down, and soon dozens were running toward the troops, close-up showing panicked women and children desperate to distance themselves from the stricken aircraft. Then, the unthinkable. At first, she didn't know what had happened. It appeared as if a woman had tripped and fallen, then as if someone else had tripped helping her.
Oh my God! They're shooting the passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, you may not be able to hear this, but our reports from the ground are that shots are being fired at the escaping passengers. At least one of the soldiers has opened fire on the escaping passengers.
Best blocked her ears with her hands, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from the horror she was witnessing. At least a dozen bodies were scattered along the runway. Passengers were now running away from the troops, some even struggling to climb back up the slide they had just come down, while others continued to evacuate. It's not clear if the soldier is acting under orders, but the passengers are now running back toward the plane they just fled. Wait, something's happening now. The soldier who was firing has just been shot by his own troops. Ladies and gentlemen, from what we're seeing, it's sheer chaos on the scene. We just don't know what is happening. The camera zoomed in on the bodies. Women, children, the odd man lay on the ground, their bodies oozing blood onto the runway, some still alive, writhing in pain as they dragged themselves away from the soldiers. Then a ripping sound was caught on one of the audio feeds as the image flashed, the remaining jet fuel igniting, the entire plane erupting into a black and orange ball of rage, shrapnel bursting out in every direction, the flame and heat consuming everything within its path, the red-hot metal, the retaliation for the horror the innocent had been put through, tearing apart many of the surrounding troops. Someone turned off the TV, and Best removed her hands from her ears and looked about the room, her eyes a blur from the tears that now streaked her cheeks. She flinched at an arm over her shoulders before she realized it was Johnston. Turning her head in to rest on his chest, she let herself go, her sobs racking her body with heaves of remorse and frustration, as she cried not only for the passengers that had just died, but for the dozens who had died in this very hospital, and the millions or billions who would soon be dead. Kamovniki District, Moscow, Russia. Lieutenant Colonel Chernov was careful not to touch the walls. He didn't even want to touch the floors. The place was a disgrace. It was an old Soviet-era apartment block that, like most things in Russia today, had been left to rot and decay. It was disgusting. The rich got richer, and the average poor bastard, already very poor compared to Western standards, lived in squalor, while million-dollar condominiums were built on prime real estate. And if you complained, you were liable to find yourself beaten to a pulp, or worse. There was no opposition in today's Russia. When the Communist Party is your opposition, you know something is wrong. Democracy was a sham under Putin's leadership, more so with each election. Some people wondered why he even bothered having them, since he couldn't lose. Kozlov always said the reason was to let people learn to hate democracy. Putin's propaganda machine had the populace thinking their democracy was no worse, and perhaps better, than that in the West, constantly pointing to Florida in 2000. That could never happen in Russia. Yeah, because it would have already been 90% to 10%, so there would have been no point. And instead, Russians were left with a decaying democracy, with money wasted on weapons modernization and beating up gays, rather than fixing the economy, diversifying away from just oil, and employing people so they didn't spend their days floor-licking pissed-on vodka. He knocked on the door of Kozlov's parents. He heard noises inside, footsteps approaching the door. Then nothing. He knocked again, and still nothing. "This is Lieutenant Colonel Chernov. Open the door or I will kick it down." Whispers, then the clicks of locks unbolting. He was finally greeted by a trembling little old lady, a forced smile on her face, beckoning him to come inside. An even older man, deeper in the apartment, attempted and failed to get out of a recliner. Chernov stepped inside the small residence, made smaller by the fact it was jammed with matching lazy boy recliners, sitting in front of a 58-inch Panasonic flat panel and a 7.1 surround system that he had only seen once before in his life, and it wasn't in Russia. A glance to his left showed a kitchen equipped with all the latest appliances and glass-faced cupboards, proudly stocked. The floors were new hardwood, the walls freshly painted. The only evidence of the Soviet era was the entranceway, drab and neglected, along with the curtains, still old and ratty, lest new ones be spotted from outside.
"Please, have a seat,"
said the old lady. He remained standing. "You are Major Anton Kozlov's parents?"
"Yes, Colonel."
"It is urgent that I speak to him." She glanced at her husband, who shook his head, his gravelly, gruff voice suitable for singing Georgian folk songs.
We have not heard from him since he left the military, he said. No word at all? No. No letters, no phone calls. No. Chernov waved his arm at the room. Yet your pension seems to let you live extremely well. The old man peered out the window, focusing on the one thing that wasn't new.
Can I get you anything, Colonel? Asked Mrs. Kozlov, stepping toward the kitchen. Tea, perhaps?
Yes, tea would be nice. He stepped into the line of sight of Mr. Kozlov. I have a feeling I'm going to be here a long time. He sat on the edge of the living room table, staring directly at Mr. Kozlov. I will have the truth, Mr. Kozlov. Your son is involved in this virus thing and may have access to a cure. Now, you can tell me how to reach him, so I can get to him first. Or leave it to the Americans, who are looking at total annihilation. Who do you think he has a better chance surviving with? Me, his old comrade and commanding officer, or a bunch of Americans hell-bent on revenge? The old man sighed, motioning to his wife. Give him what he wants.
Quarantine Zone, CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. BD. Dawson woke, the hand gently shaking his shoulder belonging to his best friend, Master Sergeant Mike Red Belm. He swung his legs from the cot and onto the floor, stretching. What is it, mission? You've got a call. Dawson checked his watch. That was quick. Okay, thanks. I'll be back in a few. Better get the guys up. I have a feeling we're about to get into the thick of it. Will do. Dawson headed for the interview room he had been in earlier, and a man in a hazmat suit handed him a file folder when he arrived. This just arrived for you, Sergeant Major. Thank you, sir. Dawson sat at the table and picked up the phone as he flipped open the file. Sergeant Major White here. Sergeant Major Dawson, it is Lieutenant Colonel Chernov. Sir, thank you for getting back to me so soon. Did you get the data I sent? I'm seeing it for the first time just now. It looks like you found him. We got an address from his parents. They confirm that is where he has been calling his home for the past 2 years. A satellite flyover just a few minutes ago shows people at the villa, one of whom appears to be Major Kozlov. Thank you very much, sir. What do you intend to do? Capture him. Bring him in for interrogation. Not kill him? He's our only lead to finding the men behind this. If we kill him, they get away. I want to be there. I can't sanction that, but if we happen to bump into a fellow soldier on the way, he'd be welcome to join us. But I doubt you'll be there on time. Likely not. Perhaps for the interrogation. I may be able to appeal to him as his former commander. If you can get to Washington with all the flights grounded, be my guest. I will find the way. Good luck. Good hunting, Sergeant Major. Dawson hung up and dialed another number. Director Morrison's office. This is Sergeant Major White, Delta. Let him know we found our guy. I will tell him right away, Sergeant Major. The excitement in her voice echoed that in his heart. Maybe there is hope. LaPree's residence, New Orleans, Louisiana. Kane stood with his hands pressed against the tile wall of Isabel's bathroom, the rain-head-equipped shower providing a steady stream of muscle relaxant as he worked out the kinks of the past couple of days. Now, if Catalina and Jasmine were here, a massage would be just what I need. A medic had patched up the few cuts he had suffered, though it was the bruises and overstretched muscles, tendons, and ligaments that were the problem now. There was no permanent damage, and he could go into action right now, but it would literally be a pain. And that was the spy business. It wasn't like the movies. where you were chasing or being chased constantly, with super cool toys where even your electric shaver could kill with cyanide-laced blow darts or a nifty laser. It was hours, days, or sometimes months of surveillance, tracking down clues, just like a police detective, but with an arsenal of information and surveillance technology at your disposal that police didn't have, because, as a spy, you didn't worry about someone's civil rights, only their human rights. Though occasionally there was action, usually conducted with surgical precision, the target often not knowing you were ever there. And that's the part he lived for. He didn't mind months of surveillance, as long as in the end he got the bad guy, the target item that needed retrieval, or that piece of intel stored on a hard drive in the middle of a maximum security installation. That was the life. The shower curtain scraped, and he turned his head slightly to see Isabel, naked, climbing in the shower with him.
"You were taking too long," she said,
her voice full of bravado, the wavering of it revealing the truth. She was nervous, scared even. He could tell she feared rejection. After all, he was quite a few years her junior, but the glimpse he caught of her climbing in told him she had nothing to be ashamed of. She clearly kept herself fit, and if this was what she wanted, who was he to say no? He had to admit he had eyeballed her on several occasions, and Dylan Jr. was already trying to take a peek. "Uh-huh," he said, as her hands caressed his shoulders, her fingers kneading his taut muscles with just enough strength to elicit a groan, but not enough to hurt. His head dropped to his chest as she worked up either side of the back of his neck, then down again, her thumbs pressing into the center of his back, then rubbing outward toward her fingers, gripping his sides. It was heavenly. Her hand slipped around to his front, gliding smoothly from his water-slickened, rock-hard abs to his chest, squeezing his pecs as she leaned against him, her breasts pressing into his back, her cheek on his shoulders, her breath hot on his skin. Her arms wrapped around him, squeezing him into her as she turned her head and kissed between his shoulders, licking his skin with her soft tongue as he slowly turned around to face her. He gazed down at her, and she up at him, and she had a look that to him seemed a cross between lust and pleading, as if she feared his rejection even now. He put that concern to rest as he leaned down and kissed her, wrapping his arms around her body and pulling her tight against him. She moaned, as did he, their tongues doing battle while he ground into her. He quickly found himself more aroused than he had been in a long time. This was a woman who knew what she wanted, and it was him, not some fantasy identity created at a third-world hotel, where cheap love could be found at the drop of $100 bill from girls desperate to improve their lives, if only for a day. This was real. He pushed her away, turned off the shower, then climbed out, scooping her into his arms as he carried her to the bed, gently laying her down on the sheets, all the while continuing to kiss her, and with his hands now free, explore her body, eliciting moans, groans, and gasps as his talented hands and mouth gave her an experience he sensed she hadn't had in a long time. She pushed him over onto his back, straddling him with a grin, dropping down and kissing him on the mouth, then moving south. Slow, tantalizingly slow, agonizingly slow, inching toward what he hoped she planned, her eyes meeting his, the confidence of a woman restored, a woman reborn, as she was determined to be satisfied by him and to satisfy him, taking momentary refuge in each other, from the chaos outside. There were more important things to be doing. There were more significant places to be. But for this brief moment in time, they sought comfort in each other, not knowing if this could be the last time either of them would ever get to enjoy the company of the opposite sex. And with one final giggle from her and a groan from him, all the troubles of the world disappeared. Lost to the paradise he now enjoyed at the ministrations of this passionate New Orleans detective. Quarantine Zone, CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. LaRue sat on one side of the glass with Morrison. On the other side were the Delta Force Command Sergeant Major, one of his men, and Sherry. LaRue had been at his desk, sifting through search results that had provided essentially bupkis. Where the former Spetsnaz major and his presumed employer were remained a mystery, until Morrison pulled him from his office, nearly running for the elevators. He hadn't seen the man this excited before. Then again, the stakes had never been this high. The entire way, Morrison was on the phone with what sounded like the White House. The phone was still pressed to his ear as his free index finger was held in the air, everyone holding their breaths for the reply. Or at least LaRue was holding his breath. He reached his limit and stifled a gasp, sucking in a lungful of air and blushing slightly as he saw Sherry smiling at him. She knew him so well, there was no way he could hide his excitement.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The phone call ended, and Morrison activated the mic connecting the rooms.
We're a go. Sergeant Major, get your men ready. Requisition anything you think you'll need. I'm assigning Agent White to accompany you, along with a senior agent who will meet you en route. Get this bastard alive, bring him back here, and while in transit, you have my authority to question him in any way you see fit. Just make sure he stays alive.
Yes, sir, replied the Delta team leader. Sir, Major Kozlov's former commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Chernov, has requested he be allowed to interrogate the prisoner. He thought he may get more out of him than we could. I took the liberty of saying he could, should he be able to get himself here.
That could be a challenge, what with air travel pretty much being shut down.
Agreed, but I've read his file. Expect him to be here, and if anything unusual is coming out of Russia, I suggest you let it through.
I'll take that under advisement, Sergeant Major.
Thank you, sir. Morrison rose, as did everyone, then left the room. LaRue lingered at the glass as Sherry approached, the two Delta Force men leaving in a hurry. Suddenly, he was overcome with a horrible sense of doom as he stared at the love of his life. A pit in his stomach almost overwhelmed him, his mouth filling with bile as he paled at the intense certainty he would never see her again.
"Are you okay?"
she asked.
"Oh, you know how I am."
He managed to force a hint of a smile.
"I always get nervous before a mission."
She chuckled, placing a hand on the glass separating them.
"Don't worry, dear. I'll be okay. I'm going in with a Delta Force team. These guys are the best in the world. Almost as good as me," she said with a grin. The confidence she portrayed had him feeling a little better, and he put his hand on the glass, covering hers. "Take care of yourself." "I will, as always." She kissed the glass. "I have to go, otherwise they'll leave without me." She headed for the door, leaving him thinking that might not be a bad thing. "Bye, baby," she called, blowing him a kiss. He caught it, but she had already left. His sense of doom returned, and as his eyes filled with tears, he grabbed the edge of the table for support. "God, please take care of her." Detective Laprise's apartment, New Orleans, Louisiana. Isabel couldn't remember the last time she had felt so totally satisfied, so totally a woman. She stared at the ceiling, staring into nothingness, wishing the day would never end. It had been passionate, crazy, wild, and tender. It had been everything. Multiple times. Oh, God, how many times?
She wished she had a girlfriend she could call and tell all about it. She was so excited. Yet she was 40, not a teenager, though right now she felt like one. She rolled onto him, her cheek on his chest, her hand stroking his stomach, her right leg flung across his nether regions as she closed her eyes and enjoyed the warmth of a man's body, something she hadn't felt in years. She couldn't believe what she had done. It was completely out of character for her. She wasn't a one-night stand girl. To her, sex was serious, important, to be shared by two people who cared for each other, not someone she barely knew who had literally parachuted into her life. Kane checked his watch, and a pit formed in her stomach. He was bored. She pushed away. "I guess we should get going." "Why the rush?" he asked as he rolled on top of her, staring deeper into her eyes than any man she could remember. "I just thought, well, it's getting late. I just got a message to report to the airport in 2 hours. They're sending a chopper to pick me up." "When did you get that?" He showed her his watch for a brief second. "It's not just a watch." She wrapped her arms around him, positioning herself for one last session of lovemaking with a man she was certain was a spy she would never see again after today. And it broke her heart. As if he could sense her feelings, what happened over the next half hour was exactly what she needed. It was lovemaking at its best, slow, intense, lovers finding comfort in each other, no gymnastics or showing off. Just the right kisses and caresses she needed at this moment. Just the right memory she needed to end things with. And when it was done, she held him in her arms tightly, falling asleep relaxed and content. She awoke to the shower, and she smiled as she remembered the last time it had been running and what had ensued. But he had to leave, so her temptation to join him again would have to wait. She quickly straightened up the bedroom, gathering his clothes and setting out a new set for herself. They exchanged kisses and places when he climbed from the shower, and when she came out, her stud had sandwiches ready for them. "So why do you have to leave so quickly?" "Mission." He took a bite of his sandwich. "They found the bomber, or at least they think they found him." "And they need you?" She immediately regretted the way she had said it, and his smile made her backpedal. "I mean, of course they need you. I mean, you're very good at your job." Thankfully, he bailed her out. "They need me because I've worked with all the parties involved and can identify the guy on site. Also, I'm one of the few agents in the region with my particular skill set, and they need someone who can operate out of country." "Out of country? Where are you going?" A thunderous sound building for the past several seconds finally became too loud to ignore. "What the hell is that?" she asked as she went to the window to check outside. "That's my ride." She gasped as a military chopper settled down in the courtyard and several personnel in chemical warfare gear emerged. "I'll be going now." She spun around as he stood, wiping his face with a napkin and downing the last of his ice-cold water. She followed him to the door and grabbed an ankle-length jacket as he picked up the backpack he had been toting around since he arrived by parachute. He grabbed her by the waist, pulling her tight against him, and gave her the type of goodbye kiss she had only seen in the movies, a kiss that made her knees give out and her heart hammer so hard she could barely hear herself moan in pleasure. He let her go and opened the door. She slipped on a pair of flats and followed him to the elevator, then outside, the entire time saying nothing, just leaning on him, his arm around her shoulders. As they left the building, the pounding of the blades kept their conversation short as she held one side of her jacket up to block the dust from getting in their eyes. "Take care of yourself," she said, one hand holding his cheek. "I always do." He smiled, placing his hand over hers and pressing his cheek into her palm a little harder. "I had a wonderful time." "So did I. I'm sorry if I pressured you into something
you didn't want."
She stared down at the ground as her eyes filled with tears. A finger under her chin pulled her gaze back to his, a loving smile she hadn't seen for years, staring down at her. "I did nothing I didn't want to do. You're a remarkable lady." He kissed her gently, then pulled away. "I have to go." He walked away when she realized he hadn't answered her question.
"Wait!"
she yelled. He turned to face her, his arm raised to try and block the wind.
"Where are you going?"
He wagged his finger at her. "You know I can't tell you. But if you like cigars, I'll bring you back some." She smiled and waved, and he ran toward the helicopter, the soldiers helping him aboard. As the chopper lifted off, she could see him staring at her, a smile on his face as he never took his eyes off of her until the chopper banked away. She continued to watch it until it was no more than a pinpoint in the distance, finally turning around and heading inside. And she knew two things from what he had said. He was going to Cuba, and he'd be back. Eglin Air Force Base, Florida. Kane spent the better part of the next 2 hours in isolation. His blood tests taken earlier had come back clean, though he had been tested again because he had additional exposure. Yet the time hadn't been wasted. He had been fully briefed and brought up to speed not only on the situation he was heading into, but the situation around the world. He was slightly sick to his stomach, especially after hearing about the hundreds killed aboard the plane due to the actions of a terrified young French soldier. From what he now knew, there were 2 antivirals on the loose, one that should burn itself out shortly, the other that could be far worse. Mankind was on the brink, and unless they could capture either the missing scientist Urban or his partner or abductor Fowler, there might be no chance of recovery. At this point, the spread seemed fairly slow, though not contained. Cases were being reported all across the planet, with the vast majority in the United States, with Canada and Mexico pretty much tied for second. It made sense. The outbreak was following the trucking routes of the continent, and whatever the infected truckers had in common with the people they encountered, those people were then exposed and possibly infected. And with the spread worldwide, they assumed it was something very common. But with the 10-day incubation period, the patients were only now getting into numbers significant enough to detect patterns. Over the coming days and weeks, they expected the cases to grow exponentially, with hospitals overwhelmed worldwide within 2 weeks. What was terrifying was that the only pattern they had detected this time was so broad, so general, that if it weren't fine-tuned to a more specific genetic pattern, the world would never be the same in as little as a few weeks. Because the only pattern detected so far affected half the species. All were men. It was enough to scare the shit out of anybody, especially those with testicles. And apparently the president had a pair, because he had swiftly taken action when he heard this. Governments around the world were now encouraging men to stay at home and avoid contact with other men whenever possible. He had been told the president would announce on television tonight that all men were to remain home unless they were deemed essential personnel, as well as the recall of all naval vessels from around the world. These would be used as temporary shelters for those who weren't infected. Islands all along the coast were being evacuated, residents isolated and tested, and when cleared, allowed to return. Massive quarantine areas for the uninfected were being set up in athletic facilities and community centers around the country, with men undergoing a 2-step quarantine process. Those without symptoms and of low risk to previous exposure were tested and ordered to remain at home, then, when cleared, ordered to report to a second facility, where they would be isolated for 24 hours while their second test was completed. They would then be allowed into the quarantine facility. The hope was that enough men could be saved to repopulate the species, should containment be lost. It was a doomsday scenario they all prayed they were overreacting to, But with the evidence now in front of the scientific and political community, it was decided there was no time to waste waiting for confirmation. And with the president thankfully in his second term, he had decided he would fall on his sword as a laughingstock should it turn out to be nothing. But if the scientists' worst-case predictions came true, he might be the very savior of mankind, which just might go to his head. Kane shook his own as he applied his camouflage face paint, then geared up. He hadn't been to Cuba yet, his own area of expertise Asia and the Middle East, but his Spanish was damned good by anyone's standards. The problem was, he didn't blend, and cover stories of being in-country as a businessman didn't work in such a closed communist society. They were still too closely watched. Instead, most CIA agents in Cuba were either locals, expats, or Latino Americans who could blend right in. There was a knock on the door, then it opened before he could reply. "Well, Special Agent, are you ready or what?" "Good thing I'm decent. I could have been in my birthday suit here," said Kane, grinning at his old friend Bert Dawson. Kane had been part of Bravo team during his short stint in the Delta Force before his recruitment into the CIA. Like most people in his life, he hadn't kept in touch, but they'd had the good fortune to go on a couple of missions together recently and get reacquainted. "Nothing I haven't seen before." "Didn't know you had taken that close a look." "Just checking to see where in the pecking order you fell in case there was ever a need to pull them out and measure them while on a mission. You always want to put your best man forward." "Yeah, well, from what I saw of your team last time, something tells me Atlas has us all beat." Dawson roared in laughter, and the massive form of Sergeant Leon Atlas James poked his head in the room. "I heard my name?" "Don't worry, we were just talking about your junk, nothing personal," said Kane. Atlas' lips pursed. "Then no harm done," he said in his impossibly deep voice. He disappeared, leaving Kane and Dawson chuckling. "I assume my test came back clear." Dawson nodded. "Yep, so far we're all antiviral free. We're going in full NBC gear, so break out the bunny suit. You can leave the mask off until we're about to drop. If anyone is compromised, they'll have to go into quarantine again when we return." "Makes sense." Kane checked his NBC warfare gear, then headed out of the room with Dawson. "When do we leave?" 10 minutes if you're ready." "I'm always ready." "That's what I like to hear." He walked with Dawson to the assembly area. 3 Gen 3 Ghost Hawk Jedi ride choppers awaited them, along with the rest of Bravo team and a familiar face beaming at him. "So, we finally get to go on an official mission together," he said as he approached Sherry, giving her a quick one-armed hug. "How's our mutual friend?"
"Worried as usual, but otherwise great."
"And things are still going well between you two?" Her smile grew even larger, the crinkles in the corners of the eyes and mouth betraying how genuinely she felt about his high school buddy.
"Amazing."
"Glad to hear it. Now, let's capture this son of a bitch so we can all get back to our friends and families."
"Sounds good to me,"
said Sherry, as they all turned to Dawson. "Everyone take a knee," he said, and they all dropped as one. He handed out several photos. "The first is Major Anton Kozlov. He's former Spetsnaz, so watch yourselves. He's very good. Assume he's better than you. The second is Scott Fowler, a former VP of Biodyne Pharma, and we assume the money behind these attacks. He apparently likes yoga and long walks on the beach." Chuckles. "The third is the scientist behind this, Dr. Victor Urban. We presume he's being coerced, so should put up no resistance. Just try not to get poked by anything he might be holding." Niner held up his hand, his mouth open. Then he shook his head.
"Never mind, there's a lady present."
Sherry looked over both shoulders.
"Where?"
More laughter, and Dawson eyed Niner. "I met your parents, and they're good people. Are you sure you weren't adopted?" Niner's face brightened.
"You mean there's a chance I'm white?"
Atlas punched Niner in the shoulder, sending him tumbling onto his side in a fit of laughter. Dawson let it go on for a few seconds. Loosening up before a mission, always good, and he was pleased that the 2 CIA agents were joining in on the fun. Bonding with your comrades in arms was the best way to know they had your back. Friends instinctively would die trying to save another friend, but they sometimes had to think about it to save a stranger. Now, Niner's questionable heritage aside, we need all three of these people alive. We're not expecting to find them all there. In fact, I'm only expecting to find Major Kozlov. The CIA thinks he can lead us to Fowler, who can lead us to Urban. We believe Fowler and definitely Urban know the exact genetic sequence that the antiviral is targeting. Biodyne needs that to come up with an antidote and end this plague once and for all. If we can't find these people, it could be over for all of us, and there will be a lot of lonely women out there left to bury our corpses. Everyone was solemn with the image that no doubt filled their minds. Kane pictured his mother at his father's funeral, of Isabel at his, of Sherry at Chris's. He pushed the image away, instead focusing on the mission ahead that could end all of this. Now, you've all seen the layout of the compound we're going to. It was popular with the Soviets during the Cold War days, so expect it to have escape tunnels in the works. It's small and appears from satellite overpasses to be lightly defended, perhaps 12 men. We'll set up 3 sniper positions as discussed earlier. Enter over the rear wall, and once the targets are secured, we'll eliminate the rest as the entry team leaves. We'll be picked up on the beach by our choppers. Secondary rendezvous is 4 clicks north, where a sub will be waiting should the need arise. Any questions? There was silence, everyone already knowing their job. Good. One final thing. This is a CIA operation. Our friend, who you've met before, will be in command. Kane gave the team a nod. Gentlemen? Niner yawned.
From what I saw in Syria, he doesn't need us. Can I go back to my rack?
If you're not needed, maybe you'll learn something, said Dawson as he stood, the rest following as the choppers powered up, drowning out a chorus of oohs and burned catcalls. Good hunting, shouted Dawson as he waved them toward the helicopters. Kane followed Dawson, Sherry in tow. Only 2 of their rides would be carrying personnel, the third standby offshore should something go wrong. The intent was to slip in and out with the Cubans never knowing they were there until they were long gone. There apparently had been some debate as to whether they should just ask the Cubans to arrest the compound's occupants, but it was decided they would more likely kill everyone inside in a botched operation, and then all hope would be lost. Kane strapped in, then double-checked Sherry's gear as the choppers lifted off, banking toward Cuban airspace, and hopefully, a cure. Over Canadian airspace. Our escorts are back, announced the pilot over the internal channel. Chernov peered out the windows on either side of the Sukhoi T-50 trainer and saw 2 Canadian CF-18 Hornets pull into position on each wing. So far, everything had gone smoothly. A conversation with his commanding officer, along with several favors called in, and he was airborne on a stripped-down fighter with extra fuel tanks, heading over the North Pole. They had refueled at the edge of Russian airspace, while the Canadian and Russian governments coordinated the rest of the journey, and if they couldn't agree, it would be a short trip. But the name of the game today was international cooperation. If there were a chance he could avert the crisis, he was welcome. An isolated landing in Iqaluit with their aircraft refueled and no human contact made, then they were off again, now headed for Washington, D.C. They still hadn't heard from the Americans, but he was confident they'd agree. After all, this was their mess, and they were the most vulnerable. The risk of him introducing the virus was next to nil. If anything, he was the most at risk in this equation, and his pilot. Did you ever think you'd see the day you were flying over the Canadian North, peacefully escorted? Certainly not what I trained for, Comrade Colonel. His pilot, Vlad Bodrov, was old school. He'd run the NATO borders in his MiG, turning back at the last second, spooking the air traffic and air defense controllers, the game constant for decades. A game a lot of Russia missed, the prestige of facing down the mighty West, now gone. But so was the expense. Or at least it should have been. Their glorious leader seemed in a rush to roll the clocks back to the 60s instead of ahead. If we don't get Anton, none of it will matter. What disturbed Chernov the most in this situation was that it was a time to learn from each other, to cooperate, and to realize that everyone was sharing this blue ball and had no more right to it than the next man. But if history were to be heeded, once this crisis was over, rhetoric would fill the halls of the United Nations, and within months everything would return to the way it was. Old animosities and rivalries restored, cooperation a mere blip for the history books. Or, if the antiviral had its way, it wouldn't matter. The population would be wiped out. Sometimes he wondered if they should bother stopping it. Let it wipe out most of mankind. Then we could start over. Do it right, taking advantage of what we had learned from our past mistakes. And with a small population and modern technology, there'd be no need to fight over land or resources. There'd be plenty to go around, and the planet could heal itself of the scars of modern cities and mining. It was a pipe dream that he didn't even believe in, though he loved to think of such things and debate them in his head, or better yet, with a friend, the philosophical discussions that would result sometimes heated, but always stimulating. Conversations he used to have with his good friend and comrade, Kozlov. He sighed as he gazed at the CF-18 out the cockpit window. The interrogation could go one of two ways. Either his old friend cooperated and gave the information they needed, or he'd be tortured until he did. And if he were indeed involved in this crisis, then, when it was all over, he deserved to die. And Chernov would pull the trigger without hesitation, the major having dishonored his family, friends, unit, and country. All Chernov wanted to know was why the hell Kozlov had participated in the first place. Approaching the Cuban coast. Kane peered out the side of the chopper as the coast in the distance rapidly filled their view. The Ghost Hawk's ridiculously quiet engines and rotors had them covering the 90 miles between the coast of Florida and Cuba in no time. Dawson activated his comm. Control 01, status report, over.
01, Control, you are cleared for insertion. Satellite shows no hostiles at the insertion point, over.
Control 01, roger that, insertion in 60 seconds, out. Dawson turned to the team. Okay, ladies, 60 seconds to the drop. The door slid open, and over the comm, Kane could hear Dawson's second-in-command, Red, giving similar orders, though a lot less politely. The men checked each other's gear as the helicopters slowed and hovered about 100 feet from the private beach. At this distance, anyone in the compound shouldn't hear them, and if necessary, the choppers could abort and still be out of effective small arms range. Let's go, ordered Dawson. His team jumped out, then Sherry followed with a huge smile. She's loving this. Dawson shoved him out, then immediately followed. The moment his feet cleared, the chopper was already banking to hold position off the coast for the evac order. Kane hit the water hard, holding his breath and his weapon high, his feet quickly finding the bottom. Thankful the pilots had done their job right and placed them close enough to walk with their heads above water. He pushed through the surf and quickly made the shore, rushing forward to take cover near the tree line. Within less than 3 minutes, the entire team of 14 were assembled, their hazmat gear in place and comms activated, so they could whisper rather than attempt to be heard through not only their own mask, but the others as well. Kane faced Red. Red, take your team and set up 3 sniper positions to cover the compound as discussed. I want every inch of that thing covered. Once we're ready to leave, redeploy when we're clear to cover our egress, then meet us at the rendezvous point. Roger that. Red's team of 6 broke from the group to get into position before the rest made their entry. Kane turned back to the rest. Agent White, Niner, and Jimmy, you're with me. We'll sweep left of the compound to the rear. BD, you take the right with the rest of the team. If you encounter the enemy, only eliminate them if necessary. We don't want anybody missing a radio check. If you do need to take them out, do it swift and silent, then get them out of sight. Understood? Understood, said Dawson. Then let's go. Kane rose from his knee and broke left, entering the trees with Sherry directly behind him, the two experienced operators behind her. He gently pushed aside the foliage blocking their way, careful to not snap any fallen branches and give away their position. Something snapped behind him, the proximity making him think it was Sherry, her inexperience failing them. He raised his clenched fist, and everyone froze. He listened carefully but could hear no one. He motioned for them to continue, and he took a tentative step forward, certain Sherry wouldn't make the same mistake twice. They pushed on, the foliage thickening, then thinning dramatically as they reached a path cut through the trees leading to the compound. He indicated for everyone to stop, then carefully peered down both directions of the path, finding it clear. He rushed across at a crouch, disappearing into the foliage on the other side of the path, perhaps 2 yards wide. He checked again, then beckoned Sherry to join him. She darted across, pushing into the thick leaves, then turned to check what was happening. Kane whispered, "Watch the path. If it's clear, have them come across. Then follow me. I'm going to make sure it's clear ahead." "Okay." She repositioned for a better view, and he disappeared into the trees, carefully advancing, the compound less than 100 yards ahead and to the right. The satellite photos showed that the trees had been cleared from the front of the compound and much of the left and right sides, but the rear, which had been cleared during the Soviet era, had been left to seed, the jungle quickly reclaiming much of what had been lost. It was this complacency he hoped they could capitalize on. He just hoped it was complacency, and not knowledge the rear was secure due to an array of landmines. Sherry leaned out and saw no one down the path that led toward the beach. A quick turn of the head, and she saw it was clear in the direction of the compound. She raised her hand to motion the next Delta member across when she froze and stepped back into the cover of the leaves, the sound of boots on hard ground approaching from her right. Someone was coming from the compound, moving in the direction of the beach. She peered across at the other two, pointed at her eyes, then up the path. The one called Niner nodded, disappearing farther into the jungle as she did the same. She could hear one set of boots on the ground along with a voice, talking as if to another. Her Spanish was perfect, but she couldn't make out what was being said. Something moved over her boot, and she glanced down to see a large Cuban boa slithering over her toe. She almost yelped in shock, but instead maintained control of her mouth, though not her heart. The voice was closer now, and she heard something else. Panting? She peered through the leaves and saw it was a lone man walking a dog. Some demon spawn of a dog that was all jaws and massive muscles rippling from end to end, with a nose, now upturned. She had to act quickly or the beast from hell would find her. She grabbed the tail of the snake just before it disappeared and yanked it toward her. She unsheathed her knife, burying it into the body of the snake as she pulled with the other hand, neatly slicing the now writhing creature in half. Her shoulders shivered as she gutted it with her razor-sharp Bowie knife. It was disgusting. She had never done anything like this, but it was the snake or her, and she chose her. It stopped moving, finally dead, and she pushed the body out in front of her, then shoved it even farther with the butt of her M4 carbine. She quietly moved away from the snake, deeper into the leaves, until she could barely see the approaching guard and his companion. "What is it, boy?" asked the guard, his Spanish pure rural Cuban, obviously a local hire rather than a true pro. From her vantage point, she could see the dog straining on his leash, eager to get at whatever it was he was smelling. She just prayed it was the snake, and not her. The guard jogged forward, helped along by the massive beast. She readied her knife. She'd kill the dog first before it could start barking, and hopefully the two Delta guys could take care of the guard. She'd rather be taking on the guard. The animal was at the decoy now, sniffing at it, snarling and shoving it with his nose.
"What have you got there, boy?"
The dog was nose deep in the guts of the creature, which she hoped was enough to throw him off any scent she and the others might be giving off.
"Oh, God, that's disgusting. Get away from that."
The dog was pulled away with a yank of its chain. It snarled in protest, but a snap of the chain had it obeying its master, and as its head jerked up, Sherry swore she made eye contact with it, its eyes and nostrils flaring for a moment as he prepared to charge her. Then with another jerk of the chain, he was dragged away, his head turned toward her, but his protests ignored by the guard. Her heart continued to pound. 2 forms rushed across the road toward her, one stepping in her diversion and muttering, "Ew," as he approached her. It was Niner.
"Did you do that?"
She nodded, remembering her tactical breathing and slowly calming herself.
"Good thinking,"
said Jimmy.
"Now let's find CIA boy."
Sherry smiled at the moniker, then followed Niner as he led the way toward where she assumed Kane was waiting. She grabbed a large leaf and folded it around her blade, wiping the knife clean before sheathing it. Suddenly she heard something behind her. Kane had taken up position on the left of the compound, along the cleared edge. After several coded bird calls, he pinpointed 2 snipers' nests with members of Red's team already in position. They had full coverage of the front and sides, and Kane assumed the rear as well, with the 3rd team that he couldn't see. Leaves moved to his right, and he dropped down and listened. Someone was approaching his position. It shouldn't be a friendly, unless they were out of position. He listened carefully, but still couldn't hear the rest of his squad. What's taking them so long? He stepped deeper into the woods and shoved himself into the hollowed-out body of a massive tree whose species was of no importance to him now. Moments later, a guard inched by his position, gun at the ready, clearly searching for someone, probably him. Kane was about to step out from his hiding place when he heard something, as did his opponent. The man jerked back, placing his back against the very tree Kane now occupied, meaning he had no way of getting at him unless he came out, giving the man the advantage. Niner crept by the opening, followed by Jimmy, then Sherry, both inching forward nearly silently. If you weren't listening for them, there was no way you could distinguish them from the background noise of the jungle. This man had known to listen, and had probably known to because he had either heard or spotted Kane, or heard one of the sniper teams setting up, or heard your damned bird calls. Kane cursed at himself. This guy was a local. He probably knew the species of this area by heart, having grown up with them his entire life, and he'd know when one was faked and used as a signaling method. The barrel of the man's weapon appeared in front of Kane's hiding place. He drew his knife, flipped it over to his left hand, then jabbed it around the lip of the trunk of the massive tree, blind. It connected and sunk deep, fortunately not glancing off bone, and as he twisted, muscle and organ tissue tore apart under the pressure from his blade, and the barrel lowered. The man groaned. Niner spun around and leaped forward, his own knife burying deep in what Kane guessed was the man's neck, judging by the height Niner had attacked at. At the same time, Jimmy disarmed the man before he could fire as Sherry raised her weapon, covering their backs in case there was a partner. The body was pulled off Kane's knife by the others, and he stepped slowly out from the tree. He gave a thumbs up and wiped his knife on the body before Niner and Jimmy pulled it deeper into the trees. They continued their way toward the rendezvous, encountering nobody except one of their sniper teams about 100 feet farther on, and another 50 feet deeper in the cover. He only knew they were there from the bird calls of earlier. This time he simply gave a nod of acknowledgement and continued on. As the brush grew thicker near the back of the compound, he smiled to himself slightly. Their fears the satellite photos were misinterpreted settled. There was plenty of cover to reach the rear wall, which the satellite surveillance had indicated to be pretty much unguarded. Apparently, whoever's compound this wasn't too concerned with security. It was token and seemingly unprofessional. They clearly weren't expecting company. A hiss to his left had his head spinning, and in the encroaching darkness, he spotted Dawson and the rest of his team huddled nearby. Kane approached along with Sherry as Niner and Jimmy redeployed to provide cover. "What took you so long?" asked Dawson. "We encountered an unfriendly. Had to take him out, unfortunately," said Kane. "He didn't have any radio equipment on him, though, but he might be expected back soon." Dawson nodded. "Rear wall has been clear since we got here." Kane held his hand out, palm toward the wall. "Care to do the honors?" Dawson smiled. "Don't mind if I do." Dawson activated his comm. 0201, report, over. Red's whispered voice came in through the comm. "We've got 2 on the number 1 wall at the 1, 2, and 1, 4 corners. Nobody else on the wall. You're clear for your approach. Over." "Roger that." Dawson rushed forward, quickly reaching the wall. "Report?" "Still clear." He pulled his grappling hook off his belt, dropped the coiled rope on the ground, then tossed the hook. It flew out of sight. Then he heard a slight noise as the rubberized body prevented any clanging sound of the metal, the hooks digging into the other side of the wall. He yanked on the rope, then climbed as the rest of the team advanced. Reaching the top, he glanced down to make sure nobody had ventured to the back of the compound without them knowing, then flipped over the wall and dropped to the ground. He quickly advanced along the rear number 3 wall toward the wall to his left, the number 4 wall, ducking when necessary to avoid windows in the rear of the villa they were about to enter. Reaching the end of the structure and encountering no one, he turned back to check his team's progress. Niner and Jimmy were already at the far end of the 2-3 corner, giving the thumbs up, and the last of them were now over the wall. Atlas retrieved the grappling hook and rope so it couldn't be discovered by someone later. 0201, report. 4 at the number 1 wall now, all near the entrance. Almost looks like they may be expecting someone. Over. That could be good or bad. Dawson decided he better ask a higher power. Control 01. Do we have anybody approaching the compound? Over. 01, Control. We've got a single vehicle about 10 minutes out. Appears to be 4 occupants. Over. Copy that. Out. Kane joined him at his corner, taking a look around it for himself. "What do you think?" asked Dawson. 10 minutes is plenty of time. Let's finish this, then wait and see who's arriving. Worst case, it's more guards, so better to do this before they get here. Best case, it's all 3 of our targets in a Christmas hamper. Dawson chuckled. "Then let's do this." Kane fell back to the villa's rear door as Dawson indicated for Atlas to cover the corner he had just been holding. By the time Dawson had reached Kane's position, the young pro already had the lock picked and the door slightly open. A mirror poked through so he could make sure the room on the other side was clear. "We're good," came the whisper over the mic. Kane pushed the door open, quickly entering, his Glock with suppressor held high. Dawson followed, then Sherry along with the rest of his men, save Atlas and Niner, who held the rear of the building so they weren't surprised from behind. It was a kitchen, brightly lit, but empty. And that was when the first surprise happened. Who spotted him first didn't matter. They likely all did as the doors of the kitchen suddenly swung toward them. Kane rushed forward, extending his left hand toward the face of their unknown guest, clamping it over the man's mouth as he processed the identity of the new arrival. Hispanic, not one of the targets. He pulled him inside the kitchen, his wails of protest muffled, then cut off as Dawson buried a knife in the man's side and twisted, shredding several important organs. The life quickly drained out of him as they pulled him back toward the exit and tossed him out the door, all executed so quickly little blood made it onto the terracotta tile. Sherry grabbed a towel from a hook and tossed it to Jimmy. He dropped it on the floor and used his boot to clean up the blood well enough that anyone who might stumble upon the scene could be forgiven for thinking it was just a kitchen accident. The towel was tossed outside with the body, and Kane pushed open the left side of the swinging door slightly, checking the hallway to the right. Clear. He checked left, then indicated with hand signals for half to go left while the rest went right with him. He pressed forward, Sherry on his heels, Jimmy covering their rear as Dawson and the rest went in the opposite direction. A closed door on their right had a sliver of light under it, the hallway dimly lit by wall-mounted sconces at either end. He listened at the door, then removed his taser from his belt. He tried the knob and found it unlocked. He turned the knob and shoved the door open. He ducked to his right, clearing the inside wall, then stepped inside, swinging his weapon along with his entire upper body as he cleared the room, including the area behind the now open door. It was empty. But the flush of a toilet, then sounds at a sink, had them all reposition around the one other door in the room. The bathroom door opened, and a knockout of a woman stepped into the room, naked as the day she was born, her store-boughts proudly on display. Kane hit her with the taser. As soon as she stopped shaking, Sherry and Jimmy dragged her to the bed, then bound and gagged her. Kane tossed a sheet over the poor girl, probably a prostitute brought in from Havana, so she could preserve what remained of her dignity. Gunshots from the other end of the villa had Kane racing for the door. Dawson squeezed off another round as he advanced into the living area. Though their weapons were suppressed, they were still fairly loud, but their opponents were using fully automatic, unsilenced weapons. There was no hiding their presence now. That meant time was of the essence. They had to clear the rest of the villa before any hostages were killed, or their target escaped through some hidden tunnel a paranoid Soviet general installed decades ago. "We've been made. Eliminate the guards outside," came Kane's voice over the comm. "Roger that," replied Red. And moments later, Dawson heard the distinct sound of sniper rounds, then silence. The job done. Dawson eliminated another hostile after seeing his face, confirming the man wasn't Kozlov. This would be a lot easier if we were just eliminating those with guns. This time, however, not only did they have to make sure the person was armed and a threat before shooting, they had to make sure that threat wasn't the target they needed alive. The room fell silent as the last enemy was eliminated. "Everyone okay?" he asked. A round of affirmatives set his mind at ease. "Let's finish this." Kane rushed through the door, took a quick glance toward where the gunfire was, and went in the opposite direction. Dawson's team could handle themselves, and the rest of this end hadn't been cleared. The last thing Dawson's team needed was 3 more guns with an unknown number of hostiles possibly coming from the rear. They advanced to the next door, and he stood to the side, then knocked. A burst of gunfire tore apart the center of the door. He grabbed a flashbang off his belt, pulled the pin, then punched his fist through the weakened door. He dropped the grenade inside, then backed away as he covered his ears. The roar was deafening, and he was greeted by several cries from inside the room. He kicked open the door and pushed inside, shooting 2 guards as they reached for their weapons, a third merely sitting up in his cot, his hands high, the room apparently a sleeping area for the peons. "Check him, then secure him," ordered Kane. Sherry patted the man down as Jimmy cuffed him with a zip tie. Kane turned to Sherry. "Watch him." Sherry took a position so she could not only watch their prisoner, but was out of sight of both the window and the door. Kane nodded his approval. She's going to make a great agent. They advanced to the hall's final door, Kane noting the weapons fire had ceased at the other end of the house. He knocked. Nothing. He tried the door, and it was locked. Stepping in front, he kicked it open, then fell back to the side, Jimmy advancing. "Clear!" called Niner as Atlas and Niner entered the hall from the kitchen, everyone outside dead. Kane motioned for Niner to join them as he entered the room, its size and grandeur indicating it was a VIP suite. A king-sized canopy bed, hand-carved furniture, Persian rugs, silk wall hangings, erotic paintings, soft lighting, and dozens of pillows left little doubt what went on in here. Niner entered and whistled as he made his way to the bed. "It's a Soviet hump chamber," he said as he pushed some pillows aside, making sure the bed was actually empty and there weren't a bevy of honeys in hiding. He seemed disappointed. "All clear this end," came Dawson's voice over the comm. Clear here as well. We have 2 prisoners we're going to interrogate. We have 1. I'll bring him to you, then we'll set up for our arrivals. Copy that. Kane stepped out into the hallway and saw Sergeants Vince Stucco Stewart and Danny Casey Martin hauling a wounded man toward him. He pointed to the suite. Put him in there. I don't want them talking. Stucco and Casey deposited their load, then ran back to the other end of the house. Control 01, ETA on our new arrivals, over. 01, Control, 3 minutes out. Be advised, satellite is now out of range of target. New bird ETA 5 minutes, over. Kane stepped into the room, Niner and Jimmy standing on either side of them, their NBC hazmat suits menacing, the wounded man clearly terrified. Kane turned to Niner. Make sure the other doors with our prisoners are open. Then every time I inflict pain, open our door. I want them to hear so they can start thinking about what's going to happen to them. You've become twisted, Niner grinned. I like it. He stepped out, then returned seconds later and closed the door to the suite. Kane knelt, his masked face staring directly at the man. We're going to do this the easy way, okay? He said in Spanish. I'm going to ask you questions. You're going to answer them truthfully. Every time you lie to me, I'll hurt you, and I'll get the truth anyway. Understood? The man's eyes were wide, his entire body trembling, his fear obvious. What's your name?
Carlos.
Carlos, you're Cuban.
Yes.
Who do you work for? Carlos said nothing, instead looking away. No answer is a lie, Carlos, so I will have to hurt you. Kane pressed his thumb against the gunshot wound in Carlos's shoulder as Niner opened the door behind him. Carlos screamed out, the blood draining from his face. Kane stopped, not wanting the man to pass out before they could get any intel from him. Carlos's breathing was rapid, but as soon as Kane eased up, his color returned and his panting slowed. I'm really sorry about that, but you must understand that your boss knows about the virus that is spreading throughout the world. You've heard about it, of course.
Yes,
gasped Carlos. Good. Now, are you a religious man? Carlos nodded. So you believe in God? Nod. And heaven? Nod. So when you stand in front of God, what do you want to tell him about this moment of your life? Do you want to tell him you did nothing and let mankind die from a virus? Or do you want to tell him you helped by giving me the information I needed and helped save mankind? There was silence, but Carlos's eyes darted to the left for a split second. Kane glanced over to where Carlos had looked, then stared at his prisoner, a prisoner who could no longer make eye contact. Bingo. Is there something over there I need to see? Carlos swallowed, but nothing was said. Kane motioned to Jimmy. Take a look over there. Hidden door, panel, transporter pad. Jimmy stepped over to the corner where Carlos had looked and started moving things aside. Kane watched Carlos's face as Jimmy continued to tear apart the corner. Their prisoner's pupils dilated slightly just for a moment, and he held his breath. Kane turned, holding out his hand for Jimmy to stop. What did you just touch? Jimmy shrugged. I'm not sure. This chest here, I tossed that chair over there. The rug, said Niner. What? You kicked the rug the chair was on top of. Niner dropped to a knee and grabbed the corner of a small Persian rug sitting in front of a dresser. He yanked it aside and smiled. Well, what do we have here? It appeared, for all intents and purposes, to be a trap door. Kane turned to Carlos. Is it wired? Carlos said nothing, and Kane jabbed his thumb into the open wound. Carlos howled, then Kane let go. Is it wired?
I don't know,
cried Carlos. his eyes filled with tears, a few having escaped to burn red streaks down his cheeks. "Was he here when we arrived?"
"Who?"
"Your boss."
"Yes."
"Was he in this room?"
"Yes."
"Where does this lead?"
"I don't know."
"What is your boss's name?"
"Mr. Fowler."
Kane stood and stepped back. "Scott Fowler was here?" Carlos nodded emphatically, the greater the distance Kane put between them.
"He just went to bed to get ready."
"Ready for what?"
"2 girls are coming from Havana for the night. Mr. Fowler picks one. We get the other."
Kane frowned. "Sounds like lose-lose for everyone except Mr. Fowler." Carlos shrugged, then winced as the forgotten wound made its presence known.
"We win too,"
he said with a smile. His yellowed teeth, Kane was sure, a welcome sight to any poor hooker relegated to satisfying the dozen other men in the house. "So that's who's coming now? 2 hookers?"
"Yes."
"Who's with them?"
"Mr. Fowler's personal bodyguard."
"Who?"
"Mr. Kozlov."
Dawson and his team set up on either side of the gate that led into the compound and waited. The news that their target was in the approaching vehicle was a bit of a pisser. It would have been a lot easier to ambush a car with 2 men and 2 hookers. But then they wouldn't have known Fowler was here. Kane and his CIA partner were in pursuit, along with Niner and Jimmy, all of whom had gone down the rabbit hole in the suite. Catching Fowler was a higher priority than Kozlov, but if Fowler got away, they might need Kozlov to tell them where he went. And Kozlov was far more dangerous than Fowler, so the decision to leave a 10-man team for Kozlov and send only a 4-man team after Fowler was easy, one of the sniper pairs now inside with them. The roar of an engine struggling up the lane cut through the jungle had them all momentarily tense up. Dawson shook his head from side to side, cracking his neck as he double-checked his weapon. The plan was simple. The question was whether the execution would be, and that all depended upon a very highly trained occupant of the approaching vehicle. A burst of static, then something in Spanish that Dawson couldn't make out. Stucco, who had impeccable Spanish, held the radio to his mouth, lifting the hood so his reply wouldn't be muffled. "All clear. Welcome back, sir." Casey and Atlas pulled open the gate's 2 sides, the solid wood construction keeping them hidden from the approaching vehicle. As the gate opened, the headlights from the new arrival sliced through the darkness, highlighting the courtyard. A black SUV pulled through the gates, but the heavily tinted windows prevented them from seeing inside. As soon as it was clear of the gate, Casey and Atlas shoved the doors hard, closing them behind the vehicle as Dawson and Stucco shot out the tires with a single bullet to each. They rushed the SUV, their weapons high, Stucco shouting for the occupants to not resist or they would be shot. Dawson grabbed the passenger side door and yanked on the handle. Locked. He raised the butt of his M4 and hammered it hard into the side window, as did the others. The windows shattered, revealing an empty passenger seat, the driver terrified, his arms raised, and 2 screaming ladies of the night in the back seat.
"Where's Kozlov?"
demanded Stucco.
He left,"
cried the driver. Suddenly, the entire complex erupted. Dawson spun toward the villa and saw a fireball racing skyward and outward toward them as the explosion continued to grow. He threw himself to the ground, rolling toward the back of the SUV as flames whipped around him. Through the roar of the initial explosion, he could hear secondary explosions getting progressively louder, in a pattern too orderly to be random. He turned toward the house and saw row after row of explosions extending the entire width of the compound, advancing toward them. "Get out through the gate! Get out through the gate!" he ordered as he jumped to his feet. He reached inside and unlocked the rear door, then yanked it open. He pulled one of the girls from the back seat as Stucco did the same on the other side, then raced toward the gate as the self-destruct mechanism continued to roar toward them. Atlas opened one side of the gate as they barreled through, Dawson feeling the heat on his back, wondering if the half-naked woman over his shoulder were getting burned to a crisp. Clear of the compound, he continued to run, not sure how far the chains of explosives extended. But within seconds of running toward the trees, the explosions stopped, and he finally heard the shouts of Red over the comm. "Are you guys okay? Respond. This is 02. Are you guys okay?" Dawson placed the girl on the ground and frowned at the now blazing compound, his chest heaving. 02, hold for sitrep. Over. He took a quick head count and noticed the driver wasn't with them. But through the now blasted open gate, he could see the flaming SUV on its roof, the poor bastard likely still inside. 0201, we're all okay. Rendezvous with us at the front of the compound. Keep your eyes out for our primary target. He wasn't in the vehicle, over. Roger that. Control, 01. Do you have eyes on our target? He left the vehicle before it entered the compound, over. 01, Control. A new bird just came online. Your target is on foot, 200 meters north of your position. He appears injured, over. Copy that, in pursuit. Oh, and once this op is over, send locals to this location to collect 2 young women who are stranded, over. 01, Control, will do. Out. As Red and his men rounded the compound to join them, Stucco told the 2 women they would be collected soon. Holy shit, BD. What the hell happened? Our target bailed from his vehicle. There must have been a code word or phrase, and when he didn't hear it, he jumped. He's 200 meters north. Control thinks he's injured. Then let's get the son of a bitch. My thoughts exactly, said Dawson with a smile. He took point, rushing forward into the trees, not concerned with the noise he might be making. They had to cover the distance fast in the event Kozlov had some means of escape stashed away. If this were his command, he'd have at least 2 escape routes set up, with vehicles and supplies. And there was no way this bastard wasn't prepared. His mind flashed to the 3 prisoners who had still been in the villa when it had blown, including the woman, innocent in all this, the rest likely locals hoping for a paycheck. Control, report. 50 meters, continue on your current course. Roger that. He pressed forward, counting his paces in his head down from 50, and at 20, he motioned for his men to spread out. Stationary, 10 meters ahead, came the satellite analyst's voice over the comm. Dawson continued forward, quietly this time, his weapon aimed low so if he were forced to shoot, he would hit the man's legs. Remember, we need him alive, he said quietly, the comm doing its job of transmitting the reminder to the rest. I see him, said Atlas. 5 meters to my 2 o'clock. Atlas was at Dawson's 9 o'clock, which meant Kozlov was only feet away from him. Dawson inched forward, pushing as quietly as he could through the leaves, but he was making noise. The stationary man would be expecting their arrival, and would definitely hear their approach. Surround his position, I'll approach. He could hear his men execute the order as he stopped behind a large tree. Major Kozlov, this is Sergeant Major White, United States Army. I'm here at the request of Lieutenant Colonel Chernov. So, that's how you found me. Major, you are completely surrounded and there is no hope of surviving a firefight. We want you alive. We realize you aren't behind this, you're just the trigger man. If you help us, I've been authorized to tell you that you will be granted immunity from prosecution. There was a laugh, then a groan. Signed by the President himself, I have no doubt. As a matter of fact, yes. I have it with me if you want to see it. Really? Kozlov was clearly surprised at this development, as much as Dawson had been when handed the pardon before they left. Can I come out and show you? Yes, but no tricks. No tricks, Major. You have my word as a soldier. Then come. Dawson pulled the envelope from one of his pockets, holding it up in one hand as he slung his weapon over his shoulder. He flicked his night vision glasses up, then turned his flashlight on, aiming it at the ground so he didn't blind any of his men. He stepped from around the tree and walked not even 5 feet before he found the Major sitting against a tree, his left ankle clearly giving him problems. Broken or sprained? Asked Dawson. Sprained, I think. Hurts too much to run. Kozlov sighed.
I'm tired of running."
Dawson handed him the envelope with the White House seal on the front. From the president. Kozlov opened it, read it quickly, then held out a hand.
"Pen."
Dawson retrieved one, handing it to the injured major. Kozlov signed, handed it back, then tucked the envelope and its contents into his shirt.
"What do you want to know?"
"Where is Scott Fowler?"
"Inside the villa,"
said Kozlov with a smirk. "He escaped through the tunnel in the VIP suite."
"Then your guess is as good as mine. I'm sure your satellites have picked him up."
"Yes, but where is he going?"
"Tell your Navy and Coast Guard to be ready. He will be coming very fast."
"And what about Dr. Urban and his wife?" Kozlov grinned.
"You'll need Mr. Fowler for that. He's the man with all the answers."
Kane climbed the ladder at the end of the tunnel, then pushed a hatch open slightly, checking to make sure they weren't about to be ambushed. Everything clear, he shoved it open all the way and crawled out, edging forward, his weapon raised, as he confirmed the immediate vicinity free of any enemies. Sherry and the others evacuated the hole when he heard something in the distance. An engine? "Let's go." He raced into the trees toward the sound of what he thought was a boat engine, and nearly fell headlong over the edge of a cliff. "Hold up!" He turned around and pushed forward with his arms outstretched to prevent the others from falling. He caught Sherry just as she came through the trees, the two Delta members covering the rear stopping in time. "Thanks," gasped Sherry as she peered over the edge. "There are steps over there," she said, pointing to the left. Kane stepped around her and ran down the steps, the others following. As he stared down into a cove, he could see a sleek cigarette boat pulling away from a dock. He raised his weapon and fired at the front of the boat. The pilot looked back, and Kane could see enough of the man's features in the moonlight to see it had to be Fowler. "That's Fowler," he shouted to the others. "Don't fire. The boat's liable to be a powder keg." He reached the dock and sprinted along it, but the cigarette boat's engine was gunning now, and it was clear of the tiny cove and out of sight in seconds. He turned around and rushed toward a second boat tied to the dock, pointing. "Get that thing going," he ordered, Niner climbing in and hot-wiring the boat with instructions from a specialist over an isolated frequency. Jimmy and Sherry removed the lines as Kane jumped in, Niner firing up the engine. Kane took the controls and pushed the throttle all the way forward, the engine chewing the water as the nose rose high in the air before the craft rapidly surged forward. The prow dropped as they picked up speed, and soon they were skimming along the water, surging from the cove and banking in the same direction Kane had seen Fowler go. "Control, Thunderbolt. We're in pursuit of Fowler. He's in some sort of cigarette boat near my location. Do you have him? Over." "Thunderbolt, Control, affirmative. Steer 040 degrees. Looks like he's heading for the Bahamas. Over." "Do we have any assets in the area that can stop him?" "Affirmative. We have a carrier group returning to base. Over." "Have them put everything they've got into this, but remind them we need them alive." "Roger that. Relaying instructions now. Out." Kane leaned over the steering wheel, keeping below the windshield to reduce the spray from covering his hazmat suit's plastic panel. As the cool night air from the ocean permeated his suit, he realized how damned hot he was. Fighting in this shit is insane. He had never had to wear this type of equipment outside of training before, his missions often involving jeans and a t-shirt or light combat gear. He yanked at the clothes on his chest, pulling them away from his sweat-soaked body. "Is that him?" asked Sherry, pointing ahead. He squinted but couldn't make out anything. Then he spotted something bouncing above the waves, no lights visible, and distant enough to not make out any details. It has to be. He adjusted his course slightly and checked their speed. With barely 100 miles separating the two coasts and their speed better than 50 knots, they were looking at less than 2 hours to get there. He glanced at the fuel gauge. Full. These boats had definitely been prepared for a quick escape. He glanced back and saw his 3 companions sitting low in the back, relaxing, their arms and legs spread as they cooled themselves off. He had to chuckle at the sight, modesty at this point lost on them all. Control, Thunderbolt. Where are those ships, over?
Stand by, Thunderbolt.
He leaned forward, willing the boat to go quicker when he spotted something on the horizon. With the waves kicking up a bit, it was hard to tell what he was seeing, but whatever it was getting big, quick. Could it be? Suddenly, the entire horizon lit up as dozens of ships running perpendicular to his course turned on every light they had, search beams cutting through the water, helicopters and aircraft overhead turning on their searchlights, aimed at the water below. "We've got company," yelled Kane, the others quickly joining him.
Holy shit! It's like the whole damn Navy is out there, exclaimed Niner.
Kane continued to push the boat toward the fleet now in front of them, the beams cutting through the night sky in search of Fowler's boat. Sherry pointed straight ahead.
There it is.
And indeed it was. A searchlight had spotted it, and with the call of the operator going out, all the beams converged on the area. The cigarette boat bathed with so much light, Fowler risked sunburn if he didn't surrender. At least half a dozen choppers rushed toward the position, 2 of them settling just above the waves in the path of the boat. Fowler jerked to the left, evading the choppers, but cutting his speed dramatically as Kane gently adjusted his course, the distance now rapidly closing. The choppers repositioned, and orders were issued over a PA system, the boat's engine drowning out the specifics. Again, the still well-lit Fowler swerved to the right, evading capture. At this point, smaller boats deployed from the large naval ships were in the water, racing toward the target. There was no escaping. It was just a matter of time. But Kane refused to ease up on the throttle. He needed to get there to make sure there wasn't a firefight that might result in the death of a key witness.
"He's surrendering," Sherry pointed. "Look."
Kane watched as the cigarette boat came to a halt. They were close enough now to see a figure standing, hands raised, and finally, Kane eased up slightly on the throttle. "Control, Thunderbolt. Notify the flagship that we are approaching and are a friendly, over."
"Thunderbolt, Control. Already done. You are to report to the flagship where the prisoner will be held in quarantine, awaiting your arrival. Over."
"Roger that. Out." Kane examined the signal flags around them, searching for the flagship when they were approached by 2 other vessels that pulled along either side.
"Special Agent Black?" asked one of the personnel.
"Yes."
"Please, sir, if you'll come aboard, we'll take you to the USS George H.W. Bush."
2 men stepped aboard, and Kane yielded the controls as his team climbed aboard the other vessel. Within seconds, they were racing through the now well-lit waters, Kane stretched out in the back like the others, all still in their gear, when a tremendous roar erupted to the starboard side. His head spun as if on a swivel, and he cursed. The cigarette boat was in flames, the other vessels pulling away, some of them on fire as well, their crews bailing. "Control, Thunderbolt. Do they have Fowler? Over."
"Thunderbolt, Control. Stand by. Over."
There was a pause, as they all waited to find out the fate of Fowler, perhaps their only lead to Urban and the truth.
"Thunderbolt, Control. Negative. He was still on the boat when it detonated. Over."
Kane, now standing, kicked the gunwale, uttering a string of curses that would have a sailor blushing. He turned to the pilot. "Get us aboard as fast as possible, and tell them to have a helicopter prepped to take us to the mainland."
"Yes, sir."
Kane sat, all their hopes now resting on a crooked Russian ex-Special Forces major. Aboard the USS George H.W. Bush, Carrier Strike Group 2, off the Florida coast. Kane soaked his head in the shower, his mind still back on the ocean, wondering why Fowler had killed himself. It made no sense. With his money and resources, and with no qualms on how he used it, prison might be a temporary thing, assuming he even made it there. He had cards, high cards, that he could use to get himself a pardon. He knew the government was desperate. There was no way they wouldn't let him go if they could get Urban back. Something didn't make sense. He quickly rinsed off, then entered the locker room, retrieving his cell phone. He dialed a familiar number.
LaRue here.
Hi, buddy, it's me.
Hey, how are you? Are you okay?
Kane could hear the excitement and concern in his friend's voice. He vowed when this was over, he'd make time to spend not only with his family, but with his friend, his only real friend in the world. Now that's depressing. I'm okay, and so is Sherry. Listen, I want you to do something for me.
What's that?
Gather all the footage you can get your hands on of the Fowler takedown, and look for anything unusual.
Such as?
I don't know. Unusual. Transporter beams, mothership beam up, whatever. Something doesn't make sense. I just don't buy him killing himself.
I'll get the tapes right away and let you know.
Okay, thanks, buddy. Get back to me when you find something.
Will do.
Kane tossed the phone back into his locker and dressed, his mind slightly more at ease now that LaRue was on the case. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. To say LaRue was exhausted would be an understatement. His eyes were drooping, and he was repeatedly yawning to the point where he was sure the walls of his divider were pulling toward him with each deep breath, like a Disney cartoon. He had been asleep when he received Kane's call. CIA Headquarters was in lockdown until all personnel were cleared, which should be any time now. Then it would be business as usual within, with all external visitors quarantined and communicated with through isolation booths. External security had been increased dramatically, with National Guard units arriving a few hours ago to beef things up. Reports of protesters attacking several federal buildings across the country had everyone on edge.
Don't these people realize we're trying to help?
But it was anger and fear that motivated them. They wanted in. They wanted to be where it was safe, or at least where they thought they would be safe. The president's address to the nation earlier on live television had done little to calm things. He had condemned the events in Paris, but urged calm from everyone. He had ordered dusk-to-dawn curfews, and during the day, only women would be allowed outside, unless the men occupied essential positions. The nation was effectively shut down. The stock markets were closed the world over, the sell-off so steep it was agreed it was better to shutter them until the crisis was over. If it were ever over. Should things recover, the markets would reopen, take their hit, but at least the panic of the antiviral would be finished. But now he had a job to do. It had been months since he had kicked his Red Bull habit, and he eyed the can he had grabbed from the vending machine, though hadn't yet opened.
It's for your country.
He popped the lid, yanking back on the tab, the slight hiss weak compared to a can of Diet Coke that he usually enjoyed now. He took a sip, and the psychological effect took hold immediately, his brain signaling the rest of the body that energy would soon be flowing, so get ready. He opened up the first video file that had arrived and started going through it. There weren't many. Only a couple of dozen files, each lasting less than 10 minutes, many from too far away to get any details without enhancement. He had already filtered those out and sent them to the specialists with an order to hold until he knew if he needed them examined closer. The first video showed a standard takedown, albeit on a naval scale unprecedented for one man. This particular angle missed the actual explosion, the cameraman turning away for some reason just before it happened. Then the video went dark as the crewman hit the water. The next two videos didn't prove much better. But on the fourth, he hit the jackpot. Langley Air Force Base, Air Combat Command, Hampton, Virginia. Chernov didn't expect much of a welcome wagon when his plane touched down, especially since they were escorted in by 4 F-22 Raptors after a handoff from the Canadian CF-18s. They had almost reached the border when word finally arrived that they could enter U.S. airspace and land at Langley Air Force Base. And now they were surrounded, having been ordered to a remote corner of the tarmac. As he exited the aircraft, they were approached by several dozen armed men, all in NBC gear. It reminded him of chemical warfare training back home. Unnerving, but not unusual. He held up his credentials. I am Lieutenant Colonel Chernov of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation. I believe you are expecting me. One man stepped forward. Colonel Chernov, I am Captain Lewis, United States Air Force. I need both of you to come with us through decontamination, then we'll get you prepped for your trip to Langley. Langley? Yes, sir, you'll be briefed along the way. Decontamination Zone, Interim LSU Public Hospital, New Orleans, Louisiana. Best looked up as Corkery sat beside her, his shoulders slumped, the bags under his eyes with bags of their own. He appeared as exhausted as she felt, and as demoralized. I take it you've heard? She asked. He nodded. I think it's already too late. Last count I heard on CNN was over 100,000 men in the U.S. alone are presenting, with that number expected to increase exponentially. They're talking 500,000 by tomorrow, 10 million within a couple of days. He turned to Best, his eyes glassed over with tears. We've lost. Best gave him a gentle smile, putting a hand on his shoulder and squeezing. It's not over until there are none left. We keep doing our job. We keep caring for the sick. We keep isolating those that aren't sick. We keep searching for a cure. That's our job as doctors. During the Black Death, the doctors didn't give up. They kept battling the disease, and eventually they won. And during that battle, they learned many valuable lessons, including lessons we use to this very day. They learned about quarantining the sick, about proper disposal of bodies, about proper hygiene practices. Over the following centuries, we perfected those practices, and we'll learn more this time. Almost half of Europe was wiped out in a couple of years, and they recovered. And so will we. It won't be easy, but we'll come back bigger and stronger than ever. Don't lose faith, Doctor. Mankind will survive. So you think it's over as well? It wasn't the message she had wanted him to take from her statement. But he was right. She had lost hope. The quarantine they had in place was now merely to try and protect themselves. Carload upon carload of sick people were arriving at hospitals all over the city. The Superdome was being converted into a massive treatment center, and arrangements were already made for mass cremations. Her heart broke as she thought of it, and she prayed every spare minute for a reprieve, but none came. If we haven't figured this out in the next few days, it's over. It will be too big to treat, even if we have a cure. Her chin dropped onto her chest. My father was just admitted to a hospital in Fargo. My mom doesn't think he's going to make it through the night. Corkery put his arm over her shoulders and pulled her toward him. I'm so sorry, he whispered, as her head fell on his shoulder. This near stranger opening the release valve on the emotions she had kept under tight control since she had heard the news. She sobbed like she hadn't since she was a child, all hope, all will, having long ago drained away. Aboard the USS George H.W. Bush, Carrier Strike Group 2 off the Florida coast. Kane sat with the others in a quarantine room on the USS George H.W. Bush, but at least they were out of their bunny suits and showered. The ship hadn't been to port since the antiviral's initial release, and none of its crew had been either. In fact, the entire fleet had been steaming back to its home port, exercises the world over called off. Niner ended a call with Dawson. Well? They're about to start interrogating Kozlov, but he's claiming only Fowler knows where the doctor is. Do they believe him? No, but the information might not be very forthcoming. Meaning not quick. Kane shook his head, then looked at Sherry. If we can't get that intel soon, your dating scene is going to become a little lopsided. Sherry forced a smile, and he knew she was thinking about LaRue.
Those few of you that remain are going to be damned busy helping us women repopulate,
she said, managing a comeback.
Sign me up for some of that,
said Niner, who never seemed in a bad mood. Sherry glanced at him.
They'll probably just use artificial insemination. Start exercising your wrists.
Jimmy belted Niner in the shoulder with a shout of, "Owned!" as Niner examined his hands, giving each a tender kiss that had the room roaring with laughter as the phone on the wall buzzed for attention. Niner grabbed it, then turned to Kane. "For you, Special Agent Black." Kane rose and took the phone. "Black here."
"Dylan, it's me."
Kane recognized LaRue's voice, and the excitement in it immediately infected him. "What's got you so excited, buddy?"
"The tapes. I went through the tapes. You wouldn't believe what I found."
"Okay, calm down. What did you find?"
"He didn't do it."
"What do you mean?"
"He didn't blow up the boat."
"Then who did?"
"It wasn't us. It just blew up almost exactly 20 minutes after you said he left shore."
Kane's eyebrows slowly rose, as if it were on a timer.
"Exactly."
"But who the hell would rig their own escape boat to blow up after 20 minutes? And that's when LaRue dropped the bombshell on Kane. Eglin Air Force Base, Florida. Dawson was exhausted and pissed off. They had been interrogating Kozlov for over an hour now and had gotten nowhere. He kept insisting only Fowler knew where the doctor was held. Dawson didn't believe him, but Kozlov stuck to his story. Dawson wasn't sure what his game was, why he would keep up this pretense of not knowing anything, when he had a presidential pardon against any prosecution. All he had to do was cooperate. And he wasn't. "So now that Fowler's dead, what are you going to do?"
What do you mean?
"I mean, how will you get paid?"
I was paid in advance.
"For how long?"
What do you mean?
"How long are you under contract?" Kozlov seemed caught off guard by the question.
Actually, my contract is up at the end of the month.
Kind of coincidental.
What do you mean?
The world's going to end at the same time your contract does. Kozlov shrugged.
So?
So, where are you going to spend all that money? I assume it's a lot.
Oh, yeah.
So where are you going to spend it if the world has gone to hell?
It won't all go to hell, and with the kind of money I was paid, I will be part of those that rule in the new world order.
Dawson grunted. From what I can see from the news, if anybody will be ruling this planet, it will be women, not men.
Less competition.
And a lot of anger directed at you, since your face will be known to every survivor on the planet as the man who did this to them.
Groupies.
The man had a flippant answer to everything, and it was tiring. He wasn't scared at all. Was it because he figured he was safe on a quarantined military base? Or was it something else? You realize that we're putting you into an isolation ward with the victims of your disease if you don't cooperate. Your pardon will still be in effect. You'll be a free man treated like any other infected citizen.
I'm not infected.
You will be once you're with them.
Perhaps.
So the antiviral is more specific than just men. It's men with some other trait.
I didn't say that. I honestly have no idea what is targeted. I only know what the news tells me, and in Russia, you learn not to trust the news.
So you were given some sort of vaccine.
Vaccine? Never touch this stuff. Don't you know that scientific experts like Jenny McCarthy say they cause autism?
He smiled.
Yes, we get opera in Russia.
You shouldn't take medical advice from playmates. You just might get your kids killed, or your neighbors' kids killed.
Don't have any kids. Hate my neighbors.
This is getting nowhere. There was a knock at the door. Dawson opened it to find Kane standing there, beckoning him into the hall. He noticed Kozlov eyeball the CIA operator with amusement. Don't let his age fool you. He stepped into the hall, closing the door behind him. What is it? Kane whispered in his ear, and his jaw dropped. Unbefreaking-leavable. Langley Air Force Base, Air Combat Command, Hampton, Virginia. Chernov dialed the number he had been provided with, refusing to accompany the soldiers to the awaiting vehicle, his finger held up defiantly in the air. After several rings, the call was answered. This is Mr. White. Sergeant Major, this is Chernov. What the hell is going on? What do you mean, sir? I'm here and they're taking me to Langley. Where is Kozlov? He's here with us, in Florida. Then I need to be there, not in Virginia. Agreed, sir. Put me on with the commanding officer there, then I'll make a phone call. Chernov handed the phone to the increasingly impatient captain, if his pacing were any indication. This is Captain Lewis. Who is this? Sergeant Major? Listen, Sergeant Major, I have my orders, and this man is coming with me to Langley. I don't care how high you think your orders. I see. The President. No, I guess it wouldn't hurt to wait 10 minutes. Very well, Sergeant Major, you have 10 minutes. The captain tossed the phone back to Chernov, who turned his back on the man and faced his pilot, Major Bodrov. We lost the Cold War to these people. Bodrov laughed. Decontamination Zone, Interim LSU Public Hospital, New Orleans, Louisiana. Are you okay? Best looked up to find Johnston rushing over. She patted Corkery on the chest and gave him a smile of gratitude as he removed his arm from her shoulders. Thanks. I needed that. Any time, Doctor. My shoulder is always free of charge. She chuckled, wiping her face dry with a kerchief from her pocket, then dismissed the concerned face of Johnston. I'm okay, just having a moment. Nothing to be ashamed of. I've had several, but none with a young shoulder to cry on. Corkery stood and patted his shoulder. Come on, Doc. You know you want to. Johnston laughed, then sat in the vacated seat. Corkery was about to walk away when Johnston held up his hand. You might want to hear this as well, Doctor. What is it? Asked Best, her emotions again compartmentalized. I've got some good news, if you can call it that. What? Well, the CDC has confirmed that there hasn't been a single case of the BRCA1 variant of the antiviral outside of New Orleans that can't be traced directly back to the Saints game. It appears there have been no secondary infections. That's terrific news, exclaimed Corkery. Does that mean they're going to lift the quarantine? Johnston shook his head. No. The second variant seems to be concentrated here, which makes sense since the truck stop with the canister of antiviral was just outside of the city, and probably half the traffic was heading here, the rest heading around the country. This is still the epicenter of both outbreaks, so the quarantine stays in place. Seems rather pointless, considering it's all across the world. I agree. I think it's now more optics than anything else. The president wants to be seen as doing something. Lifting a quarantine when so many people are sick would seem foolish to an uninformed public. I'm guessing that if we don't have a handle on this in a few days, he figures nothing will matter anyway. But if we do, he'll have only pissed off 200,000 voters in New Orleans, rather than having appeared weak and overly compassionate to 200 million. You're a cynical man, Doctor. I think you and I would get along just fine, said Corkery. If we make it out of this, we're all going for beers. Next person who cries pays. Best playfully slapped him on the back of his hand, then stood. That's enough me time. I'm going to check on our patients. Langley Air Force Base, Air Combat Command, Hampton, Virginia. You have them? Yes, Comrade Colonel.
Chernov smiled. Finally, something is going right. Hold them until I get back to you. They aren't allowed to communicate with anyone.
Understood, Colonel.
I will contact you soon. Chernov ended the call, stuffing the cell phone back in his pocket as a Humvee pulled up, a major jumping out and running toward him.
Colonel Chernov?
Yes.
I'm terribly sorry for the confusion. If you'll come with me, we'll have you where you need to be in a jiffy.
A jiffy?
He decided not to ask.
Very well.
The major turned to the captain and his men. Captain, you're dismissed. The captain snapped to attention with a crisp salute. Yes, sir. He turned and left with his men as they double-timed it back to wherever they had come from. Chernov didn't care. He climbed in the Humvee, and the major held up his hand when Bodrov attempted to join them. My orders are for the colonel only. You can remain here until he returns, or you can be refueled and begin your journey home. It's your choice, Major. Bodrov turned to Chernov.
Your orders, sir. Return home. There's no reason for you to risk catching the virus.
Bodrov bowed slightly.
Thank you, sir. It's been an honor.
He snapped to attention and saluted, Chernov returning it from the back seat of the Humvee.
Do svidanya, Major.
Do svidanya, Colonel. I trust that I will indeed see you again. The Humvee rolled and Chernov leaned back, his mind in Moscow, dreaming of the frigid Moskva River and skating in Gorky Park during his youth with his childhood sweetheart. He had married her, but she had died during childbirth, and the boy, his son, soon after. It had been devastating, and he had sworn to never repeat it, instead marrying the army and his country. He remembered the horror of watching his tiny child die, and how long it had taken him to get over both their deaths. And if he couldn't get Kozlov to talk, it was an experience that would be repeated billions of times over. Eglin Air Force Base, Florida. Dawson snapped his jaws shut, not sure how long it had sat there open in shock. The bomb Kane had just dropped changed everything, but at the same time, unless they got Kozlov to talk, it changed nothing. Let's see how he reacts to this news, said Dawson, opening the door to the interrogation room. Entering, he sat at the table across from their prisoner, Kane standing behind him, in the corner, saying nothing, simply staring at Kozlov, his rippling arms crossed. Dawson tapped a finger on the table, and Kozlov frowned at him.
Yes?
You lied to me, Anton.
I did? I don't recall lying. What did I lie about?
Scott Fowler is alive. Kozlov chuckled, a smile spreading.
You finally figured it out, huh? You know it was my idea.
Why don't you run it by me?
I hired a decoy. Everything would be tracked back to the decoy. Then if we were ever raided, we'd destroy the compound and our Fowler double would escape. After 20 minutes into his hour-long journey, the boat explodes, and everyone thinks he's dead.
Did the double know that part? Kozlov grinned.
No.
So where is Fowler now? Kozlov shrugged.
You'd have to ask him.
Dawson jerked his thumb over his shoulder at Kane. Do you know who he is? Kozlov shook his head.
Never had the pleasure.
He's CIA, highly trained in interrogation techniques, including torture. Due to the current situation, the president has lifted all rules. We're allowed to do anything we want, including torture you, to death, if necessary. Dawson leaned forward. If you don't answer my questions, you will answer his. Kozlov smiled slightly.
I doubt it.
Dawson stood. I warned you. He turned to Kane. Your turn. Kane walked over to Kozlov. shooting him in both knees. Eglin Air Force Base, Florida. Chernov was escorted into a quarantine area and made to wait again, but at least this time the wait wasn't long. Within 5 minutes, a sergeant major appeared on the other side of the glass, his face grim. As grim as the pilots who had flown him down here in a 2-seater FA-18F Super Hornet in record time. He imagined much of the country was like this. There wasn't much to smile about. Colonel Chernov. Yes. I'm Sergeant Major White. Chernov smiled, understanding the need to maintain the man's cover. Nice to finally meet you. Face to face, sort of, he replied, tapping on the glass. Sir, you are currently quarantined in an interim zone known to be virus-free, but where the personnel are awaiting blood test results. We are in an area we can't guarantee is virus-free, as we had to interrogate our prisoner, so volunteered to be potentially exposed. You may join us here in hazmat gear should you wish, or await blood test results and interrogate the prisoner remotely. Sergeant Major, just let me in there. I don't give a damn about any virus. Dawson's lips thinned, apparently impressed with his Russian balls. Very well, sir. Dawson left, and moments later Chernov was escorted through several doors, sprayed down again, then let through a final door where Sergeant Major White greeted him with a slight bow. Colonel, if you'll follow me, I'll take you to where the prisoner is being held. Is he okay? Define okay. Alive? Last time I saw him, yes. He won't be for long unless you can get some answers out of him. We've had our best try, but he just seems impervious to pain and doesn't seem to care whether he dies. Dawson paused. He's really rather remarkable. He is dead, agreed Chernov as they approached the door. Dawson knocked, and a moment later a young man opened the door, blood on his clothes and knuckles. Lieutenant Colonel Chernov, this is Mr. Black. Chernov acknowledged the new arrival. So, did you get anything out of him? Yes, but not what we wanted, nor will we. He's dying. He's got less than 3 months to live and is hopped up on so many painkillers he barely feels a thing. I shot him in both knees and he barely winced. You shot him? Mr. Black, that's a violation of the Geneva Convention. Colonel, there is no Geneva Convention here. Geneva's dying like the rest of the world. Under presidential order, we have been authorized to use any and all means to get what we need in order to stop this outbreak, replied Mr. Black. Fortunately for you, Russia agrees. He inhaled, squaring his shoulders. Let me speak to him. Mr. Black opened the door. By all means, Colonel. Good luck. Chernov entered the stark white room and nearly gasped. Blood was pooled on the floor beneath both knees, now bandaged up, and his former comrade's face was bloody and bruised. The so-called Mr. Black had done a number on his old friend, though as far as he could tell there was no permanent damage, except the knees. But if his friend only had a few months to live, then he wouldn't have much more use for them anyway. Colonel, what are you doing here? Major, what the hell have you gotten yourself into? Asked Chernov as he sat across from his friend. I messed up, sir. Clearly. And why didn't you tell me you were dying? Kozlov looked away. I don't want people's pity. You won't get it from me. Not after what you've done. Kozlov turned back to Chernov. I deserved that.
But if you think you're going to be able to appeal to my better nature to give you the information you need, you're wasting your time."
Chernov stretched his legs out and crossed his arms, getting comfortable. "Anton, my old friend, I know you too well. You are dying, that I did not know, and it was the only piece of this puzzle that I was missing. Now that I have it, I know everything.
Forgive me, Colonel, but you know nothing."
Chernov smiled. "I visited your parents." Kozlov's eyes widened slightly, and the muscles in his throat contracted for a split second as he swallowed, the micro-expressions written all over his face revealing all the truth Chernov needed. Kozlov recovered.
"And how are they?"
"Oh, they are living quite well. I especially like the television. I would get one myself if I could afford it."
Kozlov rubbed his wrist.
"My father won the lottery, offered me some of it, but I told him to spend it on themselves."
"That was very nice of you. Bullshit, of course. But still, a very nice sentiment if it were true."
Kozlov didn't reply, merely scratching his cheek, then wincing slightly as he reset his broken nose.
"Well, I know you care about your parents. That's obvious by how their tiny apartment is decked out. So just to make sure they remain safe, I've had them picked up."
Kozlov's head darted up and he glared at Chernov for a brief instant.
"Just to make sure nothing happens to them."
That did it. Kozlov leaned forward.
"Nothing better happen to them, or I'll kill you."
Chernov smiled, then pointed at Kozlov's knees.
"You'll have to drag yourself on your bloody stumps in order to reach me."
He leaned forward and wiped all friendliness from his face.
"Let's cut the bullshit. The world is dying out there. If we can't stop it, your parents are probably going to die anyway. I don't care how much money you were trying to earn to secure their retirement. There would be nothing left to live for."
"That's not the plan."
"So there's a plan. Why don't you tell me what the plan is?"
Kozlov sighed.
"Fowler is going to release the information you need to stop the plague in 3 days.
By then, hundreds of millions could be infected, with millions dead."
That's the idea. It will motivate governments to act."
"To act on what?"
"Haven't you figured this out yet?"
"Consider me stupid, Anton. What the hell is going on? What is this all about?"
"Money."
"What?"
"Money, stock prices, the almighty dollar."
"What?"
"Fowler has billions in Biodyne stock. He wants more. Billions aren't enough, not if you want true power. You need tens of billions. He strings Biodyne along with minor outbreaks, threatening a major one if they go to the authorities. They're terrified, so they keep quiet, paying his minor ransoms. And all along they are thinking it is a crazed former employee, Urban. It never occurs to them that it is one of their own behind this. His spies on the inside keep him informed of Biodyne's progress. And when they finally have developed an aerosolized compound that can neutralize the antiviral, he springs the major outbreak, piggybacked on a minor one, so they are distracted by the minor outbreak, which flares quicker, while the major outbreak spreads around the world. Only it's targeted much broader, So broad the governments will have no choice but to pay whatever price he asks for the cure. Only he doesn't need to ask. Biodyne, innocent in all of this, will offer up the cure at cost plus the padding that any company would add. All they need is the final piece of the puzzle, which Fowler is releasing in 3 days. At that point, the dead and dying will be in the many millions, and the antiviral will have spread around the world. Biodyne will sweep in and save the day. Their stock price will go through the roof when the markets reopen, and Fowler will sell his stock at a massive profit over the coming months. He will be incredibly rich, cash rich. My parents will be taken care of for life, and I will die on a beach somewhere in the Caribbean without a care in the world. At least, that's what was supposed to happen. What changed? You guys figured out it was Fowler. You were supposed to think it was Dr. Orban, so Fowler would be kept clean in this entire affair.
There is always a kink in every plan. Kozlov blew air out of his mouth, puffing his lips in the effort.
Tell me about it.
It's over, Anton. Give us the location of Fowler and Urban, and you can walk away from this. I promise you your parents will be taken care of, and you can go to that beach.
Kozlov shook his head. I can't believe that. You know I lost faith in my country years ago. I don't believe they'll keep their word.
Chernov sat up, leaning toward Kozlov. Listen, my friend. If Moscow doesn't receive a call from me in the next 30 minutes that you are cooperating, they will kill your father in front of your mother in a most hideous way.
Kozlov stared at Chernov, horror written all over his face. No, I don't believe it. They wouldn't.
They would, and they will.
The world is desperate, my friend.
I, will stop at nothing to end this. So what is it going to be? The life of your parents, or a payday for them that won't matter?
Kozlov dropped his head on the table, covering his eyes with his palms, his fingers squeezing his scalp. He threw his head up abruptly, dropping his arms. Pen, paper, before I change my mind.
Fisher Island, Miami, Florida. Outbreak day number 13. Dawson crouched behind the rear walls surrounding the waterfront estate in Miami. To say this place was spectacular would be to insult it. He had only seen places like this in the movies, and part of him had never thought they actually existed. The house, or mansion, was massive, well-lit, heavily windowed, and therefore hard to approach without detection. And standing inside, sipping a glass of wine while working on a laptop, was one Scott Fowler, former VP at Biodyne Pharma, and the most wanted man in the world right now. Dawson turned to Kane. Your show. Ready? Not today. You take it. I have to go check on something. And with that, he disappeared around the corner, leaving Dawson a little surprised. He shrugged. CIA, always loners. He activated his comm. Bravo team, 01. Prepare to go on my signal, over. He climbed up the few rungs of the combat ladder, standing at the top so he could simply flip over the wall rather than scale it. Control, 01. Proceed with operation, over. 01, control, proceeding, over. It took a moment, but suddenly the entire island was bathed in darkness. He quickly cleared the wall and flipped over to the other side, the rest of the team following suit. As he sprinted for the house, he could hear a backup generator starting up, and lights flickered back on just as he slammed into the wall beside the deck, only feet from a door leading into the kitchen. Bravo Team, 0-1, sound off if in position, over. The entire team confirmed their objectives acquired. Niner's voice cut in.
0-1, 1-1. I've got eyes on the target. He's still in the living area, but he's on his feet. Looks like he's wondering what happened. He's approaching the window now. Over.
Charge in place? Asked Dawson.
Affirmative.
Blow it.
Roger that.
There was a muffled sound to his right, accompanied by the shattering of glass as a shaped charge took out just the window, but not the target behind it. He rushed toward Niner's position and found him already through the window, chasing Fowler around the corner. The man's fast. Dawson ran after them and found Niner banging on a door moments later. What the hell happened?
It must be some sort of safe room. He went through and this door just shot up from the floor. Damn near took my head off.
Blow it, ordered Dawson.
Are you sure? We don't know what's on the other side or how thick that damn thing is, replied Niner as he tapped on the metal. I'm liable to kill him.
Dawson kicked the door, the substantial quality of it evident by the tone it replied with. Damn it. Okay, let's get some cutting equipment in here. The rest of you search the place top to bottom and secure the outside. I don't want him walking out of here through some secret exit. It didn't take long for the cutting equipment to arrive from just down the street, this contingency planned for, and within minutes 2 Miami SWAT team members were cutting at the door.
BD, I've got something down here.
It was Red, and he sounded excited. Where are you?
Basement.
On my way. Dawson headed for Red's position, the plans for the house memorized, at least the official plans filed with the city. That safe room wasn't on them. He rushed down the stairs and into the basement, but it wasn't just a basement. He had seen basements. In fact, he had seen some spectacularly finished basements. This, however, appeared like any other level of the house. Man, the rich really are in another world.
Over here,
called Red. He followed the voice and found Red standing outside a door with Atlas. Dawson joined them and looked in to find Niner and Jimmy examining a woman who appeared to have been locked in the room, the door jamb splintered from where one of his men had kicked it open. He immediately recognized her. Mrs. Urban. She stared up at him and nodded, her tear-filled eyes accompanied by a relieved look at finally being rescued.
My children?
He knelt in front of her. My name is Sergeant Major White. I'm with the United States military. Your children are safe and being taken care of by Canadian authorities.
Oh, thank God,
she cried, her shoulders slumping as her chest heaved with sobs of joy and relief overtook her. Do you know where your husband is?
He should be in the lab at the end of the hall.
Atlas headed down the hall. Locked door here, boss. Check it for booby traps, then open it.
It should be safe. I go in there all the time,
said Mrs. Urban. We'll just double-check it to be sure, said Dawson, standing. Get her out of here. I don't trust this place won't turn out to be a repeat of Cuba. Niner helped her to her feet, and she immediately hugged him, then the others.
Thank you,
she managed between sobs.
Thank you so much.
Dawson smiled at her, then motioned for her to be taken outside to the waiting EMT vehicles where she could get proper medical attention. Door looks clear, BD, said Atlas as Dawson approached. Go ahead. Atlas tried the handle, and the door proved to be unlocked. He pushed it open as they all stood to the side. Nothing. The doors swung open, revealing a stark white interior. It was clearly a medical facility, and as Dawson stepped inside, weapon raised, a glass wall directly ahead of them revealed a fantastically equipped lab if he ever saw one, and one lone man working inside, oblivious to the company he now had. He was in a hazmat suit with a self-contained breathing apparatus, and his back was now to them. Dawson tapped on the glass with the barrel of his Glock. The man turned around and nearly dropped the vial he was holding. Dawson pressed the talk button on an intercom located on the wall by the door in the isolation chamber. Dr. Urban, I presume. Kane sat on the deck of the cigarette boat, his Glock in one hand, the other resting on the gunwale holding a pair of handcuffs, the waves gently rocking the craft from side to side. It was peaceful, quiet. The private dock was as isolated as one could get on the water in Miami. And with the entire island still bathed in darkness from the power shutdown, only those homes with backup generators spoiled the idyllic setting. He had monitored the communications and knew that the mission hadn't gone as planned, Fowler too fast for them. It was a contingency he had planned for, and indeed had expected. And now Fowler was locked inside some sort of panic room, and Kane didn't buy that for a second. Panic rooms were meant for innocent people who needed to delay their potential attackers until the police arrived. Fowler was a mass murderer who would plan far beyond that. He would have an escape plan, just like there was in Cuba for his double. The sound of the rippling water was broken, the calm disturbed by something breaking the surface. Kane checked his weapon, but remained seated. A hand clasped the metal rung that ran the entire perimeter of the boat, then another. A man's head appeared as he pulled himself on board, flopping onto the deck and gasping for breath. Kane stood and aimed the gun at the man's chest. "Nice to finally meet you, Mr. Fowler." Fowler's eyes shot wide, and he rolled quickly to his feet, holding something too small to be a gun in his left hand.
"Don't move," he said as he edged his way toward the side of the boat.
"That's my line," said Kane, keeping a bead on the man's chest.
"Let me go, or Dr. Urban dies."
"Is that what you have there?" Kane motioned at Fowler's hand with his chin. "A detonator of some kind?"
"Something like that. Just let me go, and Urban lives. Try to arrest me, and he dies."
"You know I can't let you go."
"Yes, you can. The necessary information will be automatically emailed in 3 days. You'll have what you need for your cure."
"By then, millions could have died."
"Not my problem."
"Why continue with this? You won't see any of the money. Your stocks will be seized before the markets open. There's no way you're going to see a penny of this." Fowler shook his head, his expression almost one of pity.
"You're so naive. You have no idea of how money works. When you have it, you're immune to the laws of man. Go ahead and seize my stock. It doesn't matter. I have identities created all around the world that will capitalize on this situation, providing me with far more than the pittance the stock in Biodyne was going to give me. And by the time you figure out those identities, I'll be long gone with a new face, living a life people like you couldn't even imagine."
Kane smiled. "It's pretty hard to spend money when you're dead."
Fowler shrugged. "And again, I say you won't kill me, because you need me."
"Actually, I don't need you. I need Dr. Urban." Kane squeezed the trigger. "How do you open the door?" asked Dawson through the intercom. Urban waved his hands.
No, don't touch it. He has to enter a code to let me out. Basically, I'm locked in here 24/7.
He pointed to a cot in the corner of the lab.
I usually have to sleep here.
"What happens if we open the door?"
"Bad things."
Dawson was about to ask Urban to expand upon that when he heard a noise behind him. What the hell? It was Niner who got in the first comment. Kane entered the room, dragging a bloodied but breathing Scott Fowler along the floor. He tossed him at Dawson's feet. "Found something you were looking for?" Dawson shook his head. "Do you shoot every prisoner you have?" Kane shrugged. "Only if they deserve it." "Uh-huh." "He had a remote detonator for this place. I had to take him out, so I shot him in the shoulder. He'll live, and without a working arm, he wasn't able to operate the thumb necessary to fry the good doctor." Dawson stared down at Fowler. "Dr. Urban says you have a code to let him out of the lab." Fowler nodded. "What is it?"
You really expect me to give it to you?
"If you want to live through the night, yes." Kane pointed his weapon at Fowler's chest. "Now that we have the doctor, we don't need you."
I'll tell you everything you need to know."
cried Urban through the intercom.
"Just get me out of here."
"Fine," shouted Fowler, "but I want immunity."
"Done," said Dawson. "Now open the door." Fowler struggled to stand but was too weak. He pointed at the keypad with his good hand.
67418, then press the green button.
Dawson stepped over to the pad. "Repeat the code."
67418,
repeated Fowler, as Dawson entered each number as given. He pressed the green button. A red light spun in the center of the lab and over the door, an alarm sounding. Urban shouted, rushing for the door, pounding on it as a woman's recorded voice was heard over a PA system.
"Biological decontamination procedure commencing. Complete decontamination in 10, 9, 8.
The countdown continued as Dawson stepped back. "What the hell did you just do?" he yelled as he stepped on Fowler's wounded shoulder. Fowler gasped in agony.
"I just improved my negotiating position."
"How do I stop it?"
"You can't."
5, 4, 3.
Dawson hit the button for the intercom. "Doctor, what is the antiviral targeting?"
2, 1. It's targeting commencing biological decontamination."
Flames shot from every direction as gas was pumped into the room and ignited, fueling a blaze that consumed everything alive or once alive. Urban's face pressed against the glass for several seconds as they watched in horror, his screams silent as the intercom was automatically shut off.
"Biological decontamination cleansing complete. Testing for biological organisms."
There was a pause.
"None detected."
Kane shook his head, grabbing a syringe off a nearby table and storming from the room. Dawson's boot continued to grind into Fowler's shoulder, his toe forcing the man's face toward the glass so he could see his handiwork. The view cleared as the smoke was sucked out of the room and a gentle spray of water washed everything down, draining into the floor grates. Air blasted the lab dry as it was refilled with oxygen. The red lights stopped flashing, leaving a pristine lab, ready for the next scientists to move in.
"Biological decontamination complete. You may enter when ready."
Dawson indicated for Atlas to try the door. Atlas approached and pulled on the handle. The door swung open and he stepped inside. He peered through the window to his right and shook his head. "There's nothing left of the guy, BD." Dawson's head dropped. His eyes closed as his heart filled with rage. When this is over, Fowler dies. Kane filled the syringe he had taken with water, then waited several minutes in the hallway, attempting to clear his mind of the horror he had just witnessed. He had seen men die in battle, bodies torn apart by explosives, but had never seen a body burned alive by a machine with a sexy voice doing its programmed job. That was a first. He had killed with weapons, he had killed with drones, but there had always been someone somewhere behind the controls. He punched the wall, then stormed back into the room. "What's the genetic sequence the antiviral is targeting?"
"Go to hell. I want immunity before I tell you anything."
"We don't have that kind of time. People are dying."
"You've got all the time in the world, because I'm not saying a word until I have my pardon in writing, signed by the damned president himself."
"You'll get it, but we need that information now. We can't wait for the damned red tape."
"You'll have to."
Kane pulled the syringe from his pocket and dropped down beside Fowler. "You want to play it that way? Then fine." He plunged the syringe into the man's leg and pushed down on the plunger. He then yanked it out and tossed it down the hallway. Now you're infected too, just like the rest of them." Fowler's eyes shot wide, and he paled as the blood drained from his face. And Kane knew what he needed to know in that one instant. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Morrison sat at a chair in the operations center, listening to the exchange over the comms. His eyes were closed. His hands were pulling at his thinning hair, and he wondered what the hell could go wrong next. He had already put out the request for the presidential pardon and would have it inside of the hour. But like Kane said, time was of the essence. "Control, Thunderbolt. It's men, over." "Thunderbolt, Control, repeat your last transmission, over." "It's men. The antiviral is targeting men." Morrison rushed over to the station, communicating with Kane, ripping the headset off the startled woman.
"This is Morrison. Can you confirm that?"
"Sir, I injected him with the antiviral and he got scared. Too scared. There's no way he'd have Dr. Urban create an antiviral that could affect him unless he was going for something so big it had to affect him. He's targeting all men. That's the only way to explain why he's terrified right now."
"So this is a guess?"
"Let's call it a damned strong hunch."
"You better pray you're right."
"Already praying, sir."
"Good work, son. I'll pass the intel along."
Morrison turned to Cap, who was just ending a call on his cell phone. "I've passed the information to our team. They already had a test compound prepared in the event it was just men. All we need now is to test it on humans." Isolation Ward, Interim LSU Public Hospital, New Orleans, Louisiana. Best sat by Stanley's bedside, holding the man's limp hand. He had been given the injection several hours ago, but there had been no improvement. He was just too far gone. Only feet away, Corkery was checking Richard's vitals manually, not willing to trust the monitors, searching for any sign of recovery, but so far there had been none. Stanley's monitor flatlined, his chest falling one last time. Corkery rushed around the bed, calling for a crash cart when Best waved him off. "Leave him be. He held on as long as he could. Let him rest in peace now."
"But the compound, it might work."
"Not on him. The antiviral has destroyed too much of his system already." She turned to Richard. "Let's hope he shows some signs of improvement soon." She shifted her chair to Richard's bedside and waited, the entire ward now quiet. The women who had initially occupied it now all dead, the men now arriving all aware of what was being tested, all remaining as silent as they could, as if any noise might cause the potential cure to fail. Best's eyes blurred as they stared at the monitor, unblinking. The heart rate was steady but slow, the blood pressure low, too low. His breathing was labored, and there was no doubt he was in the final stages of the disease. She closed her eyes.
"Look!"
She woke with a start, still sitting in the chair, her body leaning against the gurney, Corkery still standing on the other side, apparently having not budged. She checked the time on the monitor, realizing she had been asleep for at least an hour.
"What?"
she asked, standing. Then she saw the answer. Richard's heart rate was up 10 points. His blood pressure up to 100/60, a little low, but safe.
"I've taken a blood sample to see if we can get an antiviral count, see how much improvement there has been, but it looks very promising."
Best's head tipped upward, a silent prayer going through her head when she heard a moan. Best leaned over Richard as his eyes fluttered open, something that hadn't happened since hours before they began treatment.
"Don't try to talk. You've got breathing tubes in. Just nod or shake your head. Okay?"
Richard nodded slowly.
"Are you feeling any better?"
He nodded.
"Would you like some water?"
Another nod. Best took a wet sponge and placed it against Richard's lips, squeezing a few drops out to moisten his dry mouth. She placed the sponge on a nearby tray, then read the monitors. His heart rate was now normal. His blood pressure, normal. Corkery leaned over so Richard could see him. "Do you feel well enough for me to remove the breathing tube?" Richard nodded, a little more emphatically this time. Corkery held his back up as Best loosened the tape holding the tubes in place. "Just cough when I say so, and they'll be out in no time, okay?" Another nod. "Okay, ready? Now cough." Richard coughed as Best pulled the tubes out in one swift motion. Richard then gasping for his own breath, his body taking over, the assistance of the machines now gone. And he appeared stronger. "Water," he croaked, and Best gave him a glass, Richard managing to handle it on his own, his Adam's apple bobbing greedily as he sucked down the water. Best pulled it away from him. "That's enough, or you'll get sick." Richard frowned, still eyeing the glass as it was put out of reach.
"What happened?" he asked. "Did you find a cure?"
Corkery smiled through his hazmat suit.
"It would appear so. You're the first person to be cured. At least, we assume you're cured. We'll know for sure in a few hours. I feel fantastic, at least compared to before. I still feel weak, but a normal weakness, if you know what I mean. Like you're supposed to feel after a bad flu, but like shit, if you'll pardon my French."
"That's good. That's very good," said Best as she checked his eyes, ears, and throat. Everything as expected.
"What about Stan?"
Richard asked, pushing up so he could see to the next bed.
"Why's the curtain closed?"
he asked, his voice subdued, cracking. "I'm sorry, Richard, but your friend didn't make it. He was just too far along. He tried as hard as he could, but the antiviral had just progressed too far for his body to recover. He died less than 2 hours ago." Richard dropped back on the bed, his eyes filling with tears as he looked away in shame. Then his shoulders shook. Best pulled her hood off, then removed her gloves, taking Richard's bare hand in hers. She squeezed gently, providing him with his first human touch since the ordeal began, her own tears rolling down her cheeks as the end might finally be near. CDC Briefing Area, New Orleans, Louisiana. "Mr. President, we have good news," began Best. "Of the 2 patients, 1 survived, and his blood has been cleared of the antiviral. He has been cured, Mr. President." Best couldn't contain the excitement, and apparently neither could those listening in at the White House, as cheers erupted from the other end, the CDC personnel and LSU hospital staff already having just finished their own hugging and kissing and cheering fest. When things settled down, the president asked the exact proper question. "And the other man?" "He was too far gone to save, Mr. President. We don't believe it is any indication of the effectiveness of the compound provided by Biodyne, simply the limitation of the human body."
"And how quickly can we begin to administer this compound?"
"Mr. President, Dr. Kapp here from Biodyne. Perhaps I can speak to that." The monitor switched focus to the still remarkably kempt gentleman. "We took a risk that the compound would work and began production before we had confirmation of the genetic sequence targeted. It was a risk that could have cost us millions, but it appears to have paid off. Due to this, the first vials of the compound are ready to ship. Now that we have confirmation it works, we have already begun to license facilities around the world to begin production. As they come online over the coming days, there should be enough injectable and aerosolized compound to treat the major centers within 2 weeks.
2 weeks? Won't that mean potentially millions dead?
No, sir. Only if the infection continues unchecked. Remember, once infected, it takes 10 days for symptoms to show up, then about 1 day for the patient to succumb.
We have tens of thousands of cases across the country right now. We will have enough serum to treat these people. We will just need to get it delivered.
How can we help?
We've contracted FedEx, UPS, and pretty much every major courier company to begin delivery to every major city in the country. They are already picking up the initial batches as we speak. We need you, Mr. President, to open the airports to these planes.
Consider it done, said the president with a snap of his fingers, somebody running past the camera behind him. Anything else?
The courier companies might need military escorts on the ground.
Done.
And we'll need the Air Force to begin spraying as soon as possible. This will essentially nip this in the bud after we have saved the initial waves of infected.
And when can we declare ourselves free of this thing?
It could be years before it is completely wiped out, but continued spraying and then treatment of those who get sick should keep casualties to a minimum. But, Mr. President.
Yes, Doctor?
Well, I hesitate to say this, but the cost will be substantial, potentially in the hundreds of billions.
Understood, Doctor. You'll get your money.
The president stood, the person controlling his camera refocusing.
This is excellent news, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you for all your hard work and dedication. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a scared and tired nation to address.
Thank you, Mr. President, said Best as she sank into her chair. The teleconference ended. She turned to Corkery and Johnston. So, who's buying the beer? Corkery shrugged. I don't know. Who cried last? Best sighed. Fine, you win. I'm buying. And I plan on getting plenty drunk. And with how tired I am, that should be about 1 beer. 2, tops.
Eglin Air Force Base, Florida. Outbreak Day number 15. Kane sipped his beer, the ice-cold beverage a welcome respite, having gone non-stop for days now. The Bravo team guys were scattered throughout the lounge, and Sherry sat at the opposite end of the couch he occupied. Everyone was drinking, yet it was quiet, the mood somber. Distribution of the vaccine or compound or whatever they were calling it had begun almost 2 days ago now, and patients were recovering all around the country, but thousands were too far gone for it to help. In the end, it was expected that tens of thousands will have died, but the world will have been saved. The man behind it, Scott Fowler, was placed unprotected in an infected isolation ward so he could see what he had done. Unfortunately, he had become infected. The president had decided Fowler would be the last to receive the compound, meaning he was essentially dead. And Kane had delighted in informing the mass murderer of this. The door opened, and Chernov entered. The room stood to the superior rank, and he waved them off. Kane and Dawson approached him. Gentlemen, I will take my leave of you now.
Back to Russia? Asked Kane.
Eventually, your government has agreed to honor the presidential amnesty, and I will take my comrade to someplace hot, where he can enjoy his final days.
Kane nodded, regretting slightly he had been forced to shoot the man in the knees, especially now that he knew the man was terminal, his last few months to be spent in a wheelchair. But he did help a mass murderer. Kane's conscience was clear. Handshakes were exchanged, then Sherry joined them. I'm going to head back to Langley. There's someone there I need to hug. Kane smiled. Say hi to Chris for me. I will, she said, giving Kane a hug, then a handshake to Dawson. It was a pleasure working with you, Sergeant Major.
Any time, Agent.
Sherry turned to Kane. And what about you?
Oh, I've got some cigars to deliver.
Cigars? Where the hell did you find time to buy cigars?
Buy them? I liberated them before the compound in Cuba decided to try and light them.
And just who's getting these contraband cigars? Kane winked.
I'll never tell. LaPree's residence, New Orleans, Louisiana. Isabel shut the door and locked it, tossing her keys and purse on the kitchen counter and stepping out of her shoes. She peeled herself from her clothes as she stumbled toward the bedroom, exhausted. It had been all hands on deck since the outbreak had begun. Now, with things calming down and the quarantine lifted, the city was returning to normal. She looked forward to her first regular old murder tomorrow. Naked, save her bra and panties, she turned toward the bathroom when something caught her eye. She spun toward the bed and saw a brown wooden box, polished to a brilliant sheen, with a red rose and a yellow piece of paper, folded, sitting on her pillow. Her heart leaped as she dove toward the bed, bouncing on it as she grabbed the note, unfolding it. Isabel, I had a wonderful time. And as promised, these are on me. D. She opened the box and laughed. A dozen Cuban cigars, save one, sitting in the velvet-lined interior. She snapped the box shut, then dared to call out his name. Dylan? But there was no answer. She rose and searched the apartment, yet knew all along she wouldn't find him hiding, lying in wait to surprise her. They weren't meant to be. He was a spy, serving his country in God knows what hellhole. A man meant to be alone, attachments merely baggage that could be used against him, or worse, distract him in those moments when every split second counted. Instead, for her, he was to remain a memory, a wonderful memory, of a man who didn't exist, who had never parachuted into a quarantined city with no thoughts of his own safety, who had saved the world and received no thanks for it, and who would be remembered by her for the rest of her days. This concludes Containment Failure by J. Robert Kennedy, narrated by Adam Barr. Copyright 2013 by J. Robert Kennedy. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with J. Robert Kennedy and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.